Part 1. Matilda Jane Roberts was naked as the air. Known throughout South Texas as the Great Western, she came walking up from the muddy Rio Grande holding a big snapping turtle by the tail. Matilda was almost as large as the skinny little Mexican Mustang Gus McCrae and Woodrow Call were trying to saddle break. Call had the mare by the ears, waiting for Gus to pitch the saddle on her narrow back, but the pitch was slow in coming. When Call glanced toward the river and saw the Great Western in all her plump nakedness, he knew why. Young Gus McCrae was by nature distractible. The sight of a naked 200-pound whore carrying a full-grown snapping turtle had captured his complete attention, and that of the rest of the ranger troop as well. "Look at that, Woodrow," Gus said. "Mattie's carrying that old turtle as if it was a basket of peaches." "I can't look," Call said. "I'll lose my grip and get kicked, and I've done been kicked." The mare, small though she was, had already displayed a willingness to kick and bite. Call knew that if he loosened his grip on her ears even slightly, he could count on getting kicked or bitten or both. Long Bill Coleman, lounging against his saddle only a few yards from where the two young rangers were struggling with the little Mustang, watched Matilda approach with a certain trepidation. Although it was only an hour past breakfast, he was already drunk. It seemed to Long Bill in his tipsy state that the Great Western was walking directly toward him with her angry catch. It might be that she meant to use the turtle as some kind of weapon, or so Long Bill surmised. Matilda Roberts despised debt and carried grudges freely and at length. Bill knew himself to be considerably in arrears, the result of a persistent lust coupled with a vexing string of losses at cards. At the moment, he didn't have a red cent, and knew that he was unlikely to have one for days or even weeks to come. If Matilda, who was whimsical, chose to call his debt, his only recourse might be to run. But Long Bill was in no shape to run, and in any case there was no place to run to that offered the least prospect of refuge. The rangers were camped on the Rio Grande, west of the alkaline Pecos. They were almost 300 miles from the nearest civilized habitation, and the country between them and a town was not inviting. "When's the next payday, Major?" Long Bill inquired, glancing at his leader, Major Randall Chevalier. "That woman acts like she might set that turtle on me," he added, hoping that Major Chevalier would want to issue an order or something. Bill knew that there were military men who refused to allow whores within 100 feet of their camp, even whores not armed with snapping turtles. Major Chevalier had only spent 3 weeks at West Point. He left because he found the classes boring and the discipline vexing. He nonetheless awarded himself the rank of major after a violent scrape in Baltimore convinced him that civilian life hemmed a man in with such a passel of legalities that it was no longer worth pursuing. Randall Chevalier hit on a ship, and the ship took him to Galveston. Upon disembarking at that moist, sandy port, he declared himself a major and had been a major ever since. Now, except for the 2 young rangers who were attempting to saddle the Mexican mare, his whole troop was drunk, the result of an incautious foray into Mexican territory the day before. They had crossed the Rio Grande out of boredom and promptly captured a donkey cart containing a few bushels of hard corn and 2 large jugs of mezcal, a liquor of such potency that it immediately unmanned several of the rangers. They had been without spirits for more than a month. They drank the mezcal like water. In fact, it tasted a good deal better than any water they had tasted since crossing the Pecos. The mezcal wasn't water, though. 2 men went blind for a while, and several others were troubled by visions of torture and dismemberment. Such visions at the time were not hard to conjure up, even without mezcal, thanks to the folly of the unfortunate Mexican whose donkey cart they had captured. Though the rangers meant the man no harm, or at least not much harm, he fled at the sight of gringos and was not even out of earshot before he fell into the hands of Comanches or Apaches. It was impossible to tell from his screams which tribe was torturing him. All that was known was that only 3 warriors took part in the torturing. Bigfoot Wallace, the renowned scout, returned from a lengthy look around and reported seeing the tracks of 3 warriors, no more. The tracks were heading toward the river. Many rangers thought Bigfoot's point somewhat picayune. The Mexican could not have screamed louder if he had been being tortured by 50 men. The screams made sleep difficult, not to mention short. The Great Western didn't earn a cent all night. Only young Gus McCrae, whose appetite for fornication admitted no checks, approached Matilda, but of course young McCrae was penniless, and Matilda in no mood to offer credit. "You better turn that mare loose for a while," Gus advised. "Mattie's coming with that big turtle. I don't know what she means to do with it." "Can't turn loose," Carl said, but then he did release the mare, jumping sideways just in time to avoid her flailing front hooves. It was clear to him that Gus had no intention of trying to saddle the mare, not any time soon. When there was a naked whore to watch, Gus was unlikely to want to do much of anything except watch the whore. "Major, what about payday?" Long Bill inquired again. Major Chevalier cocked an eyebrow at Long Bill Coleman, a man noted for his thorough laziness. "Why, Bill, the mail's undependable out here beyond the Pecos," the major said. "We haven't seen a mail coach since we left San Antonio." "Well, that whore with the darn turtle wants to be paid now," One-Eyed Johnny Carthage speculated. "I've never seen a whore bold enough to snatch an old turtle right out of the Rio Grande River," Bob Bascom said. In his opinion, it had been quite unmilitary for the major to allow Matilda Roberts to accompany them on their expedition, though how he would have stopped her short of gunplay was not easy to say. Matilda had simply fallen in with them when they left the settlements. She rode a large gray horse named Tom, who lost flesh rapidly once they were beyond the fertile valleys. Matilda had no fear of Indians or of anything else, not so far as Bob Bascom was aware. She helped herself liberally to the ranger's grub and conducted business on a pallet she spread in the bushes, when there were bushes. Bob had to admit that having a whore along was a convenience, but he still considered it unmilitary, though he was not so incautious as to give voice to his opinion. Major Randall Chevalier was of uncertain temper at best. Rumor had it that he had on occasions conducted summary executions acting as his own firing squad. His pistol was often in his hand, and though his leadership was erratic, his aim wasn't. He had twice brought down running antelope with his pistol. Most of the rangers couldn't have hit a running antelope with a rifle, or even a Gatling gun. "That whore didn't snatch that turtle out of the river," Long Bill commented. "I seen that turtle sleeping on a rock when I went to wash the puke off myself. She just snuck up on it, picked it off that rock. Look at it, snap at her. Now she's got it mad." The snapper swung its neck this way and that, working its jaws, but Matilda Roberts was holding it at arm's length, and its jaws merely snapped the air. "What next?" Gus said to Carl. "I don't know what next," Carl said, a little irritated at his friend. Sooner or later they would have to take another try at saddling the mare, a chancy undertaking. "Maybe she means to cook it," Carl added. "I have heard of slaves eating turtle," Gus said. "I believe they eat them in Mississippi." "Well, I wouldn't eat one," Carl informed him. "I'd still like to get a saddle on this mare if you ain't too busy to help." The mare was snubbed to a low mesquite tree. She wound herself tighter and tighter as she kicked and struggled. "Let's see what Matilda's up to first," Gus said. "We got all day to break horses." "All right, but you'll have to take the ears this time," Carl said. "I'll do the saddling." Matilda swung her arm a time or two and heaved the big turtle in the general direction of a bunch of rangers. The boys were cleaning their guns and musing on their headaches. They scattered like quail when they saw the turtle sailing through the air. It turned over twice and landed on its back, not 3 feet from the campfire. Bigfoot Wallace squatted by the fire. He had just finished pouring himself a cup of coffee. It was chicory coffee, but at least it was black. Bigfoot paid the turtle no attention at all. Mattie Roberts had always been somewhat eccentric in his view. If she wanted to throw snapping turtles around, that was her business. He himself was occupied with more urgent concerns, one of them being the identity of the 3 warriors who had tortured the Mexican to death. A few hours after coming across their tracks, he had dozed off and dreamed a disturbing dream about Indians. In his dream, Buffalo Hump was riding a spotted horse, while Gomez walked beside him. Buffalo Hump was the meanest Comanche anyone had ever heard of, and Gomez the meanest Apache. The fact that a Comanche killer and an Apache killer were traveling together in his dream was highly unpleasant. Never before, that he could remember, had he had a dream in which something so unlikely happened. He almost felt he should report the dream to Major Chevalier, but the Major at the moment was distracted by Matilda Roberts and her turtle. "Good morning, Miss Roberts. Is that your new pet?" the Major inquired when Matilda walked up. "Nope, that's breakfast," Turtle beats bacon, Matilda said. Has anybody got a shirt I can borrow? I left mine out by the pallet. She had strolled down to the river naked because she felt like having a wash in the cold water. It wasn't deep enough to swim in, but she gave herself a good splashing. The old snapper just happened to be lazing on a rock nearby, so she grabbed it. Half the rangers were scared of Matilda anyway, some so scared they would scarcely look at her, naked or clothed. The major wasn't scared of her, nor was Bigfoot or young Gus. The rest of the men, in her view, were incompetents, the kind of men who were likely to run up debts and get killed before they could pay them. She sailed the snapper in their direction to let them know she expected honest behavior. Going naked didn't hurt either. She was big and liked it. She could punch most men out if she had to, and sometimes she had to. Her dream was to get to California and own a fine bordello, which was why she fell in with the 1st Ranger Troop going west. It was a scraggly little troop composed mostly of drunks and shiftless ramblers, but she took it and was making the best of it. The alternative was to wait in Texas, get old, and never own a bordello in California. At her request, several rangers immediately began to take off their shirts, but Bigfoot Wallace made no move to remove his, and his was the only shirt large enough to cover much of Mattie Roberts. "I guess you won't be sashaying around naked much longer, Mattie," he observed, sipping his chicory. "Why not? I ain't stingy about offering my customers a look," Matilda said, rejecting several of the proffered shirts. Bigfoot nodded toward the north, where a dark tone on the horizon contrasted with the bright sunlight. "One of our fine blue northers is about to whistle in," he informed her. "You'll have icicles hanging off your twat in another hour if you don't cover it up." "I wouldn't need to cover it up if anyone around here was prosperous enough to warm it up," Matilda said, but she did note that the northern horizon had turned a dark blue. Several rangers observed the same fact and began to pull on long johns or other garments that might be of use against a norther. Bigfoot Wallace was known to have an excellent eye for weather. Even Matilda respected it. She strolled over to her pallet and pulled on a pair of blacksmith's overalls that she had taken in payment for a brief engagement in Fredericksburg. She had a tattered capote, acquired some years earlier in Pennsylvania, and she put that on too. A blue norther could quickly suck the warmth out of the air even on a nice sunny day. "Well, we've conquered a turtle, I guess," Major Chevalier said, standing up. "I suppose that Mexican died. I don't hear much noise from across the river." "If he's lucky, he died," Bigfoot said. "It was just 3 Indians. Comanches, I'd figure. I doubt 3 Comanches would pause more than one night to cut up a Mexican." About that time, Josh Corn and Ezekiel Moody came walking back to camp from the sand hill where they had been standing guard. Josh Corn was a little man, only about half the size of his tall friend. Both were surprised to see a sizable snapping turtle kicking its legs in the air not much more than arm's length from the coffee pot. "Why's everybody dressing up? Is there going to be a parade?" Josh asked, noting that several rangers were in the process of pulling on clothes. "That Mexican didn't have no way to kill himself," Bob Bascom remarked. "He didn't have no gun." "No, but he had a knife," Bigfoot reminded him. "A knife's adequate if you know where to cut." "Where would you cut, I've wondered?" Gus asked, abruptly leaving Call to contemplate the Mexican mustang alone. He was a ranger on the wild frontier now and needed to imbibe as much technical information as possible about methods of suicide when in danger of capture by hostiles with a penchant for torture. "No Comanche's going to be quick enough to sew up your jugular vein if you whack it through in 2 or 3 places," Bigfoot said. Aware that several of the rangers were inexpert in such matters, he stretched his long neck and put his finger on the spot where the whacking should be done. "It's right here," he said. "You could even poke into it with a big mesquite thorn or whack at it with a broken bottle if you're left without no knife." Long Bill Coleman felt a little queasy, partly because of the mescal and partly from the thought of having to stick a thorn in his neck in order to avoid Comanche torture. "Me, I'll shoot myself in the head if I've got time," Long Bill said. "Well, but that can go wrong," Bigfoot informed him. Once set in an instructional direction, he didn't like to turn until he had given a thorough lecture. Bigfoot considered himself to be practical to a fault. If a man had to kill himself in a hurry, it was best to know exactly how to proceed. "Don't go sticking no gun in your mouth unless it's a shotgun," he advised, noting that Long Bill looked a little green. Probably the alkaline water didn't agree with him. "Why not? It's hard to miss your head if you've got a gun in your mouth," Ezekiel Moody commented. "No, it ain't," Bigfoot said. "The bullet could glance off a bone and come out your ear. You'd still be healthy enough that they could torture you for a week. Shove the barrel of the gun up against an eyeball and pull. That's sure. Your brains will get blown out the back of your head. Then if some squaw comes along and chews off your balls and pecker, you won't know the difference." "My, this is cheery conversation," Major Chevalier said. "I wish Matilda would come back and remove this turtle." "I'd like to go back and have another look at them tracks," Bigfoot said. "It was about dark when I seen them. Another look couldn't hurt." "It could hurt if the Comanches that got that Mexican caught you," Josh Corn remarked. "Why, those boys are halfway to the Brazos by now," Bigfoot said, just as Matilda returned to the campfire. She squatted down by the turtle and watched it wiggle, a happy expression on her broad face. She had a hatchet in one hand and a small bowie knife in the other. "Them turtles don't turn loose of you till it thunders once they got a holt of you," Ezekiel said. Matilda Roberts ignored this hackneyed opinion. She caught the turtle right by the head, held its jaws shut, and slashed its neck with the little bowie knife. The whole company watched, even Carl. Several of the men had traveled the western frontier all their lives. They considered themselves to be experienced men, but none of them had ever seen a whore decapitate a snapping turtle before. Blackie Slidell watched Matilda slash at the turtle's neck with a glazed expression. The mescal had caused him to lose his vision entirely for several hours. In fact, it was still somewhat wobbly. Blackie had an unusual birthmark. His right ear was coal black, thus his name. Although he couldn't see very well, Blackie was not a little disturbed by Bigfoot's chance remark about the chewing propensities of Comanche squaws. He had long heard of such things, of course, but had considered them to be unfounded rumor. Bigfoot Wallace, though, was the authority on Indian customs. His comment could not be ignored, even if everybody else was watching Matilda cut the head off her turtle. "Hell, if we see Indians, let's kill all the squaws," Blackie said indignantly. "They got no call to be behaving like that." "Oh, there's worse than that happens," Bigfoot remarked casually, noting that the turtle's blood seemed to be green, if it had blood. A kind of green ooze dripped out of the wound Matilda had made. She herself was finding the turtle's neck a difficult cut. She gave the turtle's head 2 or 3 twists, hoping it would snap off like a chicken's would, but the turtle's neck merely kinked like a thick black rope. "What's worse than having your pecker chewed off?" Blackie inquired. "Oh, having them pull out the end of your gut and tie it to a dog," Bigfoot said, pouring himself more chicory. "Then they chase a dog around the camp for a while until about 50 feet of your gut is strung out in front of you for brats to eat." "To eat?" Long Bill asked. "Why, yes," Bigfoot said. "Comanche brats eat gut like ours eat candy." "Phew, I'm glad I wasn't especially hungry this morning," Major Chevalier commented. "Talk like this would unsettle a delicate stomach." "Or they might run a stick up your fundament and set it on fire. That way your guts would done be cooked when they pull them out," Bigfoot explained. "What's a fundament?" Carl asked. He had only 1 year of schooling and had not encountered the word in his speller. He kept the speller with him in his saddlebag and referred to it now and then when in doubt about a letter or a word. Bob Bascom snorted, amused by the youngster's ignorance. "There's a hole in your body, and it ain't your nose or your mouth or your goddamn ear," Bob said. "I'd have that little mare broke by now if it was me doing it." Carl smarted at the rebuke. He knew they had been lax with the mare, who had now effectively snubbed herself to the little tree. She was trembling, but she couldn't move far, so he quickly swung the saddle in place and held it there while she crow-hopped a time or two. Matilda Roberts sweated over her task, but she didn't give up. The first gusts of the norther scattered the ashes of the campfire. Major Chevalier had just squatted to refill his cup. His coffee soon had a goodly sprinkling of sand. When the turtle's head finally came off, Matilda casually pitched it in the direction of Long Bill, who jumped as if she'd thrown him a live rattler. The turtle's angry eyes were still wide open, and its jaws continued to snap with a sharp click. "It ain't even dead with its head off," Long Bill said, annoyed. Shadrach, the oldest ranger, a tall, grizzled specimen with a cloudy past, walked over to the turtle's head and squatted down to study it. Shadrach rarely spoke, but he was by far the most accurate rifle shot in the troop. He owned a fine Kentucky rifle with a cherry wood stock, and was contemptuous of the bulky carbines most of the troop had adopted. Shadrach found a little mesquite stick and held it in front of the turtle's head. The turtle's beak immediately snapped onto the stick, but the stick didn't break. Shadrach picked up the little stick with the turtle's head attached to it and dropped it in the pocket of his old black coat. Josh Corn was astonished. "Why would you keep a thing like that?" he asked Shadrach, but the old man took no interest in the question. "Why would he keep a smelly old turtle's head?" Josh asked Bigfoot Wallace. "Why would Gomez raid with Buffalo Hump?" Bigfoot asked. "That's a better question." Matilda, by this time, had hacked through the turtle shell with her hatchet and was cutting the turtle meat into strips. Watching her slice the green meat caused Long Bill Coleman to get the queasy feeling again. Young Call, though nicked by a rear hoof, had succeeded in cinching the saddle onto the Mexican mare. Major Chevalier was sipping his ashy coffee. Already the new wind from the north had begun to cut. He hadn't been paying much attention to the half-drunken campfire palaver, but between one sip of coffee and the next, Bigfoot's question brought him out of his reverie. "What did you say about Buffalo Hump?" he asked. "I wouldn't suppose that scoundrel is anywhere around." "Well, he might be," Bigfoot said. "But what was it that you said just now?" the Major asked. "It's hard to concentrate with Matilda cutting up this ugly turtle." "I had a derned dream," Bigfoot admitted. "In my dream, Gomez was raiding with Buffalo Hump." "Nonsense. Gomez is Apache," the Major said. Bigfoot didn't answer. He knew that Gomez was Apache and that Apache didn't ride with Comanche. That was not the normal order of things. Still, he had dreamed what he dreamed. If Major Chevalier didn't enjoy hearing about it, he could sip his coffee and keep quiet. The whole troop fell silent for a moment. Just hearing the names of the two terrible warriors was enough to make the Rangers reflect on the uncertainties of their calling, which were considerable. "I don't like that part about the guts," Long Bill said. "I aim to keep my own guts inside me if nobody minds." Shadrach was saddling his horse. He felt free to leave the troop at will, and his absences were apt to last a day or two. "Shad, are you leaving?" Bigfoot asked. "We're all leaving," Shadrach said. "There's Indians to the north. I smell 'em." "I thought I still gave the orders around here," Major Chevalier said. "I don't know why you would have such a dream, Wallace. Why would those two devils raid together?" "I've dreamt prophecy before," Bigfoot said. "Shad's right about the Indians. I smell 'em too." "What's this? Where are they?" Major Chevalier asked, just as the norther hit with its full force. There was a general scramble for guns and cover. Long Bill Coleman found the anxiety too much for his overburdened stomach. He grabbed his rifle, but then had to bend and puke before he could seek cover. The cold wind swirled white dust through the camp. Most of the Rangers had taken cover behind little hummocks of sand or chaparral bushes. Only Matilda was unaffected. She continued to lay strips of greenish turtle meat onto the campfire. The first cuts were already dripping and crackling. Old Shadrach mounted and went galloping north, his long rifle across his saddle. Bigfoot Wallace grabbed a rifle and vanished into the sage. "What do we do with this mare, Gus?" Call asked. He'd only been a ranger 6 weeks. His one problem with the work was that it was almost impossible to get precise instructions in time of crisis. Now he finally had the Mexican mare saddled, but everyone in camp was lying behind sand hills with their rifles ready. Even Gus had grabbed his old gun and taken cover. Major Chevalier was attempting to unhobble his horse, but he had no dexterity and was making a slow job of it. "You boys, come help me," he yelled. From the precipitate behavior of Shadrach and Bigfoot, the most experienced men in the troop, he assumed that the camp was in danger of being overrun. Gus and Carl ran to the Major's aid. The wind was so cold that Gus even thought it prudent to button the top button of his flannel shirt. "God damn this wind," the Major said. During breakfast he had been rereading a letter from his dear wife Jane. He had read the letter at least 20 times, but it was the only letter he had with him, and he did love his winsome Jane. When the business about Gomez and Buffalo Hump came up, he had casually stuffed the letter in his coat pocket, but he didn't get it in securely, and now the whistling wind had snatched it. It was a long letter. His dear Jane was lavish with detail of circumstances back in Virginia, and now several pages of it were blowing away in the general direction of Mexico. "Here, boys, fetch my letter," the Major said. "I can't afford to lose my letter. I'll finish saddling this horse." Call and Gus left the Major to finish cinching his saddle on his big sorrel and began to chase the letter, some of which had sailed quite a distance downwind. Both of them kept looking over their shoulders, expecting to see the Indians charging. Call had not had time to fetch his rifle. His only weapon was a pistol. Thanks to his efforts with the mare, the talk of torture and suicide had been hard to follow. Call liked to do things correctly, but was in doubt as to the correct way to dispatch himself should he suddenly be surrounded by Comanches. "What was it Bigfoot said about shooting out your brains?" he asked Gus, his lanky pal. Gus had run down 4 pages of the Major's lengthy letter. Carl had 3 pages. Gus didn't seem to be particularly concerned about the prospect of Comanche capture. His nonchalant approach to life could be irksome in times of conflict. "I'd go help Mattie clean her turtle if I thought she'd give me a poke," Gus said. "Gus, there's Indians coming," Carl said. "Just tell me what Bigfoot said about shooting out your brains. That whore don't need no help with that turtle," he added. "Oh, you're supposed to shoot through the eyeball," Gus said. "I'll be damned if I would, though. I need both eyes to look at whores." "I should have kept my rifle handier," Carl said, annoyed with himself for having neglected sound procedure. "Do you see any Indians yet?" "No, but I see Josh Corn taking a shit," Gus said, pointing at their friend Josh. He was squatting behind a sage bush, rifle at the ready, while he did his business. "I guess he must think it's his last chance before he gets scalped," Gus added. Major Chevalier jumped on his sorrel and started to race after Shadrach, but had scarcely cleared the camp before he reined in his horse. Carl could just see him in the swirling dust. The plain to the north of the camp had become a wall of sand. "I wonder how we can get some money. I sure do need a poke," Gus said. He had turned his back to the wind and was casually reading the Major's letter, an action that shocked Carl. "That's the Major's letter," he pointed out. "You got no business reading it." "Well, don't say much anyway," Gus said, handing the pages to Carl. "I thought it might be racy, but it ain't." "If I ever write a letter, I don't want to catch you reading it," Carl said. "I think Shad's coming back." His eyes were stinging from staring into the dust. There seemed to be figures approaching camp from the north. Carl couldn't make them out clearly, and Gus didn't seem to be particularly interested. Once he began to think about whores, he had a hard time pulling his mind off the subject. "If we could catch a Mexican, we could steal his money. He might have enough that we could buy quite a few pokes," Gus said as they strolled back to camp. Major Chevalier waited on his sorrel, watching. 2 figures seemed to be walking. Then Bigfoot fell in with them. Shadrach appeared on his horse a few steps behind the figures. All around the camp, rangers began to stand up and dust the sand off their clothes. Matilda, unaffected by the crisis, was still cooking her turtle. The bloody shell lay by the campfire. Carl smelled the sizzling meat and realized he was hungry. "Why, it's just an old woman and a boy," he said, when he finally got a clear view of the 2 figures trudging through the sandstorm, flanked on one side by Shadrach and on the other by Bigfoot Wallace. "Shoot, I doubt either one of them has got a scent on them," Gus said. "I think we ought to sneak off across the river and catch a Mexican while it's still early." "Just wait," Carl said. He was anxious to see the captives, if they were captives. "I swear," Long Bill said, "I think that old woman's blind. That boy's leading her." Long Bill was right. A boy of about 10, who looked more Mexican than Indian, walked slowly toward the campfire, leading an old white-haired woman. Carl had never seen anyone who looked as old as the old woman. When they came close enough to the fire to smell the sizzling meat, the boy began to make a strange sound. It wasn't speech, exactly. It was more like a moan. "What's he wanting?" Matilda asked. She was unnerved by the sound. "Why, a slice or 2 of your turtle meat, I expect," Bigfoot said. "More than likely he's hungry." "Then why don't he ask?" Matilda said. "He can't ask, Matilda," Bigfoot said. "Why not? Ain't he got a tongue?" Matilda asked. "Nope, no tongue," Bigfoot said. "Somebody cut it out." The north wind blew harder, hurling the sands and soils of the great plain of Texas toward Mexico. It soon obliterated vision. Shadrach and Major Chevalier, mounted, could not see the ground. Men could not see across the campfire. Carl found his rifle, but when he tried to sight, discovered that he could not see to the end of the barrel. The sand peppered them like fine shot, and it rode a cold wind. The horses could only turn their backs to it. So did the men. Most put their saddles over their heads and their saddle blankets, too. Matilda's bloody turtle shell soon filled with sand. The campfire was almost smothered. Men formed a human wall to the north of it to keep it from guttering out. Bigfoot and Shadrach tied bandanas around their faces. Long Bill had a bandana, but it blew away and was never found. Matilda gave up cooking and sat with her back to the wind, her head bent between her knees. The boy with no tongue reached into the guttering campfire and took 2 slices of the sizzling turtle meat. One he gave to the old blind woman. Although the meat was tough and scalding, he gulped his portion in only 3 bites. Kirker and Glanton, the scalp hunters, sat together with their backs to the wind. They stared through the fog of sand, appraising the boy and the old woman. Kirker took out his scalping knife and a small whetstone. He tried to spit on the whetstone, but the wind took the spit away. Kirker began to sharpen the knife anyway. The old woman turned her sightless eyes toward the sound. She spoke to the boy in a language Carl had never heard, but the boy had no tongue and couldn't answer. Even through the howling of the wind, Carl could hear the grinding sound as Kirker whetted his scalping knife. Gus heard it too, but his mind had not moved very far from his favorite subject, whores. "Be hard to poke in a wind like this," he surmised. "Your whore would fill up with sand. Unless you went careful, you'd scrape yourself raw." Carl ignored this comment, thinking it foolish. "Kirker and Glanton ain't rangers. I don't know why the Major lets them ride with the troop," he said. "It's a free country. How could he stop them?" Gus asked, though he had to admit that the scalp hunters were unsavory company. Their gear smelled of blood, and they never washed. Gus agreed with Matilda that it was good to keep clean. He splashed himself regularly if there was water available. He could shoot 'em. I'd shoot 'em if I was in command, Carl said. They're low killers, in my opinion. Only the day before there had nearly been a ruckus with Kirker and Glanton. The two came riding in from the south, having taken 8 scalps. The scalps hung from Kirker's saddle. A buzzing cloud of flies surrounded them, although the blood on the scalps had dried. Most of the rangers gave Kirker a wide berth. He was a thin man with 3 gappy teeth, which gave his smile a cruel twist. Glanton was larger and lazier. He slept more than anyone else in the troop and would even fall asleep and start snoring while mounted on his horse. Shadrach had no fear of either man, and neither did Bigfoot Wallace. When Kirker dismounted, Shadrach and Bigfoot walked to examine his trophies. Shadrach fingered one of the scalps and looked at Bigfoot, who swatted the clouds of flies away briefly and sniffed a time or two at the hair. "Comanche, who said you could smell 'em?" Kirker asked. He was chewing on some antelope jerky that Black Sam the cook had provided. The sight of the old mountain man and the big scout handling his new trophies annoyed him. "We picked all 8 of them off at a water hole," Glanton said. "I shot 4, and so did John." "That's a pure lie," Bigfoot said. 8 Comanches could string you and Kirker out from here to Santa Fe. If you was ever unlucky enough to run into that many at once, we wouldn't be having to smell your damn stink anymore. He waved at Major Chevalier, who strolled over looking uncomfortable. He drew his pistol, a precaution the Major always took when he sensed controversy. With his pistol drawn, decisive judgment could be reached and reached quickly. "These low dogs have been killing Mexicans, Major," Bigfoot said. "They probably took supper with some little family and then shot 'em all and took their hair." "That would be unneighborly behavior if true," Major Chevalier said. He looked at the scalps but didn't touch them. "This ain't Indian hair," Shadrach said. "Indian hair smells Indian, but this don't. This hair is Mexican." "It's Comanche hair, and you can both go to hell," Kirker said. "If you need a ticket, I can provide it." The gap-toothed Kirker carried 3 pistols and a knife and usually kept his rifle in the crook of his arm where it was now. "Sit down, Kirker. I'll not have you roughhousing with my scouts," the Major said. "Roughhousing hell," Kirker said. He flushed red when he was angry, and a blue vein popped out alongside his nose. "I'll finish them right here if they don't leave my scalps alone," he added. Glanton had his eyes only half open, but his hand was on his pistol, a fact both Bigfoot and Shadrach ignored. "There's no grease, Major," Bigfoot said. "Indians grease their hair. Take a Comanche scalp and you'll have grease up to your elbow. Kirker ain't even sly. He could have greased this hair if he wanted to fool us, but he didn't. I expect he was too lazy." "Get away from them scalps. They're government property now," Kirker said. "I took them and I intend to collect my bounty." Shadrach looked at the Major. He didn't believe the Major was firm, although it was undeniable that he was an accurate shot. "If a Mexican posse shows up, let 'em have these 2, he advised. "This ain't Indian hair, and what's more, it ain't grown-up hair. These 2 went over to Mexico and killed a passel of children." Kirker merely sneered. "Hair's hair," he said. "This is government property now, and you're welcome to keep your goddamn hands off it." Carl and Gus waited, expecting the Major to shoot Kirker, and possibly Glanton too, but the Major didn't shoot. Bigfoot and Shadrach walked away disgusted. Shadrach mounted, crossed the river, and was gone for several hours. Kirker kept on chewing his antelope jerky, and Glanton was sound asleep, leaning against his horse. Major Chevalier did look at Kirker hard. He knew he ought to shoot the two men and leave them to the flies. Shadrach's opinion was no doubt accurate. The men had been killing Mexican children. Mexican children were a lot easier to hunt than Comanches. But the major didn't shoot. His troop was in an uncertain position, liable to attack at any minute, and Kirker and Glanton made 2 more fighting men, adding 2 guns to the company's meager strength. If there was a serious scrape, one or both of them might be killed anyway. If not, they could always be executed at a later date. "Stay this side of the river from now on," the major said. He still had his pistol in his hand. "If either of you cross it again, I'll hunt you down like dogs." Kirker didn't flinch. "We ain't dogs, though. We're wolves. At least I am. You won't be catching me if I go. As for Glanton, you can have him. I'm tired of listening to his goddamn snores." Gus soon forgot the incident, but Call didn't. He listened to Kirker sharpen his knife and wished he had the authority to kill the man himself. In his view, Kirker was a snake, and worse than a snake. If you discovered a snake in your bedclothes, the sensible thing would be to kill it. Major Chevalier had looked right at the snake, but hadn't killed it. The sandstorm blew for another hour, until the camp and everything in it was covered with sand. When it finally blew out, men discovered that they couldn't find utensils that they had carelessly laid down before the storm began. The sky overhead was a cold blue. The plain in all directions was level with sand. Only the tops of sage bushes and chaparral broke the surface. The Rio Grande was murky and brown. The little mare, still snubbed to the tree, was in sand up to her knees. All the men stripped naked in order to shake as much sand as possible out of their clothes, but more sand filtered in, out of their hair and off their collars. Gus brushed the branch of a mesquite tree, and a shower of sand rained down on him. Only the old Indian woman and the boy with no tongue made no attempt to rid themselves of sand. The fire had finally been smothered, but the old woman and the boy still sat by it, sand banked against their backs. To Call, they hardly seemed human. They were like part of the ground. Gus, in high spirits, decided to be a bronc rider after all. He took it into his head to ride the Mexican mare. "I expect that storm's got her cowed," he said to Call. "Gus, she ain't cowed," Call said. He had the mare by the ears again and detected no change in her attitude. Sure enough, the mare threw Gus on the second jump. Several of the naked Rangers laughed and went on shaking out their clothes. In the early afternoon, still carrying more sand in his clothes than he would have liked, Major Chevalier attempted to question the old woman and the boy. He gave them coffee and fed them a little hardtack first, hoping it would make them talkative, but the feast, such as it was, failed in its purpose, mainly because no one in the troop spoke any Comanche. The major had supposed Bigfoot Wallace to be adept in the tongue, but Bigfoot firmly denied any knowledge of it. "Why, no, Major," Bigfoot said. "I've made it a practice to stay as far away from the Comanche as I can get," Bigfoot said. "What few I ever met face on, I shot. Some others have shot at me, but we never stopped to palaver." The old woman wore a single bear tooth on a rawhide cord around her neck. The tooth was the size of a small pocket knife. Several of the men looked at it with envy. Most of them would have been happy to own a bear tooth that large. "She must have been a chief's woman," Long Bill speculated. "Otherwise, why would a squaw get to keep a fine grizzly tooth like that?" Matilda Roberts knew 5 or 6 words of Comanche and tried them all on the old woman without result. The old woman sat where she had settled when she walked into the camp, backed by a hummock of sand. Her rheumy eyes were focused on the campfire, or on what had been the campfire. The tongueless boy, still hungry, dug most of the sandy turtle meat out of the ashes of the campfire and ate it. No one contested him, although Matilda dusted the sand off a piece or two and gnawed at the meat herself. The boy perked up considerably once he had eaten the better part of Matilda's snapping turtle. He did his best to talk, but all that came out were moans and gurgles. Several of the men had tried to talk to him in sign, but got nowhere. "God damn Shadrach, where did he go?" the major asked. "We've got a Comanche captive here, and the only man we have who speaks Comanche leaves." As the day wore on, Gus and Call took turns getting pitched off the mare. Carl once managed to stay on her 5 hops, which was the best either of them achieved. The Rangers soon lost interest in watching the boys get pitched around. A few got up a card game. Several others took a little target practice using cactus apples as targets. Bigfoot Wallace pared his toenails, several of which had turned coal black as the result of his having worn footgear too small for his feet. It was that or go barefooted, and in the thorny country they were in, bare feet would have been a handicap. Towards sundown, Carl and Gus were assigned first watch. They took their position behind a good clump of chaparral a quarter of a mile north of the camp. Major Chevalier had been making another attempt to converse with the old Comanche woman as they were leaving camp. He tried sign, but the old woman looked at him absent, indifferent. "Shadrach just rode off and he ain't rode back," Carl said. "I feel better when Shadrach's around." "I'd feel better if there were more whores," Gus commented. In the afternoon he had made another approach to Matilda Roberts, only to be rebuffed. "I should have stayed on the riverboats," he added. "I never lack for whores on the riverboats." Carl was watching the north. He wondered if it was really true that Shadrach and Bigfoot could smell Indians. Of course, if you got close to an Indian, or to anybody, you could smell them. There were times on sweaty days when he could easily smell Gus, or any other ranger who happened to be close by. Black Sam, the cook, had a fairly strong smell, and so did Ezekiel. The latter had not bothered to wash the whole time Carl had known him. But dirt and sweat weren't what Bigfoot and Shadrach had been talking about when they said they smelled Indians. The old woman and the boy had been nearly a mile away when they claimed to smell them. Surely not even the best scout could smell a person that far away. There could have been more Indians out there when Shad said he smelled them, Carl speculated. There could be a passel out there, just waiting. Gus McCrae took guard duty a good deal more lightly than his companion Woodrow Carl. He looked at his time on guard as a welcome escape from the chores that cropped up around camp, gathering firewood, for example, or chopping it, or saddle soaping the major's saddle. Since he and Woodrow were the youngest rangers in the troop, they were naturally expected to do most of the chores. Several times they had even been required to shoe horses, although Black Sam, the cook, was also a more than adequate blacksmith. Gus found such tasks irksome. He believed he had been put on earth to enjoy himself, and there was no enjoyment to be derived from shoeing horses. Horses were heavy animals. Most of the ones he shoed had a tendency to lean on him once he picked up a foot. Drinking mezcal was far more to his liking. In fact, he had a few swallows left in a small jug he had managed to appropriate. He had kept the jug buried in the sand all day, lest some thirsty ranger discover it and drain the mezcal. He owned a woolen serape purchased in a stall in San Antonio and had managed to sneak the jug out of camp under the serape. When he brought it out and took a swig, Carl looked annoyed. "If the major caught you drinking on guard, he'd shoot you," Carl said. It was true, too. The major tolerated many foibles in his troop, but he did demand sobriety of the men assigned to keep guard. They were camped not far from the great Comanche war trail. The merciless raiders from the north could appear at any moment. Even momentary inattention on the part of the guards could imperil the whole troop. "Well, but how could he catch me?" Gus asked. "He's trying to talk to that old woman. He'd have to sneak up on us to catch me, and I'd have to be drunker than this not to notice a fat man sneaking up." It was certainly true that Major Chevalier was fat. He outweighed Matilda by a good 50 pounds, and Matilda was not small. The major was short, too, which made his girth all the more noticeable. Still, he was the major. Just because he hadn't shot the scalp hunters didn't mean he wouldn't shoot Gus. "I don't believe you was ever on a riverboat. Why would they hire you?" Carl asked. At times of irritation, he began to remember all the lies Gus had told him. Gus McCrae had no more regard for truth than he did for the rules of rangering. "Well, of course I was," Gus said. "I was a top pilot for a darn year. I'm a Tennessee boy. I can run one of them riverboats as well as the next man. I only run aground once in all the time I worked." The truth of that was that he had once sneaked aboard a riverboat for 2 days. When he was discovered, he was put off on a mud bar near Dubuque. A young whore had hidden him for the 2 days. The captain had roundly chastised her when Gus was discovered. Shortly after he was put off, the riverboat ran aground. That was the one true fact in the story. The tale sounded grand to his green friend, though. Woodrow Carl had got no farther in the world than his uncle's scratchy farm near Navasota. Woodrow's parents had been taken by the smallpox, which is why he was raised by the uncle, a tyrant who stropped him so hard that when Woodrow got old enough to follow the road to San Antonio, he ran off. It was in San Antonio that the two of them had met, or rather that Call had found Gus asleep against the wall of a saloon near the river. Call worked for a Mexican blacksmith at the time, stirring the forge and helping the old smith with the horseshoeing that went on from dawn till dark. The Mexican, Jesus, a kindly old man who hummed sad harmonies all day as he worked, allowed Call to sleep on a pallet of nail sacks in a small shed behind the forge. Blacksmithing was dirty work. Call had been on his way to the river to wash off some of the smudge from his work when he noticed a lanky youth sound asleep against the wall of the little adobe saloon. At first he thought the stranger might be dead, so profound were his slumbers. Killings were not uncommon in the streets of San Antonio. Call thought he ought to stop and check, since if the boy was dead it would have to be reported. It turned out, though, that Gus was merely so fatigued that he was beyond caring whether he was counted among the living or among the dead. He had traveled in a tight stagecoach for 9 days and 9 nights, making the trip from Baton Rouge through the pines of East Texas to San Antonio. Upon arrival, his fellow passengers decided that Gus had been with them long enough. He was in such a stupor of fatigue that he offered no resistance when they rolled him out. He could not remember how long he had been sleeping against the saloon. It was his impression that he had slept about a week. That night, Call let Gus share his pallet of nail sacks, and the two had been friends ever since. It was Gus who decided they should apply for the Texas Rangers. Call would never have thought himself worthy of such a position. It was Gus, too, who boldly approached the major when word got out that a troop was being formed whose purpose, other than hanging whatever horse thieves or killers turned up, was to explore a stage route to El Paso. Fortunately, Major Chevalier had not been hard to convince. He took one look at the two healthy-looking boys and hired them at the princely sum of $3 a month. They would be furnished with mounts, blankets, and a rifle apiece. Departure was immediate. Saddles proved to be the main problem. Neither Gus or Call had a saddle, or a pistol either. Finally, the major intervened on their behalf with an old German who owned a hardware store and saddle shop, the back of which was piled with single-tree saddles in bad repair and guns of every description, most of which didn't work. Finally, 2 pistols were extracted that looked as if they might shoot if primed a little, and also 2 single-tree rigs with tattered leather that the German agreed to part with for $1 apiece, pistols thrown in. Major Chevalier advanced the $2, and the next morning at dawn, he, Call, Gus, Shadrach, Bob Bascom, Long Bill Coleman, Ezekiel Moody, Josh Corn, One-Eyed Johnny Carthage, Blackie Slidell, Rip Green, and Black Sam, leading his kitchen mule, trotted out of San Antonio. Call had never been so happy in his life. Overnight he had become a Texas Ranger, the grandest thing anyone could possibly be. Gus, though, was irritated at the lack of ceremony attending their departure. A scabby dog barked a few times, but no inhabitants lined the streets to cheer them on. Gus thought there should at least have been a bugler. "I'd blow a bugle myself if one was available," he said. Call thought the remark wrong-headed. Even if they had a bugle, and if Gus could blow it, who would listen to it except a few Mexicans and a donkey or two? It was enough that they were Rangers. 2 days before they had simply been homeless boys. Bigfoot Wallace, the scout, didn't catch up until the next day. At the time of their departure he had been in jail. Apparently he had thrown a deputy sheriff out the second-floor window of the community's grandest whorehouse. The deputy suffered a broken collarbone, an annoyance sufficient to cause the sheriff to jail Bigfoot for a week. Gus McCrae, a newcomer to Texas, had never heard of Bigfoot Wallace and saw no reason to be awed. Throwing a deputy sheriff out a window did not seem to him to be a particularly impressive feat. "Now, if he'd thrown the governor out, that would have been a fine thing," Gus said. Call thought his friend's comment absurd. Why would the governor be in a whorehouse anyway? Bigfoot Wallace was the most respected scout on the Texas frontier. Even in Navasota, far to the east, Bigfoot's name was known and his exploits talked about. "They say he's been all the way to China," Call explained. "He knows every creek in Texas, and whether it's boggy or not, and he's a first-rate Indian killer besides." "Myself, I'd rather know every whore," Gus said. "You can have a lot more fun with whores than you can with governors." Call had seen several whores on the street, but had never visited one. Although he had the inclination, he never had the money. Gus McCrae, though, seemed to have spent his life in the company of whores. Though he had once mentioned that he had a mother and 3 sisters back in Tennessee, he preferred to talk mainly about whores, often to the point of tedium. Call, though, had the greatest respect for Bigfoot Wallace. He intended to study the man and learn as many of his wilderness skills as possible. Though most of the older rangers were well versed in woodcraft, Bigfoot and Shadrach were clearly the 2 masters. If the company came to a fork in a creek or river while the scouts were ranging ahead, the company waited until one of them showed up and told it which fork to take. Major Chevalier had never been west of San Antonio. Once they left the settlements behind and started toward the Pecos, he allowed his accomplished scouts to choose a route. It was Shadrach who took them south into the lonely country of sage and sand, where the 2 boys were now crouched behind their chaparral bush. In San Antonio there had been talk that war with Mexico was brewing. Early on the Major had instructed the troop to fire on any Mexican who seemed hostile. "Better to be safe than sorry," he said, and many heads nodded. In fact, though, the only Mexican they had seen was the unfortunate driver of the donkey cart. In the western reaches, no one was quite certain where Mexico stopped and Texas began. The Rio Grande made a handy border, but neither Major Chevalier nor anyone else considered it to be particularly official. Mexicans, hostile or otherwise, didn't occupy much of the troops' attention, almost all of which was reserved for the Comanches. Call had yet to see a Comanche Indian, though throughout the trek, Long Bill, Rip Green, and other rangers had assured him that the Comanches were sure to show up in the next hour or 2, bent on scalping and torture. "I wonder how big Comanches are," he asked Gus as they peered north into the silent darkness. "About the size of Matilda, I've heard," Gus said. "That old woman ain't the size of Matilda," Call pointed out. "She's no taller than Rip." Rip Green was the smallest ranger, standing scarcely 5 feet high. He also lacked a thumb on his right hand, having shot it off himself while cleaning a pistol he'd neglected to unload. "Yes, but she's old, Woodrow," Gus said. "I expect she's shriveled up." He had just consumed the last of his mescal and was feeling gloomy at the thought of a long watch with no liquor. At least he had a serape, though. Call had no coat. He intended to purchase one with his first wages. He owned 2 shirts and wore them both on frosty mornings when the thorns of the chaparral bushes were rimmed with white. Just then, a wolf howled far to the north where they were looking. Another wolf joined the first one. Then nearer by there was the yip of a coyote. "They say an Indian can imitate any sound," Gus remarked. "They can fool you into thinking they're a wolf or a coyote or an owl or a cricket." "I doubt a Comanche would pretend to be a cricket," Call said. "Well, a locust then," Gus said. "Locusts buzz. You get a bunch of them buzzing and it's hard to hear." Again they heard the wolf, and again the coyote. "It's Indians talking," Gus said. "They're talking in animal." "We don't know, though," Call said. "I seen a wolf just yesterday. There's plenty of coyotes, too. It could just be animals." "No, it ain't. It's Comanches," Gus said, standing up. "Let's go shoot one. I expect if we killed 3 or 4, the Major would raise our wages." Call thought it was bold thinking. They were already a good distance from camp. The campfire was only a faint flicker behind them. Clouds had begun to come in, hiding the stars. Suppose they went farther and got caught. All the tortures Bigfoot had described might be visited on them. Besides, their orders were to stand watch, not to go Indian hunting. "I ain't going," Call said. "That ain't what we were supposed to do." "I doubt that fat fool is a real Major anyway," Gus said. He was restless. Sitting half the night by a bush did not appeal to him much. It was undoubtedly a long way to a whorehouse from where they sat, but at least there might be Indians to fight. Better a fight than nothing. With no more mescal to drink, his prospects were meager. Call, though, had not responded to the call of adventure. He was still squatting by the chaparral bush. "Why, Gus, he is too a Major," Call said. "You saw how the soldiers saluted him back in San Antonio." "Even if he ain't a Major, he gave us a job," he reminded his friend. "We're earning $3 a month. Long Bill says we'll get all the Indian fighting we want before we get back to the settlements." "Bye, I'm going exploring," Gus said. "I've heard there's gold mines out in this part of the country." "Gold mines," Call said. How would you notice a gold mine in the middle of the night, and what would you do with one if you did notice it? You ain't even got a spade." "No, but think of all the whores I could buy if I had a gold mine," Gus said. "I could even buy a whorehouse. I'd have 20 girls, and they'd all be pretty. If I didn't feel like letting in no customers, I'd do all the work myself." With that, he walked off a few steps. "Ain't you coming?" he asked when he heard no footsteps behind him. "No, I was told to stand guard, not to go prospecting," Call said. "I aim to stand guard till it's my turn to sleep." "If you go off and get captured, the Major won't like it one bit either," Call reminded him. "Neither will you. Remember how that Mexican screamed." Gus left. Woodrow Call was stubborn. Why waste the night arguing with a stubborn man? Gus walked rapidly through the cold night toward where the wolf had howled. It irked him that his friend was so disposed to obey orders. The way he looked at it, being a ranger meant you could range, which was what he intended to do. He thought best to cock his gun, though, in case he was taken by surprise. He had heard men scream while dentists were working on them, but in his experience, no one undergoing dentistry had screamed half as loud as the captured Mexican. After strolling nearly 20 minutes through the sandy country, Gus decided to stop and take his bearings. He looked back to see if he could spot the campfire, but the long plain was dark. Thunder had begun to rumble, and in the west there was a flicker of lightning. While he was stopped, he thought he heard something behind him and whirled in time to spot a badger not 3 feet away. The badger was bumbling along, not watching where it was going. Gus didn't shoot it, but he did kick at it. He was irritated at the animal for startling him so. It was the kind of thing that could affect a man's nerves, and it affected his. Because of the badger's intrusion, Gus felt a strong urge to get back to his guard post. Walking around at night didn't accomplish much. It was annoying that Woodrow Call had been too dull to accompany him. On the walk back, Gus tried to think of some adventure he could describe that would make his friend envious. The campfire had not yet come in sight. Probably the rangers had been too lazy to gather sufficient firewood and had let the fire burn down. Gus began to wonder if he was holding a true course. It was hard to see landmarks on a starless night, and there were precious few landmarks in that part of the country anyway. Of course, the river was in the direction he was walking, but the river twisted and curved. If he just depended on the river, he might end up several miles from camp. He might even miss breakfast, or what passed for breakfast. While he was walking, the wolf howled again. Gus decided it was probably just a wolf after all. The boredom of guard duty had caused him to imagine it was a Comanche. He felt some irritation. The wolf had distracted him with his howling, and now he was beginning to get the feeling that he was lost. He had always believed that he had a perfect sense of direction. Even when he was put off on a mud bar in the middle of the Mississippi River, he didn't get lost. He walked straight on to Dubuque. Of course, it was not hard to find Dubuque. It was there in plain sight on its bluff. But there were willow thickets and some heavy underbrush between the river and the town. If he had been drunk, he might well have gotten lost and ended up pointed toward St. Louis or somewhere. Instead, he had strolled straight into Dubuque and had persuaded a bartender to draw him a mug of beer. It had been a thirsty trip on the old boat. The Iowa beer had tasted good. Now, though, there was no Mississippi and no bluff. He could walk for a month in any direction and not find a town the size of Dubuque or a bartender willing to draw him a mug of beer just because he showed up and asked. He'd only owned his weapons for 3 weeks and so far had not been able to hit anything he shot at, although he believed he might have winged a wild turkey back along the Colorado River. He might walk around Texas until he starved, due to his inability to hit the kind of game they had in Texas. It was skittery game for the most part. Back in Tennessee, the deer were almost as docile as cows and almost as fat. He'd killed 2 or 3 from the back porch of the old home place, whereas here in Texas, deer hardly let you get within a mile of them. Gus stopped and listened for a bit. Sometimes the rangers sang at night. There had been plenty of whooping and dancing the night they drank the mezcal. He felt if he listened he might hear Josh Corn's harmonica or some other music. Black Sam sometimes let loose with his darky hymns when he was in low spirits. Sam had a full voice and could be heard a long way even when he was singing low. But when Gus stopped to listen, the plain around him was absolutely silent. So silent that the silence itself rang in his ears. The night was as dark as it was silent, too. Gus could see nothing at all, except intermittently when the lightning flickered. It was because of the lightning that he had spotted the offensive badger that had managed to affect his nerves. He took a few steps and stopped. After all, it wouldn't be night forever, and he'd not gone that far from camp. The simplest thing to do would be to wrap up good in his San Antonio serape and sleep for a few hours. With dawn at his back, he could be in camp in a few minutes. If he kept walking, he might veer off into the great emptiness and never find his way back. The sensible thing to do was wait. He could yell and hope Woodrow Call responded, but Woodrow had been too dull to move off his guard post. He might be too dull to yell back. The lightning was coming closer, which offered a sort of solution. He could be patient, mark his course, and move from flash to flash. A few sprinkles of rain wet his face. He could tell from the way the sage smelled that a shower was coming. He could even hear the patter of rain not far to the west. For a moment he squatted, tucking his serape around him. If it was going to turn wet, he was ready. Then a bold streak of lightning split the sky. For a moment it lit the prairie bright as day. And yet Gus saw nothing familiar. No river, no campfire, no chaparral bush, no call. No sooner had he wrapped his serape around him and got ready for the rain squall than he was up and walking fast through the sage. He had meant to wait. He was sensible to wait, and yet a feeling had come over him that told him to move. The feeling told him to run, in fact. He was already moving at a rapid trot, though he stopped for a moment to lower the hammer of his pistol. He didn't intend to shoot off his thumb like young Rip Green. Then he trotted on, just short of a run. As he trotted, Gus began to realize that he was scared. The feeling that came over him, that brought him to his feet and started him trotting, was fear. It was such an unexpected and unfamiliar feeling that he had not been able to put a name to it at first. Rarely since early childhood had he been afraid. Creaking boards in the old family barn made him think of ghosts, and he had avoided the barn even to the point of being stropped for a failure to do the chores when he was small. Since then, though, he had rarely seen anything that he feared. Once in Arkansas he had come across a bear eating a dead horse and had worried a bit. He was unarmed at the time and was sensible enough to know that he was no match for a bear. But since he had got his growth, he had not encountered much that put real fear in him, just that Arkansas bear. What had him breathing short and stumbling now was a sense that somebody was near, somebody he couldn't see. When he suggested that the wolf might be an Indian, he had just been joshing Call. He had felt restless and wanted to take a stroll. If he turned up a gold mine, so much the better. He didn't seriously expect to kill an Indian, though. He had no desire to stumble onto a Comanche Indian or any other Indian just at that time. It had just been something to twit Call about. He had never seen a Comanche Indian, and could not work up enough of a picture of one to know what to expect, but he didn't suppose that a Comanche could be as large as that bear, or as fierce either. Now, though, he was driven to trot through the darkness by an overpowering sense that somebody was near. And who could it be but a Comanche Indian? It wasn't Call. Being near Call wouldn't scare him. Yet he was near somebody. Somebody he didn't want to be near. Somebody who meant him harm. Shadrach and Bigfoot claimed to be able to smell Indians, and smell them from a considerable distance, but he didn't have that ability. All he could smell was the wet sage in the damp desert. It wasn't because he could smell that he knew somebody was near. It was a feeling, and a feeling that came from a part of him he didn't even know he had. What that part told him was run, move, get away, even though the night had now divided itself into two parts, the pitch-black part and the brilliantly lit part. The brilliantly lit part, of course, was the lightning flashes, which came more frequently and turned the plain so bright that Gus had to blink his eyes. Even then the light stayed like a line inside his eye when the plane turned black again, so black that in his running he stumbled into chaparral and almost fell once when he struck a patch of deep sand. It was just after the sand that the lightning began to strike so close and so constantly that Gus developed a new fear, which was that his gun barrel would draw the lightning and he would be cooked on the spot. There had been some close lightning 3 days back, and the rangers, Bigfoot particularly, had told several stories of men who had been cooked by lightning. Sometimes, according to Bigfoot, the lightning even cooked the horse underneath the man. Gus would have been willing now to risk getting himself and his horse both cooked if he could only have a horse underneath him in order to move faster. Just as he was thinking that thought, a great lightning bolt struck not 50 yards away, and in that moment of white brightness, Gus saw the somebody he had been fearing, the Indian with a great hump of muscle or gristle between his shoulders, a hump so heavy that the man's head bent slightly forward as he sat like a buffalo's. Buffalo Hump sat alone on a robe of some kind. He looked at Gus, with his heavy head bent and his great hump wet from the rain, as if he had been expecting his arrival. He was not more than 10 feet away, no farther than the badger had been, and his eyes were like stone. Buffalo Hump looked at Gus, and then the plain went black. In the blackness, Gus ran as he had never run before, right past where the Indian sat. Lightning streaked again, but Gus didn't turn for a second look. He ran. Something tore at his leg as he brushed a thorn bush, but he didn't slow his speed. In the line inside his eyes where the lightning stayed, there was the Comanche now, the great humpbacked Indian, the most feared man on the frontier. Gus had been so close that he could almost have jumped over the man. For all he knew, Buffalo Hump was following, bent on taking his hair. His only hope was speed. With such a hump to carry, the man might not be fast. Gus forgot everything but running. He wanted to get away from the man with the hump. If he could just run all night, maybe the Rangers would wake up and come to his aid. He didn't know whether he was running toward the river or away from it. He didn't know if Buffalo Hump was following or how close he might be. He just ran, afraid to stop, afraid to yell. He thought of throwing away his gun in order to get a little more speed, but he didn't. He wanted something to shoot with if he were cornered or brought down. At the guard post behind the chaparral bush, Call alternated between being irritated and being worried. He was convinced his friend, who had no business leaving in the first place, was out on the plain somewhere, hopelessly lost. There was little hope of finding him before daylight, and then it was sure to be a humiliating business. Shadrach was an excellent tracker and could no doubt follow Gus's trail, but it would cost the troop delay and aggravation. Major Chevalier might fire Gus. Even fire Call, too, for having allowed Gus to wander off. Major Chevalier expected orders to be obeyed, and Call didn't blame him. He might tolerate some wandering on the part of the scouts. That was their job, but he wouldn't necessarily tolerate it on the part of a private. When the rain came, there was not much Call could do but hunch over and get wet. The bush was too thorny to crawl under, and he had no coat. The lightning was bright and the thunder loud, but Call didn't feel fearful especially. The bright flashes at least allowed him to look around. In one of them he thought he saw a movement. He decided it was the wolf they had heard howling. It was in another brilliant flash that he saw Gus running. The plain went black again, so black that Call wasn't sure whether he had seen Gus or imagined him. Gus had been tearing along, running dead out. All Call could do was wait for the next flash. When it came, he saw Gus again, closer, and in that flash Call saw something else, the Comanche. The light died so quickly that Call thought he might have imagined the Indian, too. In the light, he had seen the great hump, a mass half as large as the weight of most men, and yet the man was running fast after Gus and had a lance in his hand. Call fired wildly in the general direction of the Indian. It was dark again before his gun sounded. He thought the shot might at least distract the man with the hump. In the next flash, though, Buffalo Hump had stopped and thrown the lance. Call just saw it, splitting the rain as it flew toward Gus, who was still running flat out, running for his life. Call fired again with his pistol this time. Maybe Gus would hear it and take heart, although that was a faint hope. The thunderclaps were so continuous that he scarcely heard the shot himself. Call raised his rifle, determined to be ready when the next flash came and lit the prairie. But when the flash did come, the plain was empty. Buffalo Hump was gone. The hair stood up on Call's neck when he failed to see the humpbacked chief. The man had just vanished on an open plain. If he moved that fast, he could be anywhere. Call backed into the chaparral, mindless of the thorns, and waited. No man, not even a Comanche, could get through a clump of chaparral and attack him from the rear, certainly no man who had such a hump to carry. Then he remembered the lance in the air, splitting the rain. He didn't know if it had hit home. If it had, his friend Gus McCrae might be dead. Buffalo Hump might even have run up on him and scalped him, or dragged him off for torture. The last was such an awful thought that Call couldn't stay crouched in the thorn bush. He waited until the next flash, a fair wait, for the storm was passing on to the east and the lightning was diminishing, and then headed for where he had last seen Gus. Once the thunder quieted a little more, he meant to fire his pistol. Maybe the Rangers would hear it if Gus couldn't. Maybe they would come to his aid in time to stop the humpback Comanche from killing Gus or dragging him off. Yet as he waited, Call had the feeling that help, if it came, would come too late. Probably Gus was already dead. Call had seen the lance in the air. Buffalo Hump didn't look like a man who would let fly with a lance just to miss. When the flash came, not as bright as before, Call saw that the plane was still empty. He began to walk toward the area where he had seen Gus. It was the direction of camp, anyway. He yelled Gus's name twice, but there was no answer. Again the hair stood up on his neck. Buffalo Hump could be anywhere. He might be crouched behind any sagebush, any clump of chaparral, waiting in the dark for the next unwary ranger to walk by. Call didn't intend to be an unwary ranger. He meant to take every precaution. But what precaution could you take on an empty plain at night with a dangerous Indian somewhere close? He wished that he could have got more instruction from Shadrach or Bigfoot about the best procedure to follow in such situations. They had fought Indians for years. They would know. So far, neither of them had said more than 2 words to him, and those were mostly comments about horseshoeing or some other chore. The lightning dimmed and dimmed as the storm moved east. Call could see no trace of Gus, but of course between the lightning flashes the plain was pitch dark. Gus could be dead and scalped behind any of the sage bushes or clumps of chaparral. Call walked back and forth a while, hoping Gus would hear him and call out. He decided shooting was unwise. If he shot any more, Major Chevalier might chide him for wasting the ammunition. Heartsick, sure that his friend was dead, Call began to trudge back to camp. Felt it was mainly his fault that the tragedy had occurred. He should have fought Gus if necessary to keep him at his post, but he hadn't. Gus had walked off, and now all was lost. It seemed to Call as he walked back in dejection that Gus should just have left him in the blacksmith's shop. He didn't know enough to be a ranger. Neither did his friend, and now ignorance had got Gus killed. Call was certain he was dead, too. Gus had a loud voice, louder even than Black Sam's. If he wasn't dead, he would be making noise. And just as he was at the lowest ebb of dejection, Call heard the very voice he had supposed he would never hear again. Gus McCrae's voice, yelling from the camp. Call ran as hard as he could toward the sound. He came running into camp so fast that Long Bill Coleman nearly shot him for a hostile. Sure enough, though, there was Gus McCrae, alive and with his pants down. A Comanche lance protruded from his hip. The reason he was yelling was because Bigfoot and Shadrach were trying to pull it out. The lance was stuck so deep in Gus's hip that Bigfoot and Shadrach together couldn't pull it out. It was a long, heavy lance. How Gus had managed to run all that way with it dangling from his hip, Call couldn't imagine. Gus kept yelling as the 2 men tugged at it. Rip Green tried to steady Gus as the 2 older men attempted to work the lance out. Rip alone wasn't strong enough. Bob Bascom had to come and help hold Gus in place. Shadrach soon grew annoyed with Gus's yelling, which was loud. "Shut off your goddamn bellowing," Shadrach said. "You're yelling loud enough to call every Indian between here and the Cimarron River." There wasn't but one Indian, Call informed him. He had a big hump on his back. I seen him. At that news, the whole camp came to attention. Bigfoot and Shadrach ceased their efforts to extract the lance. Major Chevalier had been peering into the darkness, but his head snapped around when Call mentioned the hump. "You saw Buffalo Hump?" he said. "He was the man who threw that lance," Call said. "I saw him in the lightning flash. That was when he threw the lance. I thought he missed." "Nope, he didn't miss," Bigfoot said. "This is his buffalo lance. I'm surprised he wasted it on a boy." "I wish he hadn't," Gus said, his voice shaky. "I guess it stuck in my hip bone." "No, it's nowhere near your damn hip bone," Shadrach said. He squatted to take a better look at the lance head. Then he waved Bigfoot away, twisted the lance a little, with a hard yank pulled it out. Gus fainted. Rip and Bob had loosened their hold for a moment. Before they could recover, Gus fell forward on his face. Bob Bascom had looked aside in order to spit tobacco. He kept so much tobacco in his mouth that he was prone to choking fits in time of action. Rip Green had just glanced at his bedroll. He was suspicious by nature and was always glancing at his bedroll to make sure no one was stealing anything from it. Both Rip and Bob were startled when Gus fell on his face. Call was, too. He had not supposed Gus McCrae would be the type to faint. But blood was pouring out of Gus's hip, and there seemed to be blood farther down his leg. "Here, Sam," Major Chevalier said, motioning to his cook. "You're the doctor. Tend to this man before he bleeds to death." "Need to get him closer to the fire so I can sew him up." Sam said. He was a small man, about the size of Rip Green. His curly hair was white. Carl was uncomfortable with him. He had little experience of darkies, but he had to admit that the man cooked excellent grub and seemed to be expert in treating boils and other small ailments. Sam quickly scooped some ash out of the campfire and used it to staunch the flow of blood. He patted ash into the wound until the bleeding stopped. While waiting for it to stop, he threaded a big darning needle. Matilda walked up about that time, dragging her pallet. Gus's yells had awakened her, and her mood was shaky. She kicked sand at Long Bill Coleman for no reason at all. The Mexican boy was asleep, but the old woman still sat by the fire, silent and unmoving. "Sew that boy up before he gets conscious and starts bellowing again," Shadrach said. "If there's Indians around, they know where we are. This pup makes too much noise." "Why, they can mark our position by the fire. They wouldn't need the yelling," Bigfoot said. Gus soon proved to be awake enough to be sensitive to the darning needle. It took Matilda and Bigfoot and Bob Bascom to hold him steady enough that Sam could sew up his long wound. "Why'd you kick that sand on me?" Long Bill asked Matilda while the sewing was in progress. He was a little hurt by Matilda's evident scorn. "Because I felt like kicking sand on a son of a bitch," Matilda said. "You were the closest." "This boy's lucky," Sam said. "The lance missed the bone." "He might be lucky, but we ain't," Major Chevalier said. He was pacing around nervously. "What I can't figure out is why Buffalo Hump would be sitting out there by himself," he added. "He was sitting on a blanket," Gus said. Sam had finally quit poking him with the big needle. That and the fact that he was alive made him feel a little better. Besides that, he was back in camp. He felt sure he was going to survive and wanted to be helpful if he could. "I ran right past him. That's why he took after me," Gus said. "He had a terrible big hump." Gus felt that he might want to relax and snooze, but that plan was interrupted by the old Comanche woman who suddenly began to wail. The sound of her high wailing gave everybody a start. "What's wrong with her? Now she's howling," Long Bill asked. Shadrach went over to the old woman and spoke with her in Comanche, but she continued to wail. Shadrach waited patiently until she stopped. "She's a vision woman," Shadrach said. "My grandma was a vision woman, too. She would let out wails when she had some bad vision, just like this poor soul." Carl wanted the old woman to quiet down. Her wailing had a bad effect on the whole camp. Her wails were as sad as the sound of the wind as it sighed over the empty flats. He didn't want to hear such disturbing sounds, and none of the other rangers did either. Shadrach still squatted by the old woman, talking to her in his own tongue. The wind blew swirls of fine sand around them. "Well, what now? What's she saying?" Major Chevalier asked. "She says Buffalo Hump is going to cut off her nose," Shadrach said. "She was one of his father's wives. I guess she didn't behave none too well. Her people put her out to die, and Buffalo Hump heard about it. Now he wants to find her and cut off her nose." "I'd think he had better things to do," the major said. "She's old. She'll die. Why bother with her nose?" "Because she behaved bad to his father," Shadrach said a little impatiently. Major Chevalier's ignorance of Indian habits often annoyed him. "I don't like it that he's out there," Long Bill said. "Once he cuts this old woman's nose off, he might keep cutting. He might cut a piece or two off all of us before he stops." "Why, if you're worried, just go kill him, Bill," Bigfoot said. "He's a swift runner, even with that hump," Gus informed him. "He almost caught me, and I'm fleet." Major Chevalier kept pacing back and forth, his pistol cocked. "Let's mount up and go," he said abruptly. "We're not in a secure position here. I believe it would be best to ride." "Now hold still," Shadrach insisted. "This is a vision woman talking. Let's see what else she has to say." He went to the fire, poured some coffee in a tin cup, and handed it to the old woman. The major didn't like it that Shadrach had ignored his order, but he took it. He sat down by Matilda, who was still in a heavy mood. "I still don't see why he would go to so much trouble just to cut off an old woman's nose," he muttered, mainly to himself. Bigfoot Wallace heard him, though. "You ain't a Comanche," Bigfoot said. "Comanches expect their wives to stay in the right tent." Major Chevalier thought of his own dear wife, Jane. If it had not been for the scrape in Baltimore, he could be home with her right then. They might be nestled together in a nice feather bed. How long would it be before he could return to their snug stone house in Loudoun County? Would he ever return to it, or to his ardent Jane? He felt low, very low. It was too dusty in Texas. Every bite of food he had attempted to eat all day had been covered with grit. The large whore beside him was rough. She would never smell as good as his Jane. But Matilda was there, and Jane wasn't. Matilda was likable, despite being rough. The Major was feeling desperate. The Comanche war chief was within earshot of his camp. A minute's relief with Matilda would be helpful, but of course it was not a time to suggest to the troop that he was unmilitary. It was clear already that Bigfoot and Shadrach had a low opinion of his leadership. Chevalier was an old name, much respected in the Tidewater, but it meant nothing west of the Pecos. Ability was all that counted in the West in such a country, among such men. Out west, the ability to waltz gracefully did not help a man keep his scalp. The fact was, he himself had no great opinion of his own military skills. His 3 weeks at the point had involved little study and none that touched on the fine points of warfare with Comanche Indians. Carl went over and sat down by Gus. His friend seemed relaxed, if a little gaunt. "I seen you in the lightning," Carl said. "I seen he was after you. I shot, but I doubt I hit him. He was after you hard." "Yes, and he nearly got me," Gus said. "I told you to stay put," Carl reminded him, but in a low voice. He didn't want the Major to know that Gus had wandered off from his post, although if he hadn't, they might never have known that Buffalo Hump was nearby. "I didn't find no gold mine, just a badger and that big Indian," Gus admitted. "He was just sitting there on a blanket. What was he doing just sitting there with all that lightning striking?" When Shadrach finished talking to the old Comanche woman, he seemed a little agitated. "What's the news, Shad?" Bigfoot asked. He could tell there was some news. Shadrach had his rifle in his hand and he was looking north. "Bad news," Shadrach said. "We need to watch our hair for the next few days. If we don't, we won't be wearing it." "Why, Shad, I always watch my hair," Bob Bascom said. Ezekiel whooped when he said it, and Josh Corn smiled. The reason for their merriment was that Bob Bascom had almost no hair to watch. He was bald, except for a few sprigs above his ears. Blackie Slidell was almost as bald. He had been heard to remark that any Indian scalping him would mainly be wasting his time. "Old Buffalo Hump would need a magnifying glass if he was to attempt to scalp either one of us, Bob," Blackie observed dryly. "That old woman says a war's coming," Shadrach said. "Well, maybe she is a vision woman," the Major said. "General Scott has been talking about taking Mexico, I hear." "No, not that war," Shadrach said. "She ain't talking about no white war. She says the Comanches mean to attack someplace down in Mexico. I guess that would be Chihuahua City." "Chihuahua City? Indians?" the Major exclaimed. "It would take a good number of braves to attack a city that size." "It might not take that many," Bigfoot said. "Why not?" the Major asked. "Comanches are scary," Bigfoot said. "One Comanche brave on a lean horse can scare all the white people out of several counties. 50 Comanches could probably take Mexico City if they made a good run at it." "That old woman ain't talking about 50 neither," Shadrach said. "She's talking about a passel. Hundreds, I reckon." "Hundreds?" the Major said, startled. Nobody, as far as he knew, had ever faced a force of hundreds of Comanches. Looking around at his troop, 12 men and 1 whore, he saw that most of the men were white-knuckled with fear as they gripped their rifles. The thought of hundreds of Comanches riding as one force was nothing any commander would care to contemplate. "That humpback man was there alone," Carl said. He rarely spoke unless asked, but this time he thought he ought to remind the Major of what he had seen. "It felt like 50 or 100, though, while he was after me," Gus said, sitting up. "You said he was just sitting on a blanket?" Bigfoot asked. "Yes, just sitting," Gus said. "He was on a little hill. I guess it was mostly just a hump of sand." "Maybe he was waiting for Gomez," Bigfoot said. "That would explain my dream." "No, that's wild," Shadrach said. "If he's got hundreds of warriors coming, he wouldn't need to wait for no Apache." "I've dreamt prophecy before," Bigfoot insisted. "I think he was waiting for Gomez. I expect they mean to take Chihuahua City together and divide up the captives." "My Lord, if there's hundreds of them coming, they'll hunt us up and hack us all down," Long Bill said. He had been nursing a sense of grievance. After all, he had ridden off from San Antonio to help find a good road west, not to be hacked to pieces by Comanche Indians. "There wouldn't need to be hundreds to take us," Bigfoot corrected. 25 would be plenty, and 10 or 15 could probably do the job. "Now that's a useless comment," Bob Bascom said, hurt by Bigfoot's low estimation of the troops' fighting ability. "I expect we could handle 15, he added. "Not unless lightning struck half of them," Bigfoot said. I was watching you youngsters take target practice yesterday. Half of you couldn't hit your foot if your gun barrel was resting on it. Shadrach conversed a little more with the old woman. When he finished, she began to wail again. The sound was so irritating that Call felt like putting cotton in his ears, but he had no cotton. "She don't know nothing about Gomez," Shadrach said. "I think your darn dream was off." "We'll see," Bigfoot said. He didn't press the issue, not with Shadrach, a man who trusted no opinions except his own. Gus McCrae got to his feet. He wanted to test his leg in case he had to run again. He walked slowly over and picked up his rifle. His hip didn't hurt much, but he felt uneasy in his stomach. When the lance stuck in his hip, he saw it rather than felt it. He was even able to hold the shaft of the lance off the ground as he ran. Now, even in the midst of his fellow rangers, the fear he felt then wouldn't leave him. He had the urge to hide someplace. Gus had never supposed he would run from any man, yet he felt as if he could still be running. He needed to get farther from Buffalo Hump than he was, and as fast as he could. He just didn't know where to run. Matilda thought the tall Tennessee boy looked a little green around the gills. Though she was stiff with Gus when he importuned her, she liked the boy and winced when the lance was being pulled out. He was a lively boy, brash but not really bad. Once or twice she'd even extended him credit. He seemed to need it so, and a minute or less did for him usually. She could occasionally spare a minute for a brash boy with a line of gab. "Sit down, Gussie," she said. "You oughtn't to be exercising too much just yet." "Let him exercise. It might keep that leg from stiffening up," the major said. "It's a good thing that wound bled like it did." "Yes, good," Sam said. "Otherwise he'd be dying soon." "Comanches dip their lances in dog shit," Bigfoot informed him. "You don't want to get that much dog inside you if you can help it. Better to bleed it out." "Sit down, Gussie," Matilda said again. "Sit down by me unless you don't like me any more." Gus hobbled over and sat down by Matilda. He was a little surprised that she had been so inviting. It wasn't that he didn't like her any more. It was that he liked her too much. For a moment he had an urge to throw himself into Matilda's lap and cry. Of course, such an action would be the ruin of him among the hardened rangers. Rather than cry, he scooted as close to Matilda's comforting bulk as he could get without actually sitting in her lap. He gulped a time or two, but managed not to break down and sob. He saw old Shadrach mount his horse and ride off into the darkness. Shadrach said not a word, and no one tried to stop him or ask him where he was going. "Doesn't he know that big Comanche with the hump is still out there?" Gus asked. He thought the old man must be completely daft to ride into the darkness with such an Indian near. Call, too, was shocked by Shadrach's departure. Buffalo Hump was out there, and even Shadrach would be no match for him. No one Call knew would be a match for him, not alone. Call felt sure of that, although he had only seen the man for a second in the flash of a lightning strike. But Shadrach left, with no one offering him a word of caution. Bigfoot didn't seem to give Shadrach's departure a second thought, and Major Chevalier merely frowned a little when he saw the mountain man ride away. "What now, Major?" Ezekiel Moody asked. It was a question everyone would have liked an answer to, but Major Chevalier ignored the question. He said nothing. Ezekiel looked at Josh Corn, and Josh Corn looked at Rip Green. Long Bill looked at Bob Bascom, who looked at One-Eyed Johnny Carthage. "Now, where would Shad be going this time of night?" Johnny asked. "It's no time to be exercising your mount, not if it means leaving the troop, not if you ask me." "I didn't hear Shad ask you, Johnny," Bigfoot said. "That's twice today he's left, though," the major said. "It's vexing." Bigfoot walked over to the edge of the camp, lay flat down, and pressed his ear to the ground. "Is he listening for worms? Does he mean to fish?" Gus asked Call, perplexed by Bigfoot's behavior. "No, he's listening for horses, Comanche horses," Matilda said. "Shut up and let him listen." Bigfoot soon stood up and came back to the fire. "Nobody's coming right this minute," he said. "If there were hundreds of horses on the move, I'd hear them. That don't mean they won't show up tomorrow, though," he added. "Why tomorrow?" several men asked at once. Tomorrow was only an hour or two away. "Full moon," Bigfoot said. "It's what they call the Comanche moon. They like to raid into Mexico down this old war trail when the moon is full. They like that old Comanche moon." Major Chevalier knew he had only about an hour in which to decide on a course of action. Of course, the old woman might be daft. There might be no plan to raid Chihuahua City, and no great war party, hundreds of warriors strong, headed down from the Llano Estacado to terrorize the settlements in Mexico and Texas. Might all simply be the ravings of an old woman who was afraid of having her nose cut off. But if what the old woman said was true, then the settlements needed to be warned. That many warriors moving south would threaten the whole frontier. All the farms west of the Austin-San Antonio line would be vulnerable. Even half a dozen warriors split off from the main branch could burn homesteads, steal children, and generally wreak havoc. The devil of it was that they were just at the midpoint of their exploration, as far from the settlements to the east as they were from the pass of the north. Striking on west to El Paso might be the safest option for his troop. The war trail ran well east of El Paso. On the other hand, Buffalo Hump already knew they were there, and knew he was only up against a few men. If he had a large force at his disposal, he might pursue them simply for his pleasure. He no doubt knew that the 2 scalp hunters were with them. Scalping a scalp hunter was a pursuit that would interest any Indian, Comanche or Apache. Turning east would mean the end of their mission, and they were only a week or 2 from completing it, and would also take them directly across the path of the raiders, if there were raiders. They would have to depend on speed and luck if they turned east. What was certain was that a decision had to be made, and made soon. He had no shackles on his men. Rangers mostly served because they wanted to. If they stopped wanting to, they might all do what Shadrach had just done. They might just ride off. The youngsters, Call and McCrae, would stay, of course. They were too green to strike out for themselves. But the more experienced men were unlikely to sit around and wait for his decision much past sunup. The sight of the buffalo lance sticking out of Augustus McCrae's hip was vivid in their minds. They wouldn't be inclined to play cards or solicit Matilda or shoot at cactus pods, not with a big war party swooping down the plains toward them. The Major sighed. Going to jail in Baltimore was beginning to look like it might have some advantages. He walked over to Bigfoot. The tall scout was idly chewing on a chaparral twig. "That old woman's blind," the Major said. "Do you think she was right about the raiding party? Maybe Shadrach misunderstood her about the figures. Maybe she was talking about some raid that took place 30 years ago." Bigfoot spat out the twig. "Maybe," he said, "but maybe not." Bigfoot was thinking about how lucky the 2 young rangers were, young Gus particularly. To walk right up on Buffalo Hump and live to tell about it was luck not many men could claim. Even to have seen the humpback chief was more than many experienced men could claim. He himself had glimpsed Buffalo Hump once, in a sleet storm near the Clear Fork of the Brazos several years earlier. He'd stepped out of a little post oak thicket and looked up to see the humpback chief aiming an arrow at him. Just as Buffalo Hump loosed the arrow, Bigfoot stepped on an ice-glazed root and lost his footing. The arrow glanced off the bowie knife stuck in his belt. He rolled and brought his rifle up, but by the time he did, the Comanche was gone. That night, afraid to make a fire for fear Buffalo Hump would find him, he almost froze. The large feet that produced his nickname turned as numb as stone. Now the Major was stumping about trying to convince himself that Shadrach and the old Comanche woman were wrong about the raiding party. The men were scared, and with good reason. The Major had still not been able to think of an order to give. "Damn it, I hate to double back," the Major said. "I was aiming to wet my whistle in El Paso." He mounted and walked his sorrel slowly around the camp for a few minutes. The horse was unlikely to crow-hop on nippy mornings. Shadrach came back while he was riding slowly around. Settling his horse gave the Major time to think, and time also to ease his head a little. He was prone to headaches and had suffered one most of the night. But the sun was just rising. It looked to be a fine morning. His spirits improved, and he decided to go on west. Turning back didn't jibe with his ambitions. If he found a clear route to El Paso, he might be made a colonel, or a general even. "Let's go, boys. It's west," he said, riding back to the campfire. "We were sent to find a road, so let's go find it." The Rangers had survived a terrifying night. As soon as they mounted, warmed by the sun, many of them got sleepy and nodded in their saddles. Gus's wounded hip was paining him. Walking wasn't easy, but riding was hard, too. His black nag had a stiff trot. He kept glancing across the sage flats, expecting to see Buffalo Hump rise up from behind a sage bush. The scalp hunters, Kirker and Glanton, rode half a mile with the troop and then turned their horses. "Ain't you coming, boys?" Long Bill asked. The scalp hunters didn't answer. Once the pack mules passed, they rode toward Mexico. "There ain't many soldiers that know what they're doing, are they, Shad?" Bigfoot asked. "This major sure don't." "I doubt he's a major or even a soldier," Shadrach said. "I expect he just stole a uniform." Bigfoot suspected Shadrach was right. Probably Major Chevalier had just stolen a uniform. Texas was the sort of place where people could simply name themselves something and then start being whatever they happened to name. Then they could start acquiring the skills of their new profession, or not acquiring them, as the case might be. "Well, I ain't a soldier boy neither," Shadrach said. "Was you ever a soldier?" Bigfoot asked. He was looking up at a crag, or a little hump of mountain a few miles to the north. In the clear, dry air, he thought he saw a spot of white on the mountain, which was puzzling. What could be white on a mountain far west of the Pecos? Shadrach ignored Bigfoot's question. He didn't answer questions about his past. "See that white speck up on that hill?" Bigfoot asked. Shadrach looked but saw nothing. Bigfoot was singular for the force of his vision, which was one reason he was sought after as a scout. He was not careful or meticulous, not by Shadrach's standards, but there was no denying that he could see a long way. "I swear I think it's mountain goat," Bigfoot said. "I never heard of mountain goat in Texas, but there it is, and it's white." He immediately forgot his vexation with the major in his excitement at spotting what he was now sure must be a mountain goat, a creature he had heard of but never previously seen. After a little more looking, he thought he spotted a second goat, not far from the first one. "Look, boys, it's mountain goats," he informed the startled rangers, most of whom were straggling along half asleep. At Bigfoot's cry, excitement instantly flashed through the troop. Rangers with weak vision, such as One-Eyed Johnny Carthage or Little Rip Green, could barely see the mountain, much less the goats, but that didn't weaken their excitement. Within a minute, the whole troop was racing toward the humpy mountain, where the two goats, invisible to everyone but Bigfoot, were thought to be grazing. Only Matilda and Black Sam resisted the impulse to race wildly off. They continued at a steady pace. The old Comanche woman and the tongueless boy followed on a pack mule. Gus and Call were racing along with the rest of the troop, their horses running flat out through the thin sage. Gus forgot the throb of his wounded hip in the excitement of the race. "What do they think they're going to do, Sam? Fly up that mountain?" Matilda asked. From the level plain, the sides of the mountain where the goats were seemed far too steep for horses to climb. Sam was wishing Texas wasn't so big and open. You could look and look as far as you could see, and there would be nothing to give you encouragement. He had been in jail for dropping a watermelon when Bigfoot happened to get locked up. He had picked a watermelon off a stall and thumped it to see if it was ripe, but then he dropped it and it burst on the cobblestones. The merchant demanded 10 cents for his burst melon, but Sam only had 3 cents. He offered to work off the difference, but the merchant had him arrested instead. The cook in the San Antonio jail got so drunk that he let a wagon run over his foot and crush it, making him too sick to cook. Sam was offered his job and took it. He had known how to cook since he was 6. Bigfoot liked the grub so much that he suggested Sam to Major Chevalier, who promptly paid the debt of 7 cents and took Sam with him. Now here he was, in the biggest country he had ever seen, with a horizon so distant that his eyes didn't want to seek it, and a sun so bright that he could only tolerate it by pulling the brim of his old cap down over his eyes. He was riding along with a whore after a bunch of irritable white men who had decided to chase goats. At least the whore was friendly, even if she did eat snapping turtle for breakfast. The rangers, young Gus in the lead, had raced to the foot of the mountain, only to discover at close range what Matilda had discerned at a distance. The little mountain was much too steep for horses and perhaps even too steep for men. Now that they were directly underneath the crag, they couldn't see the goats either. They were hidden by rocks and boulders somewhere above them. Also, their horses were winded from the chase. The mountain that in the clear air had looked so close had actually been several miles away. Many of the horses, skinny nags mostly, were stumbling and shaking by the time the rangers dismounted. Call had never seen a mountain before, although of course he was familiar with hills. This mountain went straight up. If you could get on top of it, you wouldn't be very far from the sky. But they weren't at the top of it. They were at the bottom, near several good-sized boulders that had toppled off at some point and rolled out onto the plain. Major Chevalier, like most of his men, had enjoyed the wild race immensely. After all the worry and indecision, it was a relief just to race a horse at top speed over the plain. Besides, if they could bring down a mountain goat or two, there would be meat for the pot. He had often hunted in Virginia, deer mostly, bear occasionally, and of course turkeys and geese, but he had never been in sight of a western mountain goat and was anxious to get in a shot before someone beat him to the game. Several of the men had already grabbed their rifles and were ready to shoot. Josh Corn got off his horse and vomited to the general amusement. Josh had a delicate constitution. He could never ride fast for any length of time without losing his breakfast. It was an impediment to what he hoped would be a fine career in the Rangers. "Boys, let's climb," Bigfoot said. "These goats ain't likely to fall off the hill." Long Bill Coleman was the pessimist in the crowd. He was too nearsighted to have seen the goats. In fact, he could not see far up the mountain at all. His horse was in better shape than most because of his lack of confidence in the hunt. He had held the pony to a lope while the others were running flat out. Unlike the rest of the command, Long Bill had not forgotten that there were Comanches in the area. He was more interested in seeing that he had a mount fresh enough to carry him away from Comanches than he was in shooting goats. The latter, in his experience, were hard to chew anyway. Worse than hard if the goat happened to be an old Billy. Matilda and Black Sam came trotting up to the base of the cliff where the hunting party was assembling itself. The only one to venture up the cliff was young McCrae, who had climbed some 30 yards up when his wounded leg gave out suddenly. "Look out, he's falling," Bob Bascom said. Call felt embarrassed, for indeed his friend was falling, or rather rolling, down the steep slope he had just climbed up. Gus tried to grab for a little bush to check his descent, but he missed and rolled all the way down, ending up beneath Major Chevalier's horse, which abruptly began to pitch. The Major had dropped his reins in order to adjust the sights on his rifle. To his intense annoyance, the horse suddenly bolted and went dashing across the plain to the west. "Now look, you young fool, who told you to climb?" the Major exploded. "Now you run off my horse." Gus McCrae was so embarrassed he couldn't speak. One minute he'd been climbing fine, the next minute he was rolling. Call was just as embarrassed. The Major was red in the face with anger. In all likelihood he was about to fire Gus on the spot. There was a funny side to the spectacle, though. The sight of Gus rolling over and over set many of the Rangers to slapping their thighs and laughing. Matilda was cackling, and even Sam chuckled. Carl was on the point of laughing too, but restrained himself out of consideration for his friend. Matilda laughed so loudly that Tom, her horse, usually a stolid animal, began to hop around and act as if he might throw her. "Dern," Gus said, so stricken with embarrassment that he could not think of another word to say. Though he had rolled all the way down the hill, his rifle had only rolled part way. It was lodged against a rock 20 yards above them. "Get mounted, you damned scamp, and go bring my horse back before he runs himself out of sight," the Major commanded. "You can get that rifle when you come back." Several Rangers, Ezekiel Moody among them, were watching the horse run off. All of them were in a high state of hilarity. Rip Green was laughing so hard he could hardly stand up. Everyone except the Major and Gus were enjoying the little moment of comic relief when suddenly they saw the Major's horse go down. "Prairie dog hole, I hope his leg's not broken," Johnny Carthage said. Before he could even finish saying it, the sound of a shot echoed off the mountain behind them. "No prairie dog hole. That horse was shot," Bigfoot said. Shadrach immediately led his horse behind one of the larger boulders. "My God, now what?" the Major said. All he had taken off his saddle was the rifle itself. His ammunition and all his kit were with the fallen horse. No one said a word. The plain before them looked as empty as it had when they had all come racing across it. There was no sign of anyone. 2 hawks circled in the sky. The fallen horse did not rise again. The Rangers, all of them ready to pop off a few shots at some mountain goats, were caught in disarray. Young Josh Corn, having just emptied his stomach, found that he needed to empty his bowels, too, and walked down the slope some 30 yards to a little bunch of sage bushes. Most of the Rangers had no qualms about answering calls of nature in full view of a crowd, but Josh liked a little privacy. He had just undone his breeches when Gus rolled down the hill, but his call was urgent. He was squatting down amid the sage bushes when the Major's horse bolted. He heard the shot that killed the horse, but supposed it was only some ranger popping off a long shot at one of the goats. For a moment his cramping bowels occupied all his attention. Ever since gulping a bellyful of Pecos water, he had been afflicted with cramps of such severity that from time to time he was forced to dismount and pour out fluids so alkaline that they turned white in the sun. Josh kept squatting, emptying himself of more Pecos salts. He was in no rush to get back to the crowd. The cramps were still bad. so bad that he could only have walked bending over, which would only have made him an object of derision to his fellows. Besides, he could tell from looking at the cliff that he was too weak to make it up very far. Unless he was lucky, someone else would have to shoot the goats. Josh had just reached over to strip a few sage leaves to wipe himself with when he saw a movement in the sage some 15 yards away. All he could see was the back of an animal. He thought it must be a pig, moving through the thickest part of the little patch of sage and chaparral. Josh reached for his pistol. The pig would come in sight in just a moment, and he meant to empty his pistol into it. The other rangers could go scampering up the mountain to shoot at goats if they wanted to. He would be the one bringing home meat, pig meat. They had feasted on several javelinas on the trip from San Antonio. Some had been tough, others succulent. When there was time, Sam liked to bury the whole pig, head, hide, and all, overnight with coals heaped on it. By morning the pig would be plenty tender. Sam would dig it up and the rangers would enjoy a fine meal. Buffalo Hump had been watching the boy. When the young ranger started to reach for his pistol, Buffalo Hump rose to his knees and fired an arrow just above the tops of the sage. Josh Corn saw him only for a split second before the arrow cut through his throat and severed his windpipe. Josh dropped his pistol and managed to get a hand on the arrow, but he fell sideways as he grasped it and didn't feel the knife that finished cutting his throat. Buffalo Hump dragged the quivering body behind him as he retreated through the sage. Kicking Wolf had just shot the Major's horse. All the rangers were looking across the plain. They had forgotten the boy who was emptying his bowels amid the sage. Buffalo Hump had his horse staked in a shallow gully. As soon as he got the dead boy into the gully, he stripped him, cut off his privates, and threw him on the back of his horse. A curtain of blood from the cut throat covered the boy's torso. Buffalo Hump mounted, but kept low. He held the streaming corpse across the horse's rump with one hand. He waited, looking to see if the rangers were inclined to mount and go investigate the sudden death of the Major's horse. He had watched the rangers closely the day of the sandstorm, and felt he knew what the capability of the little force was. The only man he had to watch was old Shadrach, known to the Comanches as Tail of the Bear. The long rifle of Tail of the Bear had to be respected. The old man seldom missed. Bigfoot Wallace was quick and strong, but no shot. Buffalo Hump regretted not having killed him the day of the great ice storm on the Clear Fork of the Brazos. The fat Major was a good shot with a pistol, but seldom used a rifle. Buffalo Hump waited, while the blood from Josh Corn's corpse ran down his horse's rear legs and soaked his flanks. In their haste to kill mountain goats, in fact 2 Comanche boys with goat skins over their shoulders, the rangers had foolishly run their horses down. In their eagerness, the rangers had also outrun the old woman and the tongueless boy. He himself had already caught the old woman and notched her nose to pay back the insult she had given his father. The tongueless boy he had given to Kicking Wolf, who would sell him as a slave. There had been much ammunition on the pack mule, too. The rangers would soon be out of bullets if they started shooting. He had slipped into the gully merely to watch the white men at close range, but then the careless young ranger walked into the sage to empty his bowels. Taking him had been easier than snaring a prairie dog or killing a turkey. Once he was satisfied that the whites were not going as a troop to find the killer of the Major's horse, Buffalo Hump burst out of the gully. He yelled his war cry as loudly as he could and raced directly in front of the whites, still holding the bloody corpse across the rump of his horse. He saw a bullet kick the dust, well short of where he rode. Old Tail of the Bear was shooting low. Even so, Buffalo Hump slid to the offside of his mount, one hand gripping the mane, one leg hooked over the horse. The old man would keep shooting, and he might not always shoot low. Then, in plain sight of the rangers, Buffalo Hump regained his seat, took the corpse of Josh Corn by one foot and flung it high in the air. Then he whirled to face the whites for a few seconds, screaming his defiance. When he saw bullets kicking dust at his horse's feet, he turned and rode slowly out of range. At the base of the steep mountain, the rangers were stunned and in disarray. "Where's that old woman?" the Major asked. He remembered suddenly that in their haste to get to the mountain they had run off and left the pack mule that was carrying the old woman and boy. He remembered, too, that most of their ammunition was on that mule. The Major looked around and saw that no one had even heard his question. All the rangers had scrambled to take cover behind the few boulders or the scarce bushes. Gus and Call were huddled behind a rock, but it wasn't really a boulder and didn't hide them very well. Both of them looked around for a bigger rock, but all the bigger rocks had rangers huddled behind them. The Major himself got behind the other pack mule, the only cover available. The cry that Buffalo Hump yelled as he raced across the desert was far worse in Call's view than the wailing of the old Comanche woman. Buffalo Hump's war cry throbbed with hatred, terrible hatred. When the Comanche whirled to face them and flung a naked white body streaked with blood up in the air, both boys were shocked. "Why, he's killed somebody," Gus said in a shaking tone. Call was more shocked by how bloody the corpse was. Whoever it was, and he could see that it was a white man, had poured out a terrible lot of blood. "Where's young Josh?" Bigfoot asked. He had a bad feeling suddenly. "I don't see young Josh anywhere." Ezekiel Moody gave a start. He and Josh Corn were best friends. They had joined up with the Rangers on a whim. Zeke looked around at the various Rangers crouched behind such cover as they could get. He saw no sign of his friend. "Why, he was right here," Zeke said, standing up. "I think he just walked off to take a shit. He's been having the runs." "Foolish," the Major said. He couldn't spot the boy either and got a weak feeling suddenly in his gut. "He's been poorly in his belly since he drank that alky water," Zeke protested. He was sure Josh wasn't doing anything wrong. "I wasn't talking about Josh when I said it was foolish," the Major said. He had been talking about himself. One glimpse of a mountain goat, Bigfoot's glimpse at that, had encouraged them to make a wild charge and exhaust their horses. The thought of a hunt had been something to break the monotony of plodding on west. Well, there was no monotony now. The Comanches had really broken it. Now they were backed against a cliff. His horse was dead and possibly a boy, too. "I think that was Josh he pitched up in the air," Bigfoot said. "I think that sneaking devil caught him." "No, it can't be Josh," Zeke said, suddenly very distraught. "Josh just went over in them bushes to take a shit." "I think he caught him, Zeke," Bigfoot said in a kindly tone. He knew the boys were friends. "Oh, no. All that blood," Zeke said. Before anyone could stop him, he jumped on his horse and went riding off toward the spot where Buffalo Hump had thrown the body. "Hell, where's that pup going?" Shadrach said. He came walking up, disgusted with himself for having been tricked into such a situation. He hadn't expected to hit Buffalo Hump when he shot unless he was lucky, and he didn't intend to waste any more bullets in the hope of being lucky. He might need every bullet. Likely would. Just as he was walking up to the group, he thought he saw movement. The movement had been an arrow which thudded into Bigfoot's horse. The horse squealed and reared. The arrow had come from above, from the mountain. "They're above us," Shadrach yelled. "Get them horses out of range." "Oh, damn it, it wasn't goats, it was Comanches," Bigfoot said, mortified that he'd been so easily taken in. He began to drag his wounded horse farther from the hill. Arrows began to fly off the mountain, though no one could spot the Indians who were shooting them. Several rangers shot at the mountain to no effect. 3 horses were hit, and One-Eyed Johnny Carthage got an arrow in his upper leg. Call had an arrow just glance off his elbow. He knew he was lucky. The horses were in a panic. He had no time to think about anything except hanging on to his mount. The rangers all retreated toward the patch of sagebush where Josh Corn had been taken. It was Call dragging his rearing horse by the bridle who spotted the bloody patch of ground where Josh had been killed. Call knew it must be Josh's blood because the shit on the ground was white. His own had mostly been white since crossing the Pecos. "Look," he said to Gus, who was just behind him. At the sight of all the fresh blood, the strength suddenly drained out of Gus. He dropped to his knees and began to vomit, letting go of his horse's reins in the process. The horse had an arrow sticking out of its haunch and was jumpy. Call just managed to catch a rein and keep the horse from bolting. Long Bill and Rip Green were shooting at the Comanches on the hill, although they couldn't see their targets. "Hold off shooting, you idiots," Bigfoot yelled. "You ain't going to hit an Indian 1,000 feet up a mountain." Bigfoot felt very chagrined. He knew he ought to have been able to tell a goat skin with a Comanche boy under it from a living goat, and he could have if he had just had the patience to ride a little closer and observe the goats as they grazed. His lack of patience had led the rangers into a trap. Of course, he hadn't expected the pell-mell rush to shoot goats, but he should have expected it. Most rangers would ride half a day to shoot any game, much less unusual game such as mountain goats. Now, one was dead, several horses were hurt, a ranger had an arrow in his leg, Zeke Moody had just foolishly ridden off, and no one had any idea how many Indians they faced. There were several on the mountain and at least 2 on the plain, one of them Buffalo Hump. No mean opponent. But there could be 40, or even more than 40. In his hurry to get to the mountain, he had paid no attention to sign. At least Matilda and Sam had not been cut off. The fact that they had survived probably meant they weren't dealing with a large party. The loss of the ammunition that was on the other pack mule was a grievous loss, though. The next worry was Ezekiel Moody, who was still loping off to locate the body of his friend. Bigfoot knew that Zeke would soon be dead or captured, unless he was very lucky. "Damn that boy, they'll take him for sure," the major said. All the rangers, plus Matilda and Sam, were huddled in the little patch of sage. Shadrach saw the gully where Buffalo Hump had tethered his horse and found the bloody trail he had made when he dragged Josh Corn's body. Gus had the dry heaves. He could not stop retching. The sight of the Indian with the great hump reminded him of his own terrified flight. The smell of Josh Corn's blood caused his stomach to turn over and over like a churn. Gus knew that Buffalo Hump had almost caught him. The sight of Josh's blood-streaked body showed him clearly what his fate would have been had the lance that struck his hip been thrown a little more accurately. A yard or so difference in the foot race, and he would have been as dead as Josh. Gus finally got to his feet and stumbled a little distance from the blood. He needed to steady himself so he could shoot if the Comanches launched an attack. Major Chevalier felt that he had decided foolishly. He should have followed his first instinct and headed east. More and more he regretted not taking his chances with the Baltimore judge. Now he was caught in an exposed place with only a shallow gully for cover and an unknown number of savages in opposition. Their best hope lay in the skills of the 2 scouts. Shadrach was calm, if annoyed, and Bigfoot was flustered, no doubt because he knew he was responsible for getting them into such a fix. His superior eyesight had not been superior enough to detect the trick and prevent the race. The chaos involved in fighting such Indians bothered Randall Chevalier more than anything. In Virginia, or even Pennsylvania, if quarrels arose, a man usually knew who he was fighting and how to proceed. But in the West, with a few puny men caught between vast horizons, it was different. The Indians always knew the country better than the white men. They knew how to use it, to hide in it, to survive in it in places where a white man would have no chance. No man in Virginia would ride around with a naked, bloody corpse bouncing around on the rump of his horse. No one in Virginia or Pennsylvania would yell as Buffalo Hump had yelled. There was another shot from the hidden rifleman on the plain, and Zeke Moody's horse went down. "I feared it. They'll get him now, the young fool," Bigfoot said. Zeke was not hurt. He had heard no shot and supposed his horse had merely stumbled. But the horse didn't get up. In a moment Zeke realized that the horse was dead. At once he turned and began to run toward the mountain and the rangers. But Zeke had scarcely run 10 yards before Buffalo Hump loomed behind him, riding a horse whose sides were bloody with Josh Corn's blood. "We better go help him," Call said, but old Shadrach grabbed his arm before he could move. "All this damn helping's got to stop," Shadrach said. "We don't know how many of them are out there. If we don't stay together, there won't be a man of us left." "There's no chance for that boy anyway," the major said grimly. "I should have shot his horse myself before he got out of range. That way we could have saved the boy." All the rangers watched the desperate race helplessly. They saw that what the major said was true. Ezekiel Moody had no chance. Old Shadrach raised his long rifle in case Buffalo Hump strayed in range, but he didn't expect it, and he didn't fire. "I hope he remembers what I told him about killing himself," Bigfoot said. "He'd be better off to stop running and kill himself. It'd be the easiest thing." Ezekiel Moody had the same thought. He was running as fast as his legs could carry him, but when he looked back, he saw that the Indian with the great hump was closing fast. Ezekiel's heart was beating so hard with fear that he was afraid it might burst. He had just come upon Josh Corn's body when his horse went down. He had seen the great red cap of blood where Josh's scalp had been. He had also seen the bloody arrow protruding from Josh's throat. Yet he was afraid to stop running and try to kill himself. He was afraid the Comanche would be on him before he could even get his pistol out. Also, he was getting close enough to the rangers that one of them might make a lucky shot and hit Buffalo Hump, or turn him. Old Shadrach had been known to make some remarkable shots. Maybe if he just kept running, one of the rangers would get off a good long shot. Then abruptly, Zeke changed his mind and gave up. He stopped and tried to yank out his pistol and shove it against his eyeball as Bigfoot had instructed. He knew the Indian on the bloody horse was almost on him. He knew he had to be quick. But when he got his pistol out, he turned to glance at the charging Indian, and the pistol dropped out of his sweaty hand. Before he could stoop for it, the horse and the Indian were there. He had failed. He was caught. Buffalo Hump reached down and grabbed the terrified boy by his long black hair. He yanked his horse to a stop, lifted Zeke Moody off his feet, and slashed at his head with a knife just above the boy's ears. Then he whirled and raced across the front of the huddled Rangers, dragging Zeke by the hair. As the horse increased its speed, the scalp tore loose, and Zeke fell free. Buffalo Hump had whirled again and held aloft the bloody scalp. Then he turned and rode away slowly at a walk to show his contempt for the marksmanship of the Rangers. The bloody scalp he still held high. Ezekiel Moody stumbled through the sage and cactus, screaming from the pain of his ripped scalp. So much blood streamed over his eyes that he couldn't see. He wanted to go back and find his pistol so he could finish killing himself, but Buffalo Hump had dragged him far from where he had dropped the pistol. He could scarcely see for blood. Zeke was in too much pain to retrace his steps. All he could do was stumble along, screaming in pain at almost every step. Shadrach sighted on the Comanche with the big hump as Buffalo Hump rode away. Then he raised his barrel a bit before he fired. It was an old buffalo hunter's trick, but it didn't work. Buffalo Hump was out of range, and Zeke Moody was scalped and screaming from pain. "Ain't nobody going to go get Zeke?" Matilda asked. The boy's screams affected her. She had begun to cry. In peaceful times back in San Antonio, Zeke had sometimes sat and played the harmonica to her. "Somebody needs to help that boy. He's bad hurt," she said. "Matilda, he'll find his way here. Once he gets a little closer, we'll go carry him in," the major said. "He oughtn't to have left the troop. If young Corn hadn't, he might be alive." The major was a good deal annoyed by the predicament he found himself in. The scalp hunters had defected. The 2 captives were lost. One young ranger was dead and another disabled. Johnny Carthage had an arrow in his leg that so far nobody had been able to pull out. Besides that, they had lost 2 horses, 1 pack mule, and most of their ammunition. It seemed to him a dismal turn of events. He still had no idea how large a force he faced. The only Indian to show himself was the chief, Buffalo Hump, who had spent the morning having bloody sport at their expense. "Well, this is merry," Bigfoot said. "We've been running around like chickens, and Buffalo Hump has been cutting our heads off." "No, he didn't cut Zeke's head off, just his hair," Bob Bascom corrected. He was of a practical bent and did not approve of inaccurate statements, however amusing they might be. "Zeke will have to keep his hat on this winter, I expect," Bigfoot said. "He's going to scare the women now that he's been scalped." "He don't scare me, he's just a boy," Matilda said. She was disgusted with the inaction of the men, so disgusted that she started walking out to help Zeke herself. "Hold up, Matty, we don't need you getting killed, too," the major said. Matilda ignored him. She had never liked fat officers, and this one was so fat he had difficulty getting his prod out from under his belly when he visited her. In any case, she had never allowed soldiers, fat or otherwise, to give her orders. Carl and Gus knelt together, keeping a tight hold on the bridle reins of their 2 horses. Both of them could see Zeke, whose whole face and body were red. "I expect he'll die from that scalping," Carl said. "I didn't know people had that much blood in them," Gus said. "I thought we was mostly bone inside." Carl didn't admit it, but he had the same belief. But from what he had seen that morning, it seemed that people were really just sacks of blood with legs and arms stuck on them. "Keep close to me," Gus said. "There might be some more of them sneaking devils around here close." "I am close to you," Carl said, still thinking about the blood. Now and again, working for the old blacksmith, he had cut himself, sometimes deeply on a saw blade or a knife. But what he had seen in the last few minutes was different. The ground where Josh had been killed was soaked, as if from a red rain. It reminded him of the area behind the butcher stall in San Antonio, where beeves and goats were killed and hung up to drain. Now there was Zeke, a healthy man only a few minutes ago, staggering around with his scalp torn off. Carl knew that if Buffalo Hump had been a few steps faster when he was chasing Gus, Gus would look like Josh or Zeke. In San Antonio, every man on the street, whether they were famous Indian fighters like Bigfoot or just farmers in for supplies, told stories of Indian brutalities. Carl had long known in his head that Indian fighting on the raw frontier between the Brazos and the Pecos was bloody and violent. But hearing about it and seeing it were different things. Rangerin' was supposed to be adventure, but this was not just adventure. This was struggle and death, both violent. Hearing about it and seeing it happen were different things. "We'll have to be watching every minute now," Gus said. "We can't just lope off anywhere looking for pigs to shoot. We have to be watching. These Indians are too good at hiding." Call knew it was true. He had glanced over at Josh Corn just as Josh was taking his pants down to shit and had seen nothing at all that looked worrisome, just a few sage bushes. And yet the same humpbacked Indian who had chased Gus and nearly caught him had been hiding there. Not only that, he had managed to kill Josh and mutilate him without making a sound, with all the Rangers and Matilda just a few yards away. Until that morning, Call had never really felt himself to be in danger, not even when he had sat around a campfire and listened to the tortured Mexican scream. The Mexican had been a lone man, whereas they were a Ranger troop. Nobody was going to come into camp and bother them. Now it had happened, though. An Indian had come within rock-throwing distance and killed Josh Corn. The same Indian had caught Zeke and scalped him, as quick as Sam the cook could wring a chicken's neck. Gus McCrae wished that his churning stomach would just settle. He wasn't confident of his shooting anyway, not beyond a certain distance, and he felt he was in a situation that might require him to shoot well, something that would not be easy, not with his stomach heaving and jerking. He wanted to be steady, but he wasn't. Another thing that had begun to weigh on Gus's mind was that so far he'd actually only been able to spot one Indian, Buffalo Hump. When he looked up on the mountain, he couldn't see the Indians who had shot the arrows down on them, and when he looked across the plain, he couldn't see the Indian or Indians who had shot the Major's horse and then Ezekiel's too. For no reason, just as Gus was feeling as if he might have to dry heave a little bit more, he remembered the conversation Shadrach had had with the Major about the hundreds of Indians that might be coming down to attack Mexico. The thought of hundreds of Comanches, now that he had seen firsthand what one or two could do, was hard to get comfortable with. Their little troop was already down to 10 men, assuming that Zeke died of the scalping. It wouldn't take hundreds of Indians to wipe them out completely. It would only take 3 or 4 Indians, maybe less. Buffalo Hump might accomplish it by himself if he kept at it. "How many of them do you think are out there?" he asked Call, who was squeezing the barrel of his rifle so tightly it seemed as if he might be going to squeeze the barrel shut. Call was having the same thoughts as his friend. If there were many Comanches out there, they would be lucky if any of the Rangers survived. "I ain't seen but one, him," Call said. "There must be more, though. Somebody shot those horses." "That ain't hard shooting," Gus said. "Anybody can hit a horse." "They shot them while they were running and killed both of them dead," Call said. "Who says that's easy? Neither of them horses ever moved." "I expect there's a passel of killers up that mountain," Gus said. "They shot a lot of arrows down on us. You'd think they'd have shot at Matilda. She's the biggest target." To Call's mind, the remark was an example of his friend's impractical thinking. Matilda Roberts wasn't even armed. A sensible fighter would try to disable the armed men first and then worry about the horse. "The ones they ought to try for are Shadrach and Bigfoot," Call said. "They're the best fighters." "I aim to give them a good fight if I can ever spot them," Gus said, wondering if he could make true on his remark. His stomach was still pretty unsteady. "I doubt there's more than 5 or 6 of them out there," he added, mostly in order to be talking. When he stopped talking, he soon fell prey to unpleasant thoughts, such as how it would feel to be scalped, like Zeke was. "How would you know there's only 5 or 6? Call asked. "There could be a bunch of them down in some gully, and we'd never see them." "If there was a big bunch, I expect they'd just come on and kill us," Gus said. "Matilda's about got Zeke," Call said. When Matilda finally reached the injured boy, he had dropped to his knees and was scrabbling around in the dust trying to locate his dropped pistol. "Here, Zeke, I'm here," Matilda said. "I've come to take you back to camp." "No, I have to find my gun," Zeke said. He was startled that Matilda had come for him. "I got to find it because that big one might come back," he added. "I've got to do what Bigfoot said, poke the gun in my eyeball and shoot before he comes back." "He won't come back, Zeke," Matilda said, trying to lift the wounded boy to his feet. "He'd have taken you with him if he wanted you." The sight of the boy's head made her gag for a moment. She had seen several men shot or knifed in fights, but she had never had to look at a wound as bad as Zeke Moody's head. His face seemed to have dropped, too. His scalp must have been what held it up. "Come on, let's go," Matilda said, trying again to lift him up. "Let me be. Just help me find my pistol," Zeke said. "I oughtn't to have run. I ought to have just killed myself like Bigfoot said. I ought to have just stopped and done it." Matilda caught Zeke under the arms and pulled him up. Once she had him on his feet, he walked fairly well. "There ain't no pistol, Zeke," she said. "We'll just get back with the boys. You ain't dying either. You just got your head skinned." "No, I can't stand it, Matty," Zeke said. "It's like my head's on fire. Just shoot me, Matty, just shoot me." Matilda ignored the boy's whimperings and pleadings and half walked, half dragged him back toward the troop. When they were about 50 yards from camp, young Call came out to help her. He was a willing worker who had several times helped her with small chores. When he saw Ezekiel Moody's head, he went white. Gus McCrae came up to assist, and just as he arrived, Zeke passed out from pain and shock. Bringing him in went easier once they didn't have to listen to his moans and sobs. All three of them were soon covered with his blood, but they got him into camp and laid him down near Sam, who would have to do whatever doctoring could be done. "God Almighty," Long Bill said when he saw the red smear of Ezekiel's head. Johnny Carthage began to puke, while Bob Bascom walked away on shaky legs. Major Chevalier took one look at the boy's head and turned. Bigfoot and Shadrach exchanged looks. They both wished the boy had gone on and killed himself. If any of them were to survive, they would need to move fast and move quietly. Hard things to manage if you were packing a scalped man. Sam squatted down by the boy and swabbed a little of the blood away with a piece of sacking. They had no water to spare. It would take a bucketful to wash such a wound effectively, and they didn't have a bucketful to spare. "We need to give him a hat," Sam said. "Otherwise the flies will be getting on this wound." "How long will it take him to scab over?" the major asked. Sam looked at the wound again and swabbed off a little more blood. 4 or 5 days. He may die first," Sam said. Shadrach looked across the desert, trying to get some sense of where the Comanches were and how many they faced. He thought there were 3 on the mountain and probably at least 3 somewhere on the plain. He didn't think the same warrior killed both horses. He knew there could well be more Indians, though. A little spur of the mountain jutted out to the south, high enough to conceal a considerable party. If they were lucky, there were no more than 7 or 8 warriors, about the normal size for a Comanche raiding party. If there were many more than that, the Comanches would probably have overrun them when they were strung out in their race to the mountain. At that point, they could have been easily divided and picked off. "I doubt there's more than 10, Bigfoot said. If there was a bunch of them, our horses would smell their horses. They'd be kicking up dust and snorting." "They don't need more than 10, Shadrach said. "That humpback's with them." Bigfoot didn't answer. He felt he could survive in the wild as well as the next man, and there was no man he feared. But there were quite a few he respected enough to be cautious of, and Buffalo Hump was certainly one of those. He considered himself a superior plainsman. There wasn't much country between the Sabine and the Pecos that he didn't know well, and he drove north as far as the Arkansas. He thought he knew country well, and yet he hadn't spotted the gully where Buffalo Hump hid his horse before he killed Josh Corn. Nor had he ever seen, or expected to see, a man scalped while he was still alive, though he had heard of 1 or 2 incidents of men who had been scalped and lived to tell the tale. In the wilds, there were always surprises, always things to learn that you didn't know. Major Chevalier was nervously watching the scouts. He himself had a pounding headache and a fever to boot. The army life disagreed with his constitution, and being harassed by Comanche Indians disagreed with it even more. Half his troop were either puking or walking unsteady on their feet, whether from fear or bad water he didn't know. While he was pondering his next move, he saw Matilda walking back out into the sage bushes as unconcerned as if she were walking a street in San Antonio. "Here, Matilda, you can't just wander off. We ain't on a boulevard," he said. "I'm going to get Josh," Matilda said. "I don't intend to just leave him there for the varmints to eat. If somebody will dig a grave while I'm gone, I'll bring Josh back and put him in it." Before she had gone 20 yards, the Indians appeared from behind the jutting spur of the mountain. There were 9 in all, and Buffalo Hump was in the lead. Major Chevalier wished for his binoculars, but his binoculars were on the horse that had been killed. Several of the rangers raised their rifles when the Indians came in sight, but Bigfoot yelled at them to hold their fire. "You couldn't hit the darn hill at that distance, much less the Indians," he said. "Besides, they're leaving." Sure enough, the little group of Indians, led by Buffalo Hump, walked their horses slowly past the front of the Rangers' position. They were going east, but they were in no hurry. They rode slowly in the direction of the Pecos. Matilda was more than 100 yards from camp by that time, looking for Josh Corn's body, but she didn't look at the Indians, and they didn't look at her. Carl and Gus stood together watching. They had never before seen a party of Indians on the move. Of course, in San Antonio there were a few town Indians, drunk most of the time. Now and then they saw an Indian of a different type, one who looked capable of wild behavior. But even those unruly ones were nothing like what Carl and Gus were watching now, a party of fighting Comanches, riding at ease through the country that was theirs. These Comanches were different from any men either of the young rangers had ever seen. They were wild men, and yet skilled. Buffalo Hump had held a corpse on the back of his racing pony with one hand. He had scalped Zeke Moody without even getting off his horse. They were wild Indians, and it was their land they were riding through. Their rules were not white rules, and their thinking was not white thinking. Just watching them ride away affected young Gus and young Carl powerfully. Neither of them spoke until the Comanches were almost out of sight. "I'm glad there was just a few of them," Gus said finally. "I doubt we could whip 'em if there were many more." "We can't whip 'em," Carl said. Just as he said it, Buffalo Hump stopped, raised the two scalps high once again, and yelled his war cry, which echoed off the hill behind the Rangers. Gus, Carl, and most of the Rangers raised their guns, and some fired, although the Comanche chief was far out of range. "If we was in a fight and it was live or die, I expect we could whip 'em," Gus said. "If it was live or die, I wouldn't be for dying." "If it was live or die, we'd die," Carl said. What he had seen that morning had stripped him of any confidence he had once had in the Rangers as a fighting force. Perhaps their troop could fight well enough against Mexicans or against white men, but what he had seen of Comanche warfare, and all he had seen other than the scalping of Zeke Moody, was a brief lightning-lit glimpse of Buffalo Hump throwing his lance, convinced him, not merely in his head, but in his gut and even in his bones, that they would not have survived a real attack. Bigfoot and Shadrach might have been plainsmen enough to escape, but the rest of them would have died. "Any three of them could finish us," Carl said. "That one with the hump could probably do it all by himself if he had taken a notion to." Gus McCrae didn't answer. He was scared and didn't like the fact one bit. It wasn't just that he was scared at that moment. It was that he didn't know that he would ever be anything but scared again. He felt the need to move his bowels. He had been feeling the need for some time, but he was afraid to go. He didn't want to move more than 2 or 3 steps from Carl. Josh Corn had just gone a few steps, very few, and now Buffalo Hump was waving his scalp in the air. He was waving Ezekiel's, too, and all Zeke had done was ride a short distance out of camp. Gus was standing almost where Josh had been taken, too. Looking around, he couldn't see how even a lizard could hide, much less an Indian, and yet Buffalo Hump had hidden there. Gus suddenly realized to his embarrassment that his knees were knocking. He heard an unusual sound and took a minute or two to figure out that it was the sound of his own knees knocking together. His knees had never done that in his life. They had never even come close. He looked around, hoping no one had noticed, and no one had. The men were all still watching the Comanches. The men were all scared. He could see it. Maybe old Shadrach wasn't, and maybe Bigfoot wasn't, but the rest of them were mostly as shaky as he was. Matilda wasn't either. She was walking back, the body of Josh Corn in her arms. Gus looked at Carl, a man his own age. Carl should be shaken just as he was, but Carl was watching the Indians. He may not have been happy with the situation, but he wasn't shaking. He was looking at the Comanches steadily. He had his gun ready, but mainly he just seemed to be studying the Indians. "I don't like 'em," Gus said vehemently. He didn't like it that there were men who could scare him so badly that he was even afraid to take a shit. "I wish we had a cannon," he said. "I guess they'd leave us alone if we was better armed." "We are better armed than they are," Carl said. "He killed Josh with an arrow and scalped Zeke with a knife. They shot arrows down on us from that hill. If they'd shot rifles, I guess they would have killed most of us." "They have at least one gun, though," Gus then pointed out. "They shot them horses." "It wouldn't matter if we had 10 cannons," Call said. "We couldn't even see 'em. How could we hit them? I doubt they'd just stand there watching while we loaded up a cannon and shot at them. They could be halfway to Mexico while we were doing that." The Comanches were just specks in the distance by then. "I have never seen no people like them," Call said. "I didn't know what wild Indians were like." "Those are Comanches," he added. Gus didn't know what his friend meant. Of course they were Comanches. He didn't know what answer to make, so he said nothing. Once Buffalo Hump and his men were out of sight, the troop relaxed a little. Just as they did, a gun went off. "Oh, God, he done for himself," Rip Green said. Zeke Moody had managed to slip Rip's pistol out of its holster, then he shot himself. The shot splattered Rip's pants leg with blood. "Oh, God, now look," Rip said. He stooped and tried to wipe the blood off his pants leg with a handful of sand. Major Chevalier felt relieved. Travel with the scout boy would have been slow, and in all likelihood he would have died of infection anyway. Johnny Carthage would be lucky to escape infection himself. Sam had to cut clean to the bone to get the arrow out. Johnny had yelped loudly while Sam was doing the cutting, but Sam bound the wound well, and now Johnny was helping Long Bill scoop out a shallow grave for young Josh. "Now you'll have to dig another," the Major informed them. While they were friends, let 'em bunk together in the hereafter, Bigfoot said. "It's too rocky out here to be digging many graves." "It's not many, just 2, the Major said, and he stuck to his point. The least a fallen warrior deserved in his view was a grave to himself. When Matilda saw what Zeke had done, she cried. She almost dropped Josh's body, her big shoulders shook so. "Mighty stout," Shadrach said in admiration. "She carried that body nearly 500 yards. Matilda sobbed throughout the burying and the little ceremony, which consisted of the Major reciting the Lord's Prayer. Both boys had visited her several times. She remembered them kindly, for there was a sweetness in boys that didn't long last once they became men. Both of them, in her view, deserved better than a shallow grave by a hill beyond the Pecos, a grave that the varmints would not long respect. "Do you think Buffalo Hump left?" the Major asked Bigfoot. "Or is he just toying with us?" "They're gone for now," Bigfoot said. "I don't expect they'll interfere with us again, not unless we're foolish." "Maybe the scalp hunters will kill them," Long Bill suggested. "Killing Indians is scalp hunters' work. Kirker and Glanton ought to get busy and do it." "I expect we'd best turn back," the Major said. "We've lost 2 men, 2 horses, and that mule." "And the ammunition," Shadrach reminded him. "Yes, I ought to have transferred it," the Major admitted. He sighed, looking west. "I guess we'll have to mark this road another time," he said in a tone of regret. The scouts did not comment. "Hurrah, we're going back," Gus said to Call once the news was announced. "If they let us, we are," Call said. He was looking across the plain where the Comanches had gone, thinking about Buffalo Hump. The land before him, which looked so empty, wasn't. A people were there who knew the emptiness better than he did. They knew it even better than Bigfoot or Shadrach. They knew it, and they claimed it. They were the people of the emptiness. "I'm glad I seen them," Call said. "I ain't," Gus said. "Zeke and Josh are dead, and I nearly was." "I'm still glad I seen them," Call said. That day at dusk, as the troop was making a wary passage eastward, they found the old Comanche woman wandering in the sage. A notch had been cut in her right nostril. Of the tongueless boy there was no sign. When they asked the old woman what became of him, she wailed and pointed north, toward the Llano. Black Sam helped her up behind him on his mule, and they rode on slowly toward the Pecos. Part 2. "Where is Santa Fe?" Call asked when he first heard that an expedition was being got up to capture it. Gus McCrae had just heard the news, and had come running as fast as he could to inform Call so the 2 of them could be among the first to join. "They say Caleb Cobb's leading the troop," Gus said. Call was as vague about the name as he had been about the place. Several times, it seemed to him, he had heard people mention a place called Santa Fe, but so far as he could recall, he had not until that moment heard the name Caleb Cobb. Gus, who had been painting a saloon when the news reached him, was highly excited, but short on particulars. "Why, everybody's heard of Caleb Cobb," he said, though in fact the name was new to him as well. "No, everybody ain't, because I ain't," Call informed him. "Is he a soldier or what? I ain't joining up if I have to work for a soldier again." "I think Caleb Cobb was the man who captured old Santa Anna," Gus said. "I guess sometimes he soldiers and sometimes he don't. I've heard that he fought Indians with Sam Houston himself." The last assertion was a pure lie, but it was a lie with a serious purpose, and the purpose was to overcome Woodrow Call's stubborn skepticism and get him in the mood to join the expedition that would soon set out to capture Santa Fe. Call had 4 mules yet to shoe and was not eager for a long palaver. There had been no rangering since the little troop had returned to San Antonio, though he and Gus were still drawing their pay. Idleness didn't suit him. From time to time he still lent old Jesus a hand with the horseshoeing. Gus McCrae rarely did anything except solicit whores. In all likelihood it was a pimp named Redmond Dale, owner of San Antonio's newest saloon, who had talked Gus into doing the painting. No doubt he had offered free services as an inducement. What time Gus didn't spend in the whorehouses he usually spent in jail. With no work to do, he had developed a tendency to drink liquor, and drinking liquor made him argumentative. The day seldom passed without Gus getting into a fight, the usual result being that he would whip 3 or 4 sober citizens and be hauled off to jail. Even when he didn't actually fight, he yelled or shot off his pistol or generally disturbed the peace. "Anyway, we need to join up as soon as we can," Gus said. "I think we have to go up to Austin to enlist. I sure don't want to miss this expedition. Will you take them damn horseshoe nails out of your mouth and talk to me?" Call had 4 horseshoe nails in his mouth at the time. To humor his friend, he took them out and eased the mule's hoof back on the ground for a minute. "I still don't know where Santa Fe is," Call said. "I don't want to join an expedition unless I know where it's going." "I don't see why not," Gus said, irked by his friend's habit of asking too many questions. "All the Rangers are going," Gus added. "Long Bill has already left to sign up, and Bob Bascom's about to leave. Johnny Carthage wants to go bad, but he's gimpy now. I doubt they'll take him." The wound of the Comanche arrow had not healed well. One-eyed Johnny could still walk, but he was not speedy and would be at a severe disadvantage if he had to run. "I think Santa Fe's out where we were the first time, only farther," Call remarked. "Well, it could be out that way," Gus allowed. He was embarrassed to admit that he didn't know much about the place the great expedition was being got up to capture. "Gus, if it's farther than we went the first time, we'll never get there," Call said. "Even if we do get there, what makes you think we can take it?" "Why, of course we can take it," Gus said. "Why are you so damn doubtful?" Call shrugged and picked up the horse's hoof again. "It's a Mexican town. It's just defended by Mexicans," Gus insisted. "Of course we'll take it, and take it quick. Caleb Cobb wouldn't let a bunch of Mexicans whip him, I don't guess." "I might go if I thought there would be somebody with us who could find the place," Call said. "Is Bigfoot going?" "I expect he is. Of course he'll go," Gus said, though someone had told him that Bigfoot Wallace was off bear hunting. "I don't think you know anything," Call informed him. "You just heard some talk, and now you want to go fight. Santa Fe could be 2,000 miles away for all you know. I ain't even got a horse that could travel that far." "Oh, they'll furnish the mounts," Gus said. "They say there's silver and gold piled everywhere in Santa Fe. I expect we can pick up enough just walking around to buy ourselves 50 horses. "You'd believe anything," Call said. "What about Buffalo Hump? If Santa Fe's in his direction, he'll find us and kill us all." "I don't expect he'd care if we took Santa Fe," Gus said, though he knew it was a weak comment. The thought of Buffalo Hump cast a chill on his enthusiasm. Capturing Santa Fe and picking up gold and silver off the ground were fine prospects, but if it involved crossing the Comancheria, as probably it did, then the whole matter had a side to it that was a good deal less pleasant. Since returning with the troop, he and Call had not been more than a few miles out of town. Once or twice they had gone a little distance into the hills to hunt pigs or turkeys, but they did not camp out. The week scarcely passed without the Indians picking off some traveler, often almost in the outskirts of town. When they went out to hunt, they went in a group and took care to be heavily armed. Gus wore 2 pistols now, unless he was just engaged in light work such as painting saloons. He had not forgotten what happened west of the Pecos. Time and time again in his dreams he had seen Buffalo Hump. He remembered that Zeke Moody had dropped his pistol and been scalped alive as a result. He carried 2 so that if he got nervous and dropped one, he would still have a spare. One of his friend Woodrow's most annoying traits was that he kept producing information you didn't want. "I've heard that some of the Army's coming on this expedition," he said. "I doubt the Indians would want to interfere with us if we got the Army along." "Buffalo Hump has an army, too," Call reminded his excitable friend. "If he can find 10 warriors to ride with him, then he's got an army. Besides, he lives there," he added. He's got his whole people. I expect he'll interfere with us plenty if we try to cross his country." "Damn it, ain't you coming?" Gus asked, exasperated by his friend's contrariness. "Wouldn't you rather be riding out on an expedition than staying around here shoeing mules?" "I might go if we have enough of a troop," Call said. "I'd like to know more about this man you named. What was he called?" "Caleb Cobb. He's the man who captured Santa Anna," Gus said. He didn't know that Caleb Cobb had done anything of the sort, but he wanted to pile on as many heroics as he could. Maybe it would get Woodrow Call in the mood to travel. "They say there's enough gold lying around in Santa Fe to fill 2 churches," Gus said, piling it on a little more. "Why would the Mexicans just give us 2 churches full of gold? Don't sound like any Mexicans I've met," Call said. Though not unwilling to consider an adventure, shoeing mules was a long way from being his favorite occupation. It was mainly something he did to help old Jesus, who'd been kind to him when he first came to San Antonio. The one Gus McCrae was describing seemed pretty unlikely. He would be trying to reach a town he'd never heard of, led by a man he'd never heard of either. Who would command the Rangers if the Rangers went as a troop he didn't know, but it wouldn't be Major Randall Chevalier, because Major Chevalier had died of a fever not 3 weeks after returning from the failed expedition to El Paso. They had got into some wet weather on their return. Also, they'd traveled hard. Major Chevalier took to his bed for a day or 2, got worse, died, and was buried before anyone had time to think much about it. "You're too damn contrary," Gus said. "I've never known a person more apt to take the opposite view than you. You're too damn gripey." "I expect I've spent too much time with mules," Call said. "When would we be to leave if we go?" "What's wrong with now?" Gus asked. "The expedition's leaving any day. I sure don't want to get left. We'd be rich for life if we could pick up a little of that gold and silver." "I hope we can whip the Mexicans if we get there," Call said. "Why wouldn't we, you fool?" Gus asked. "We didn't whip 'em at the Alamo," Call reminded him. "We might get out there on the plains somewhere and starve. That's another thing to think about. We could barely find grub for 12 men when we were out on the Pecos. How will we feed an army?" "There ain't much water out that way, neither," Call added, before Gus could break in with a few more lies about the gold to be picked up in Santa Fe. "Why, we'll be going across the plains. It's plenty wet up that way," Gus said. "You could shoe one of these mules if you don't have anything else to do," Call suggested. "Once we get these mules shoed, I might be more interested in capturing Santa Fe." Gus at once rejected the suggestion that he help shoe the mules. He saw that Call was weakening in his opposition to the trip, and his own spirits began to rise at the thought of the great adventure that lay ahead of them. "I say leave the mules. I want to get started for Austin," Gus said. "Redmond Dale can find someone else to paint his saloon. Of course, we might have time for a visit to the whorehouse, if you ever get tired of working." "I can't afford the whorehouse. I'm saving up for a better gun," Call said. "If we're going out there into the Indian country, I need to have a better gun." He had visited the whorehouse, though, with Gus several times. He didn't scorn it as a pastime. Matilda Roberts was employed there while waiting for passage to the West. She'd taken a liking to young Call. Gus, too, had his likable side, but he was over-persistent and also a blabber. There were times when Matilda could put up with persistence easier than she could with blab. Young Call, though, seldom said 2 words. He just handed over the coins. Matilda saw something sad in the boy's eyes. It touched her. She saw after a few visits that her great bulk frightened him and put him with a young Mexican girl named Rosa, who soon came to like him. Call often thought of Rosa. She taught him many Spanish words, how to count, words for food. She was a slim girl who seldom smiled, though once in a while she smiled at him. Call thought of her most afternoons when he was working in the hot lots behind the blacksmith shop. He also thought of her at night when he was sleeping on his blanket near the stable. He would have liked to see Rosa oftener. Gus had not been wrong to recommend Horace, but Gus was reckless with his money and Call wasn't. Gus would borrow or cheat at cards or make promises he couldn't keep just to have money for Horace. Call, though, could not bring himself to be so spendthrift. He knew that he wanted to be a ranger once the troop went out again, which meant that sooner or later he would be fighting Indians. This time, when the fight came, he wanted to be as well equipped as his resources would permit. Neither of the cheap guns he owned was reliable. If he ever had to face the Comanche with the great hump again, he wanted a weapon that wouldn't fail him. Much as he was apt to think of Rosa, he knew that if he wanted to survive as a professional ranger, he had to put guns first. Once he felt assured that his friend was going to come with him on the new expedition, Gus relaxed, located a spot of shade under a wagon, stretched out full length, put his hat over his face, and took a long, serene nap while Call labored on with the mules. The last little mule was a biter. Call cuffed him several times, but the mule bared his teeth and demonstrated that he had every intention of using them on Call's flesh if he could. Call was finally forced to rope the mule's jaws shut before he could finish his work. Gus had a snore like a rasp. Call could hear the snore plainly when he wasn't hammering in a horseshoe nail. Just as the last shoe nail was nailed in place, there was a clatter in the street. Call looked up to see Long Bill Coleman, Rip Green, Gimpy Johnny Carthage, and Matilda Roberts come loping up. Matilda was mounted on Tom, her large gray gelding. "Saddle up, Woodrow, it's Santa Fe or bust," Long Bill sang out. He was wearing a fur cap he had found in a closet in the whorehouse. "Darn, Bill, I thought you'd left town," Call said. "Ain't it a little warm for that hat?" He himself was drenched in sweat from shoeing the 4 mules. "That cap's to fool the grizzlies if we meet any," Long Bill said. "I'm scared of grizzlies and other kinds of bears as well. I figure if I wear this fur bonnet, they'll think I'm one of the family and let me alone." "That cap belonged to Joe Slaw. They hung the son of a bitch," Matilda said. "I guess he considered himself a mountain man." Gus McCrae, hearing voices, suddenly rose up, forgetting that he was under a wagon. He wonked his head so loudly that everyone in the group laughed. "Shut up, I think my skull's broke open," Gus said, annoyed at the levity. He'd only made a simple mistake. His head had taken a solid crack, though. He wobbled over to the water tank and stuck his head under. The cool water felt good. While the group was watching Gus dip his head in the water, Blackie Slidell came racing up. He had been with a whore when the others left the saloon. The reason for his rush was that he feared being left, which would mean having to cross the prairies in the direction of Austin all by himself. "So, are you with us, Woodrow?" Rip Green asked. Although Call was a younger man than himself, Rip considered him dependable and was anxious to have him with the group. "I thought you was already gone, Bill," Call said. "Why, no, we've been collecting rangers, but we can't find Bigfoot, and Shadrach prefers to travel alone mostly," Bill said. "He's already gone up to Austin. I guess we'll have to leave Bigfoot. I expect he'll catch up." With so many of his companions mounted and ready, Call hesitated no longer. His complaints and criticism had mainly been designed to annoy Gus anyway. The urge to be adventuring was too strong to be resisted. "So who's leading the rangers?" he asked when he untied the jaw rope and released the biting mule. "Why, we'll lead ourselves unless somebody shows up who wants to captain," Long Bill said. "Whoa, I ain't rangering for Bob Bascom," Gus said. "I don't like his surly tongue. I expect I'll have to whip him before the trip is over." Long Bill looked skeptical at this prediction. "Take a good club when you go to whip him," he said. "Bob's stout." "Take 2 clubs," Blackie said. "Bob's a scrapper." "I didn't expect you'd want to go fight Mexicans, Matty," Call said, surprised to see Matilda with the Rangers. "I'm needing to get west before I get old," Matilda said. "I've heard there's roads to the west from up around Santa Fe." Call's possessions were few, though he did now have a coat to go with his 2 shirts. Gus McCrae, because of his urgent expenditures, had only the clothes on his back and his 2 pistols. When old Jesus saw that Call was leaving, he sighed. The thought of having to shoe all the horses and mules by himself made him feel a weariness. He had done hard work all his life and was ready to stop, but he couldn't stop. All his children had left home except one little girl, and his little girl could not shoe mules. Yet he could not blame Call for going. He himself had roved when he was young. He had left Saltillo and come to the land of the Texans, but now he was weary, and his only helper was leaving. There was something about the boy that he liked, too, and he didn't like many of the Texas boys. "Adios," he said, as Call was tying his blanket and his extra shirt onto his saddle. "Adios, Jesus," Call said. He liked the old man. They had not exchanged a cross word in all the time Call had worked for him. "Let's ride, boys," Long Bill said. "Austin's a far piece up the road." "We'll ride, but I ain't a boy," Matilda said as they rode out of San Antonio. Gus McCrae had a headache from rising up too quickly after his nap. "Boys, it's clouding up," Long Bill said late in their first day out of San Antonio. "I expect we're in for a drenching." "I'd rather ride all night than sleep wet," Rip Green observed. "Not me," Gus said. "If I have to be wet, I'd just as soon be snoozing." "There's plenty of farms up this way," Matilda said. "German families, mostly. If we could find a farm, they might let us sleep on the floor. Or if they have some kind of shed for the stock, maybe we could crawl under it." As the sun was dipping, Carl noticed that the whole southwestern quadrant of the sky had turned coal black. In the distance there was a rumbling of thunder. At the horizon the blackness was cut through with streaks of golden light from the setting sun, but the light at the bottom only made the blackness of the upper sky seem blacker. A wind rose. It whirled Carl's straw hat off his head and sailed at a good 30 feet, which annoyed him. He hated above all to lose control of his headgear. Long Bill cackled at the sight. "You ought to have a good fur cap like I do," he said. They crested a ridge and spotted just what Matilda had been hoping for, a little farm. There was only one building in the little clearing, but it was a sizable log building. "It'll hold us all snug if the family is friendly," Blackie Slidell observed. "I hope they're cooking pork if they're cooking," Gus said. "I'd enjoy a good supper of pork." Carl retrieved his hat, but the wind had risen so that he saw no point in sticking it back on his head. All the men were holding their hats on by this time. They were a mile or two from the little cabin, and the darkness in the sky was swelling, pushing toward them. It abruptly extinguished the sunset, but the force of the sun left an eerie light over the long prairie ahead. The rumblings of the thunder were deeper. Carl had seen many storms and paid them little mind, but this one caught his attention. It had been a sultry day. The wind coming out of the cloud wasn't cool. It was a sultry wind, and it blew fitfully at first. Some gusts were so strong they caused his horse to break stride. Of course, his horse was just a skinny nag that had been underfed for the last few weeks. It wouldn't take much of a wind to blow him off course. "Well, look at that," Gus said. "That darn cloud is behaving like a snake." Carl looked and saw that it was true. A portion of the cloud had formed itself into a column, or funnel, and was twisting through the lower sky in a snake-like motion. "You damn young fools, that's a cyclone," Matilda said. "We better race for that cabin." The snake cloud was dipping closer and ever closer to the ground, soaking up dust and weeds as it twisted. A hawk that had been skimming the ground looking for mice or quail rose and sped away. Carl saw 2 deer bolt from a little thicket and flash their white tails as they raced off, away from the twisting cloud. The cloud was roaring so loudly by then that the horses began to rear and pitch. They wanted to run away like the deer. "We won't make that cabin. We need to lie flat," Long Bill advised. "That's what you do when a cyclone hits. We best find a ditch or a gully or something, or we're done for." "There's a buffalo wallow," Blackie said. "That's all I see." "It ain't deep," Gus said. He had been feeling good, enjoying the thought of adventure, and now a dangerous cloud had come out of nowhere and spoiled his feeling. They were scarcely a mile from the cabin, but the spinning, roaring, sucking cloud was coming too fast. All day Gus had tensed himself and strained his eyes looking for Indians. He didn't want to see the humpback Comanche charge out of a thicket with his lance raised. If Buffalo Hump showed up, or any hostile red man, he was prepared to run and shoot. The last thing he had expected was deadly weather, but now deadly weather was 200 yards away. A bobcat burst from a thicket, began to run in the same direction as the deer. The rangers reached a little wallow and jumped off their mounts. "What about the horses?" Carl yelled as the roar increased. "The devil with the horses! Get flat!" Long Bill advised. "Get flat and don't look up!" Carl did as he was told. He released his rearing mount and flattened himself under the edge of the shallow wallow. The other rangers did the same. Gus was fearful of Matilda's chances. She was so big she couldn't really hide in anything as shallow as a buffalo wallow, but there was no time to dig. She would just have to hope for the best. Then the roaring became so loud that none of them could think. Carl's loose shirt billowed up. He thought the wind inside it was going to lift him off the ground. There was a kind of seething noise, like a snake's hiss, only louder. It was the sound of the sand being sucked up from the shallow wallow. It was pitch black by then, as black as a moonless midnight. Gus was wishing he'd never come to Texas. What was in it but one danger after another? He had been thinking about the cabin ahead and the pork chop he hoped to eat, and now he had his face in the dirt being pulled at by a cloud that was like a giant snake. In Tennessee, clouds didn't behave like that. Besides, their horses were lost, though they had scarcely traveled half a day. Both his pistols were on his saddle, too. If he survived the storm and Buffalo Hump showed up, he would be helpless. The sound of the cyclone was so loud and the dust swirling up beneath them so thick that some of the Rangers felt they were being deafened and suffocated at the same time. Blackie Slidell, who was limber, managed to bend his neck and get his nose inside his shirt so he could breathe a little better. But the whirling and roaring slowly diminished. When the Rangers felt it safe to lift their heads, they saw sunlight beneath the black edge of cloud far to the west. The eerie light still hung over the prairie, a light that seemed hellish to Rip Green. "I expect this is the kind of light you get once you're dead," he commented. Matilda sat up relieved. She had heard that cyclones took people up in the air and blew them as much as 40 miles away. People who survived such removals were never again right in the head, so she had heard. Of course, being heavy, she herself was less likely than some to blow away, but then wagons sometimes blew away, and she was no heavier than a wagon. "Are we all alive?" she asked. The gray light was so strange it made them all look different. Most of them had been so scared while they were pressing themselves into the wallow that their voices sounded strange when they tried to talk. "We're alive, but we're afoot," Call said. Though unnerved, he hadn't really had time to be very frightened. The cyclone was a thing beyond him or any man. An Indian he could fight, but who could fight a roaring snake of air? His hat was gone. All the hats were gone, except Long Bill Coleman's fur cap, which he had stuffed beneath him as he clutched the sand. "We ought to have tied them horses somehow," Call added. "I expect they've run halfway back to San Antonio by now." "I'd rather lose my horse than blow away," Gus said. "Them was just $30 horses anyway." "I could spare the nag, but they took everything we own with them," Blackie said. "We'll have to hobble into Austin and hope they allow us credit." "You boys are green. Them horses ain't run far," Long Bill said. "They'll show up in the morning, or else we'll track 'em." Now that he had survived the cyclone, Gus began to feel lively. The storm had scared his headache away, but not his appetite. "I'm still in the mood for a pork chop," he said. "Let's go on to that cabin. They might just be sitting down to supper." Having no other prospect to hand, the Rangers adopted the suggestion, only to find that the cyclone had obliterated the cabin where they had hoped to bunk. When they got to the ridge where it had been, there were only a few logs in place, and 6 unhappy people were stumbling around weeping and looking dazed. 4 children and a man and a woman. The man and the woman had lanterns and were shining them in the rubble, hoping to locate a few possessions to pile up. The 4 children had been scared into silence. One little girl was chewing on the hem of her dress. Her father, a stout young man with a full beard, was inquiring about his roof in the bewildered tone that a man might use to complain about a mislaid hammer. "Where's my roof, damn it?" the young man said. "It was here, and now it's gone. I worked a week on my roof. Now I guess it's blown plumb over into the woods." "Well, we lost our horses," Gus said, a little callously, Call felt. The stout man with the beard had a family to house. Losing a $30 horse with a cheap saddle and blanket on it was not a loss on the same scale as the man's roof. The area where the cabin had been was a wild litter. It was almost dark, but the Rangers could see that clothes and utensils and tools and animals were as jumbled as if they had all been hastily shoveled out of a wagon. A black rooster stood on one of the fallen logs, complaining loudly. 2 shoats were grunting and rooting amid the mess, and several hens squawked. No one paid much attention when Matilda and the 6 Rangers came walking up in the last of the light. The only person who seemed reasonably calm was the young woman of the house, and she was quietly picking up utensils and clothes and putting them in neat piles. "Darn the luck, it's a pain to lose that roof," the stout man said. He didn't address the remark either to his wife or to the Rangers. He seemed to be talking to himself. "That's enough cussing, Roy," the young woman said. "We got visitors, and the children don't need to hear you cussing just because the cabin got blown away. We can build another cabin." "I can, you mean, Melly," the man said. "You ain't strong enough to hoist no logs." "I said we got visitors, Roy. Why don't you be polite and ask them to sit, at least?" the young woman said with a flash of temper. "You have to take the weather as it comes," she added. "Cussing don't change it." "Here, maybe we can help you pick up," Gus offered. He liked the looks of the young woman, Melly. Even in the dim light he could tell she was pretty. The husband seemed a rude sort. Gus felt it was a pity he hadn't been blown away. A young woman that pretty might entice him to give up rangering if she took a notion. "Well, men, I hope you ain't thieves, because our worldly possessions are spread out here for the pickings of any damn thieves who happen to walk up," Roy said. He was still agitated by the loss of his roof. The Rangers did what they could by lantern light to help the little family reassemble its scattered possessions. There were no pork chops, but the young woman did have some bacon and a little cornmeal. Long Bill Coleman was a master fire builder. He soon had a good blaze going in the ruins of the little chimney. They all ate bacon and corn cakes and talked about how curious it was to see an ordinary thundercloud turn into a cyclone. "It sucked the darn bark off that tree over there," Roy said, pointing in the darkness to a tree nobody could see. "What kind of wind would suck the bark off an elm tree?" "We're all alive, though, thank the Lord," Melly observed gratefully. She was sitting by Matilda Roberts. Though too polite to inquire, she was wondering what kind of woman would be traipsing across the prairies with 6 Texas Rangers. Of course, on the frontier, things were less regular than they had been in eastern Missouri, where she was from. Matilda, for her part, indulged in a little daydream in which she was married to a farmer with a beard and had 4 tykes, some chickens, and a couple of shoats. In those circumstances, she would have no need to accept whatever smelly ruffian came along with $1 or 2 and a stiffness in his pants. The little children, none of them yet 5 according to their mother, were curled up like little possums, asleep on a quilt that had escaped wetting. Long Bill Coleman brought out his harmonica. He never trusted it to his saddlebags, but kept it about his person, and played a tune called Barbara Allen. Call liked to listen to Long Bill play the harmonica. The old tune, clear and plaintive, made a sadness come in him. He didn't know why the music made him sad, or even what the sadness was for. After all, as the young woman said, they were all still alive, and not much worse off than they had been before the cyclone struck. The loss of the horses was a nuisance, of course, but it wasn't because of the horses that he felt sad. He felt sad for all of them. The Rangers, Matilda, the little family that had lost its roof. They were small, and the world was large and violent. They were alive, and for the moment well enough fed, but the very next day another storm might come, or an Indian party, and then they wouldn't be. "Well, I can't dance to that old song," Gus informed Long Bill. "I prefer tunes that I can dance to." "Why, then here's Buffalo Gals," Long Bill said, and he was soon playing a livelier melody. Gus got up and jigged around, hoping to impress Melly with his dancing. Rip Green joined him for a bit, but the others refused to dance. "I'll be damned if I'll dance on the night my roof blew off," Roy said. A little while later, Roy took his lantern and rummaged around until he found his whiskey jug, which he passed around freely. Long Bill Coleman soon put away his harmonica in order to drink, which annoyed Gus a little because he wasn't through dancing. He was even more convinced that he would make a good husband for Melly, certainly a better husband than the surly Roy. When dawn came, Roy found most of his roof at the edge of a little live oak thicket, over 100 yards from where the cabin stood. Long Bill was right about the horses. They were all found within a half a mile of the buffalo wallow. There was no more bacon, but Melly made them a breakfast of corn cakes and chicory coffee. Roy, realizing that he had an excellent labor force at hand, tried to persuade the Rangers to stay and help him rebuild his cabin. Gus McCrae wouldn't have minded. Melly had a peaches and cream complexion. She looked even prettier in the morning than she had in the dim dusk. But the other Rangers pled urgent business in Austin. They were soon mounted and ready to go. "We're off to Santa Fe," Blackie Slidell informed the homesteaders. "Caleb Cobb's our leader." "Santa Fe?" Roy asked. "You mean Santa Fe out in New Mexico?" "That's the town. What of it?" Rip Green said, noticing that Roy wore a somewhat skeptical expression. "Why, it's over 1,000 miles from here," Roy said. "You could get there quicker if you started from St. Louis. There's a good trail from St. Louis. My pa was a trader on the Santa Fe trail until he got murdered by a damn quick Mexican." "Why'd he get murdered?" Johnny Carthage asked. "No reason much. The quick Mexican got the drop on him and shot him dead," Roy said. "I went to Santa Fe 3 times when I was growing up." "Oh, now tell us about it," Gus said. "I hear there's gold and silver around for the taking." "You heard an idiot, then," Roy said. "There's no gold. You have to bargain hard for what silver you get. My pa did better with furs. The mountain men show up pretty regular with furs, or they used to. I got married to Melly and quit the trading life." "Furs?" Gus said. "You mean like Long Bill's cap?" "Oh, that's just a rabbit skin. I wouldn't call that a fur," Roy said. "I mean beaver, mainly. There's no beaver down here. You wouldn't know what I was talking about." "Anyway, once we get there, we mean to annex New Mexico, I believe," Blackie Slidell said. "I expect the populace will be mighty glad to see us." "The hell they will. They hate Texans. Don't any of you boys have any experience at all?" Roy asked. "Well, we ain't been to Santa Fe, if that's what you mean," Long Bill admitted. "I guess Caleb Cobb wouldn't be leading an expedition all the way to Santa Fe unless he had his facts down." Roy looked at his wife in amusement. The little girl who had been frightened by the cyclone was still chewing on the hem of her dress. Two of the little boys were throwing rocks at one of the shoats, and the black rooster was still complaining. "These men have been deceived," Roy said to Melly. "They think the Mexicans are just going to walk up and start piling gold and silver in their wagons once they get to Santa Fe, if they get to Santa Fe. Caleb Cobb is a reckless, rum-running scoundrel. What he'll do is get you all killed or captured, I expect. Of course, I doubt he can even find Santa Fe. Maybe all that will happen is you'll get lost," Roy went on. "Look for the Arkansas River if you get lost up on the prairies. Once you find the Arkansas, you'll be all right." The Rangers rode off, leaving the little family to sort through their soaked possessions. The troop's mood was somewhat dampened by Roy's pessimism. "I expect it was a lie," Gus said. "The man's a farmer. He probably never set foot in Santa Fe." "He sounded like he knew what he was talking about to me," Call said. "No, you can't trust people from Missouri," Rip Green said. "Why can't you? I'm from Missouri," Johnny Carthage said. "Missouri's as honest as the next place." "Why would the man lie?" Call asked. "He's never seen us before." Matilda Roberts let out a hoot. "Gus wouldn't think that's a reason not to lie," she said. "Gus lies all the time to people he's never seen before, gals mostly." The remark caused Gus to blush. He'd been thinking the same thing himself, though of course he would never have said it. One of the main troubles with women was that they were always saying things that ought not to be said. Of course he lied freely to impress the girls, but what business was that of Matilda's? "Look yonder. Ain't that Bigfoot's horse?" Blackie Slidell said. "That's his big sorrel, I believe." The mood of the whole troop lifted at the thought of joining up again with Bigfoot Wallace. Shadrach was a commendable scout, more experienced than Bigfoot in the ways of the wilderness, but Shadrach was ill-tempered, with a tendency to growl and snarl if approached when he wasn't in the mood for conversation. He didn't like to talk, and had no interest in sharing his information with men who lacked his experience. He might help if the mood struck him, or he might just ride away. Bigfoot Wallace, on the other hand, loved to talk. He was a gifted explainer. Once when a little drunk he had spent an hour lecturing Call and Gus on 3 sets of horse tracks they had come across. He told them everything he knew about the tracks, why he knew they were Mexican horses, how heavy the riders were, when the tracks had been made, and what, in his judgment, the condition of the animals was who had made the tracks. The two of them had gone off and located another set of tracks. They tried to apply a few of the things Bigfoot had taught them, but with poor success. About all they knew about their set of tracks was that they were horse tracks. As to the weight or nationality or general health of the men riding their horses, they could only speculate. In fact, they were so green when it came to tracking that they couldn't even be sure anyone was riding the horses. They might merely have been horses grazing along. Of course, they both did know that the horses were unshod, but that was as far as their training took them. "Maybe he's killed a wild pig," Gus said. "We could eat it." Bigfoot's horse was still quite a distance away. There was as yet no sign of the tall man himself. "I'd rather he killed a fat doe myself," Rip Green said. "I'd a bunch rather eat some tender venison than that old tough pig meat." "Them corn cakes don't stick to the ribs," Gus said. "Melly's pretty, though." "Yes, you were ready to run off with her, I noticed," Matilda said. Even though it had been dark, Gus's response to the young woman had not escaped her attention. "Maybe that cyclone caught Bigfoot," Long Bill said. "That may just be his nag. He may have got blown away." "Not likely," Gus said. "I imagine he got down in a buffalo wallow like we did." "There might not have been no buffalo wallow handy," Johnny Carthage said. "That twister might have caught Bigfoot out on the flat." The relief everybody in the troop had felt at the thought that they would soon have a reliable guide to lead them over the prairies to Austin went away to be replaced by dread. The experience beyond the Pecos had left its mark on all of them. Even in the comparatively settled country between San Antonio and Austin, the Comanche and Kiowa lurked, running off horses and occasionally even beeves. The plain ahead of them, where they saw Bigfoot's horse, was wide and empty. The last thicket that might provide cover was behind them, back near the smashed cabin. The sight of Bigfoot Wallace would have made every man feel a good deal more confident of reaching Austin alive.
"Darn, it's just his horse," Rip Green said. "I bet that storm spooked his sorrel like it did our nags. Bigfoot's probably on foot looking for his horse right now."
They loped on across the wide prairie, which wasn't as flat as it looked. It rolled a little and dipped. When they were 100 yards from the sorrel horse, they looked down into a little dip and saw the man they'd been talking about, Bigfoot Wallace. He was kneeling by 2 blackened wagons, digging in the dirt with a large bowie knife.
"Now what's he doing digging out on the prairie?"
Long Bill asked.
"Do you think he's digging for onions or spuds of some kind?"
Bigfoot stopped digging when he saw the group approaching. They all waved, even though they were 100 yards away. Bigfoot didn't wave. He watched a minute and then returned to his digging. Carl was a little ahead of the troop. There was a smell in the air that Carl had never smelled before. A burned smell with a sweetness in it like cooked meat sometimes had when the meat was fresh. When old Jesus roasted a baby lamb and its skin, it sometimes smelled like what they were smelling then. Then abruptly, Carl saw what Bigfoot was doing. He stopped his horse, causing Gus, who was just behind him, to ride into him.
"Whoa, what is it?"
Gus asked, confused for a moment. "Bigfoot ain't digging onions," Carl said.
"What is he digging then?"
Long Bill asked. He was too nearsighted to see clearly what young Carl saw. "He's digging a grave," Carl said. The ranger troop approached, but too slowly to suit Bigfoot Wallace. He'd already cut the blackened corpses of the 2 mule skinners loose from the wagon wheels where they had been tied. Though he had smelled burned human flesh before, he didn't like to smell it. He was anxious to get the burying over with in case the Indians who had burned 2 men chose to come back and try him. "Are you men praying? If you ain't, get down and help me," he said impatiently.
"Oh, Lord, look,"
Rip Green said. He barely was off his horse before he began to puke. Gus didn't dare look, really. He threw the briefest glance at the 2 blackened corpses and turned his eyes away. Even so, his stomach rose. He rode off a few steps, hoping to get the smell out of his nostrils before he had to dismount and puke like Rip. Carl got down and immediately began to help Bigfoot. He tried not to look at the 2 corpses, but could not help seeing that their teeth were bared in the agony in which they died. There were ashes in front of the wagon wheels they had been tied to. A twist of smoke still rose in front of the fires. Carl did have a good knife. Old Jesus had forged it for him, sharpened it carefully, and bound the handle with tight rawhide. Carl dug hard. It was the only way he could keep his mind off what had happened to the 2 men. One of the burned wagons was still smoldering. It was only then, when he glanced up, that he noticed that the prairie around the wagon was white. The 2 mule skinners had been hauling flour, and the Indians had ripped up the sacks and scattered the flour on the grass.
"Lordy, these boys weren't lucky,"
Long Bill observed philosophically, walking around the scene of the torture. "Nope, and they weren't prepared either," Bigfoot said. "I guess that old shotgun was the only weapon they had with them." He nodded toward the shotgun, which had been broken in 2 on a large rock that stuck up from the ground. "I wouldn't set off with a load of flour or nothing to defend myself with except a fowling piece, not in this country," Blackie Slidell remarked. "There's empty sacks in that other wagon that ain't too burned," Bigfoot said. "Go get a few, Gus, and roll these men in them. We need to move out. I'll make it about 9 Indians that cooked these men, and one of them was Buffalo Hump."
"Did you see him?"
Johnny Carthage asked, turning white. All the rangers touched their weapons to make sure they were still there. "No, but he's still riding that painted pony he rode that day he killed Josh and Zeke," Bigfoot said. "I studied his track in case I ever had to fight him again, and his track is all around these wagons."
"Oh, Lord, I was afraid it was him,"
Rip Green said. He was white and shaky. Johnny Carthage knew a little cobbling. He'd been offered a job making shoes in San Antonio. Looking at the 2 burned wagoneers, their bodies blackened and swollen, their teeth bared in terrible grimaces, He wondered why he hadn't had the good sense to take the job. Cobbling down by the San Antonio River had a lot to recommend it. It wasn't exciting, but neither would it expose you to the risk of being caught on the open prairie, roped to a wagon wheel, and burned to death. Of course, he could go back and take the job. The old cobbler liked him, but he was already a long ride out of San Antonio and would run the very risk he wanted to avoid if he tried to go back alone. "I wish there was more timber on this road," Blackie Slidell said. "I don't know if we could whip 9 of those rascals if they came charging and we had nothing to hide behind." "9's about the right size for a raiding party," Bigfoot observed. He'd about finished his digging. The grave wasn't deep enough, but it would have to do. "Why?" Call asked. "Why what?" Bigfoot replied. The youngster was a good digger, and besides he was steady. Of all the troop, he was the least affected by the sight of the charred bodies. Of course, Long Bill wasn't shaking or puking, but Long Bill was notorious for his bad eyesight. He probably hadn't come close enough to take a good look. "Why is 9 a good size?" Call asked as Gus handed him an armful of sacks. He spread one layer of sacking over each man, and then rolled the bodies over and tucked another layer of sacking over their backsides. He was curious how stiff bodies got. The dead men's limbs were as stiff as wood. "9's about right," Bigfoot said, impressed that young Call was eager to learn even while performing an unpleasant task. 9 men who know the country can slip between the settlements without being noticed. They can watch the settlers and figure out which farms to attack. If there's a family with 4 or 5 big strapping boys who look like they can shoot, they'll leave it and go on to one where there's mostly women folk. Matilda Roberts stood looking at the corpses as Carl and Gus finished covering them with sacking. She recognized one of the men. His name was Eli, and he'd come to her more than once. "That nearest one is Eli Baker," she said. "He worked in the flour mill. I know him by his ear." "What about his ear?" Bigfoot asked. "Look at it before you rake the dirt over him," Matilda said. "He got half his ear cut off when he was a boy, the bottom half. That's Eli Baker for sure. We ought to try to get word to his family. I believe he had several young'uns." "And a wife?" Bigfoot asked. "Well, he didn't have the young'uns himself," Matilda said. "I ain't seen him in a year or 2, but I know he's Eli Baker." When the corpses were covered, everyone stood around awkwardly for a minute. The wide prairie was empty, though the tall grass sang from the breeze. The sun shone brilliantly. Bigfoot took the stock of the broken shotgun and tamped the dirt solidly over the grave of the 2 wagoneers. "If anybody knows a good scripture, let them say it," Bigfoot said. "We need to skedaddle. I'd rather not have to race no Comanches today. My horse is lame." "There's that scripture about the green pastures," Long Bill recalled. "It's about the Lord being a shepherd." "So say it then, Bill," Bigfoot said. He caught his horse and waited impatiently to mount. Long Bill was silent. "Well, there's the green pastures," he said. "That's all I can recall. It's been a while since I had any dealings with scriptures." "Can anyone say it?" Bigfoot asked. "Leadeth me beside the still waters," Matilda said. "I think that's the one Bill's talking about." "Well, this is a green pasture at least," Bigfoot said. "It'll be greener if it keeps raining." "I wonder why people want to say scriptures when they've buried somebody," Call reflected to Gus as they were trotting on toward Austin. "They're dead. They can't hear no holy talk." Gus had the scared feeling inside again. The Indian who had nearly brought him down with a lance was somewhere around. He might be tracking them or watching them even then. He might be anywhere with his warriors. They were approaching a little copse of live oak trees thick enough to conceal a party of Comanches. What if Buffalo Hump and his warriors suddenly burst out, yelling their terrible war cries? Would he be able to shoot straight? Would he have the guts to fire a bullet through his eyeball if the battle went against them? Would he end up burned, swollen, and stiff like the 2 men they had just buried? Those were the important questions when you were out on the prairie where the wild men lived. Why people said scriptures over the dead was not an issue he could concentrate his mind on, not when he had the scared feeling in his stomach. Even if he could have had the pork chop his mouth had been watering for the night before, he had no confidence that he could have kept it down. "It's the custom," he said finally. "People get to thinking of heaven when people die." Call didn't answer. He was wondering what the mule skinners were thinking and feeling when the Comanches tied them to the wagon wheels and began to build fires under them. Were they thinking of angels, or just wishing they could be dead? "As soon as we get to Austin, I want to buy a better gun," he said. "I mean to practice, too. If we're going on this expedition, we need to learn to shoot." Toward evening, the sky darkened again toward the southwest. Once again, the sky turned coal black with only a thin line of light at the horizon. The rolls of thunder were so loud that the Rangers had to give up conversation. "It might be another cyclone," Blackie yelled. "We need to look for a gully or a ditch." This time, though, no twisting snake cloud formed, though a violent thunderstorm slashed at them for some 15 minutes, drenching them all. They expected a wet, cold night, but by good fortune came upon a big live oak tree that lightning had just struck. The tree had been split right in two. Part of the tree was still blazing when the rain began to diminish. It made a good hot fire and enabled everybody to strip off and dry their clothes. Matilda, far from shy, stripped off first. Carl was reluctant to take all his clothes off in her presence, but Gus wasn't. He didn't have a cent, but hoped that the sight of him would incline Matilda to be friendly, or a little more than friendly, later in the evening, a hope that was disappointed. Bigfoot had Buffalo Hump on his mind. There was a time for sport and a time to keep a close watch. None of the Rangers slept much, but the blazing fire was some comfort. By midnight, when it was Carl's turn to watch, the sky was cloudless and the stars shone bright. Caleb Cobb and his sour captain, Billy Falconer, enlisted the 6 Rangers for the expedition against New Mexico immediately. The Rangers simply walked up to the hotel where the enlistments were being handled, and the matter was done. Billy Falconer was a dark little snipe of a man with quick eyes, but Caleb Cobb was large. To Carl he appeared slow. He stood a good 6'5" and had long, flowing blond hair. On the table in front of him, when he cast his lazy gaze over the men who hoped to go with him on the expedition, were 2 Walker Colt pistols, the latest thing in weaponry. Carl would have liked one of the Walkers. At least he would have liked to hold one and heft it, though of course he knew that such fine guns were far beyond his means. "There's no wages. This is volunteer soldiering," Caleb Cobb pointed out at once. "All we furnish is ammunition and grub." "When possible, we expect you to rustle your own grub at that," Captain Falconer said. Caleb Cobb had a deep voice. He kept a deck of cards in his hand and shuffled them endlessly. "This is a free man's army, only we won't call it an army," Caleb said. "I wouldn't call it an army anyway if these fellows outside the hotel are specimens of the soldiers," Bigfoot said. Caleb Cobb smiled, or half-smiled. Billy Falconer's eyes darted everywhere, whereas Caleb scarcely opened his. He leaned back in a big chair and watched the proceedings as if half asleep. "Mainly we're a trading expedition, Mr. Wallace," Caleb Cobb said after a moment. "St. Louis has had the Santa Fe business long enough. Some of us down here in the Texas Republic think we ought to go up there and capture a bunch of it for ourselves." "That crowd outside is mostly bankers and barbers," Bigfoot said. "If they want to trade, that's fine, but what are we going to do for fighting men if the Mexicans decide they don't like our looks?" "That ain't your worry, that's ours," Captain Falconer snapped. "It's mine if I'm taking my scalp over in that direction," Bigfoot said. "Why, we'll gather up some fighters here and there," Caleb said. "Captain Billy Falconer is such a firebrand, I expect he could handle a Mexican army all by himself." "If he's such a scrapper, then let him go handle Buffalo Hump," Bigfoot suggested. "He and his boys cooked 2 mule skinners yesterday, not 30 miles from this hotel." "Why, the ugly rascal," Falconer said, grabbing one of the Walker Colts. "I'll get up a party and go after him right now. You boys can come if you're game." "Whoa now, Billy," Caleb Cobb said. "You can go chase violent Comanches if you want to, but you ain't taking one of my new pistols. That humpback man might get the best of you, and then I'd be out of gun." "Oh, I thought one of these was mine," Falconer said. He put the gun back on the table with a sheepish look. "It ain't," Cobb said, sitting up a little straighter. Then he looked at Bigfoot again and let his sleepy eyes drift over the troop. Carl didn't like the man's manner. He considered it insolent, but he was conscious that he and Gus were the youngest men in the troop. It was not his place to speak. "When are we leaving, then?" Bigfoot asked. "Day after tomorrow, if General Lloyd gets here," Caleb said. "The roads down Houston way are said to be muddy. They're generally muddy. I guess the general may be stuck." "General Lloyd?" Bigfoot asked, a little surprised. "I scouted for the man a few years back. Why are we taking a general if this is a trading expedition?" "It never hurts to have a general in tow, especially if you're dealing with Mexicans," Caleb said. "They like to deal with the jefe, in my experience. If they get runctious, we can hang a few medals on Phil Lloyd and send him in to parley with the governor of Santa Fe. It might spare us some hostilities." "I'd rather avoid hostilities if we can," Caleb added, shuffling his cards. "I'd rather avoid them myself. We'll be outnumbered 50-1, Bigfoot commented. "The reason General Lloyd ain't here is because he got drunk and got lost. The man was dead drunk the whole time I scouted for him, and he got lost every time he stepped out of his tent to piss. He couldn't find Mexico if you pointed him south and gave him a year. And what's more, he can't ride." Caleb Cobb chuckled. "Well, he can ride in a wagon, and if he can't, we'll tie him in," he said. "Our mounts are a little on the feeble side," Long Bill put in. "What do we do about horses?" "You look like seasoned men," Caleb said. "The Republic of Texas will furnish you a horse apiece. Billy, sign them some chits. Half the men in Austin are horse traders. I expect you can find good mounts." "What about guns? Mine's a poor weapon," Carl asked. "I would like to replace it if possible before we leave." "Guns are your lookout," Captain Falconer snapped. "If you're Rangers, I guess you're drawing Rangers' pay. You can buy your own guns." "No, I think some new guns would be a sound investment, Billy," Caleb said. "I expect the Mexicans will welcome us with open arms and probably cook a few goats and lay us out a feast, but folks are unpredictable. If the Mexicans get fractious, it would be good if we're well armed so we can shoot the damn bastards. Tell the quartermaster to help these gentlemen arm themselves proper." "So what's our route, Colonel?" Bigfoot inquired. "You're too full of questions. We ain't figured out the route," Falconer snapped. "We ain't got all day to stand around talking either." Captain Falconer briskly wrote them out some chits for horses, good with any trader in Austin, he claimed, and then marched them over to a man named Bragnoli, who was in charge of stores and armaments. Bragnoli was in the process of buying livestock when they found him. 20 beeves had been driven in. They were ambling around the town square, which at that time was a maelstrom of activity. A wagon master was hammering together a new wagon, several saddle makers were making repairs on saddles the volunteers had brought in, and a dentist was pulling a man's tooth right in the middle of it all. The man yowled, but the dentist persisted and brought out a tooth with a long red root. "I'll be damned if I'd let a man stick pliers in my mouth and pull out my teeth," Gus said as they walked through the crowd. Horses, mules, sheep, pigs, and chickens crowded the square. Carl had never been in the midst of so much activity before. He felt a little hemmed in. There was so much to see that it was more than a little confusing. So engrossed was the quartermaster Bragnoli in purchasing livestock that it was half an hour before he could attend to their request for guns. When he did get time for them, he proved to be a friendly man. "Muskets are what I've got. I've not been issued pistols," he said. "The muskets will do for buffalo or Indians either." He took them into a storeroom behind a large general store. Cases of muskets were stacked on top of one another. While Carl and the others were hefting various rifles and looking at ammunition pouches, Gus happened to peek into the store itself. There was a girl standing there by a counter, who was so lovely that Gus immediately forgot all about cap and ball muskets, ammunition pouches, and everything else. The girl seemed to work in the store. She was helping an old lady try on a sunbonnet. The girl was slim. She had the liveliest expression. Also, she was alert. Gus had merely glanced at her, supposing that she was too busy to notice, but she caught his glance and looked at him so directly that it unnerved him. He would have retreated back to the muskets had she not immediately smiled at him in a quick, friendly way. Emboldened by that smile, Gus abandoned his comrades and walked into the store. It was a big, high-ceiling store filled with every kind of goods, from hammers and nails to fine headwear. He couldn't resist trying on a new gray hat with a sweeping brim, though he knew he couldn't afford it. He could hear the old lady chattering on. She was in no hurry to choose her sunbonnet. Twice Gus decided the young woman was so busy with the old harpy that he could risk another glance or two, but both times he risked it, the girl caught the glance, as if it were a ball he had tossed her. She didn't allow his glances to distract her from her work, but she didn't fail to notice them either. Gus proceeded to examine a case full of knives. He had always had a strong fondness for knives. Some of the ones in the case would have excited him a lot on any other day. They had gleaming blades with handles of ivory or horn, but compared to the pretty girl selling sunbonnets, knives were of little interest. When the old lady finally chose her sunbonnet and paid for it, Gus was trying to work up his nerve to say good morning to the girl. But before he had it worked up, there was another interruption. A brusque little man in a black frock coat bustled in and went straight to the cigars. "Morning, Miss Forsythe," the fellow said. "I'm here for my cigar." "Here it is, Dr. Morris," the girl said. "We've already got it wrapped up. My father tended to it personally." "Yes, but he attended to it too well," the little doctor said, quickly tearing the wrapping off the little package the girl handed him. He extracted a long cigar and pulled it slowly under his nose. "Never buy a cigar without smelling it," he advised the girl. Then he tipped his hat and walked out, the cigar jutting out of his mouth. "I guess that was good advice," the young woman said, strolling over to Gus. "But I won't take it." "Well, why wouldn't you?" Gus asked, amazed that the young woman had simply walked over and addressed him. "Because I don't fancy cigars," the girl said with a smile. Then she thrust the wadded-up paper from the doctor's package into his hand. "Here, dispose of this, sir," she said with a fetching smile. "Do what?" Gus asked, paralyzed with anxiety lest he do something wrong and scare the girl away, though he had to admit she didn't look easily scared. "Dispose of this paper. I can see that you're tall, but I don't know if you're useful," the girl said. "I'm Clara. Who are you?" "Augustus McCrae," Gus said. Though he rarely used his full name, he felt that on this occasion it would be proper. "Augustus, did you hear that? He's Roman like you, Mr. Brugnoli," Clara said, addressing the quartermaster who had stepped into the store for the moment to give her chits for the muskets. "I don't think so, Miss Forsythe," Brugnoli said, tipping his cap to the girl. "I think he's just a young rascal from Tennessee. You better get your musket. You'll need it where you're going," he added, looking at Gus. "What's that in your hand? You ain't been stealing from Miss Forsythe, have you?" "Oh, no, it's just some wrapping I asked him to dispose of," Clara said. "I like to find out quick if a man's useful or not. So far he ain't disposed of it. I guess that means he's a laggard." "Hold this. I aim to keep it forever," Gus said, flushed with embarrassment. Brugnoli had already turned and disappeared. He was alone with Clara Forsythe, who was watching him out of two keen eyes. "Keep it forever? That scrap?" Clara said. "Why would you do such a foolish thing as that, Mr. McCrae? You have important soldiering to do. I expect you'll need both hands." "I'll keep it because you gave it to me," Gus said. Clara stopped smiling and looked at him calmly. The speech didn't seem to surprise her, though it greatly surprised Gus. He had not meant to say anything of the sort, but such a feeling had risen in him because of Clara Forsythe that he couldn't move his limbs or control his speech. "Here, don't you want to pick a gun?" Call asked, sticking his head in the store for a moment. He saw Gus standing by a girl and supposed he was trying to buy something he couldn't afford and didn't need, whereas he did need a gun. "You pick one for me. I expect it will do," Gus said, determined not to leave Miss Forsythe's presence until he absolutely had to. "We're going to buy horses. Don't you want to pick your own mount?" Call asked, a little puzzled by his friend's behavior. He looked again at the young shop girl and saw that she was unusually pretty. Perhaps that explained it. Still, they were about to set off on a long, dangerous expedition. Choosing the right gun and right mount could mean life or death once they were out on the prairies. If he was that taken with a shop girl, he could come back later and chatter, though for once Gus wasn't chattering. He was just standing there, as if planted to the floor, holding some scraps of paper in his hand. It was unusual behavior. Carl stepped into the store thinking his friend might be sick. He tipped his straw hat to the pretty shop girl as he approached. "Hello. Are you a Roman too, sir?" Clara asked with a smile. Carl was stumped. He didn't understand the question. The young woman's look was so direct that it startled him. What did it mean to be a Roman, and why had she asked? "No, this is Woodrow Call. He's a plain Texan," Gus said. "I don't know how that fella knew I was from Tennessee." In fact, Brugnoli's comment had irked him. What right had a quartermaster to be speculating with Miss Forsythe about where he was from? "Why, Mr. Brugnoli's a traveled man," Claire said. "He's been telling me about Europe. I mean to go there some day and see the sights." If it's farther off than Santa Fe, I doubt I'll have time to go, Call said. He found that he didn't feel awkward talking to the shop girl. She was so friendly that talking was easy, even though he had no idea where Europe was or what sights might be there for a young lady to see. Call was impatient, though. They had to outfit themselves for a great expedition, and they only had a day to do it. He glanced around the big store and saw that it contained goods of every description, many of which would probably be useful on their expedition, but their chits only covered guns and horses. It was pointless to waste time looking around a big store when they had no money to spend at all, yet Gus seemed reluctant to move. "I'll be along, Woodrow. I'll be along," Gus said. "Just grab me a musket as you leave." "Why, I believe I've smitten Mr. McCrae," Clara said with a laugh. "I doubt I could smite you, though, Mr. Call, not unless I had a club." With no more said, she turned and began to unpack a large box of dry goods. Call turned and left, a little puzzled by the shop girl's remark. Why would she want to smite him with a club? She seemed a friendly girl, though the meaning of her remark was hard to puzzle out. Clara whistled a tune as she unpacked the big box of dry goods. She glanced up after a bit and saw that Augustus McCrae, the young Tennessean, was still exactly where he had been when she last addressed him. "Hey, you, go along," she said. "Your friend Mr. Call is waiting." "No, he ain't waiting," Gus said. "He left with the boys." "Are you really a Texas Ranger?" Clara asked. "I've not met too many Texas Rangers. My father says they're rascals mostly. Are you a rascal, Mr. McCrae?" Gus hardly knew how to respond to such a barrage of questions. "I may have done a rascally thing or two," Gus said. Since Clara was so frank, he decided honesty might be the best policy. She was smiling when she looked at him, which was puzzling. "Here, since you're still around, put this cotton over on that bench," she said. "It's got mussed up somewhere along the way. I expect we'll have to wash it before we can sell it. Folks around here won't pay money for cotton goods that look mussed." Gus took the swatch of cotton cloth and put it where she had told him to. An old man in a brown coat came in while she was doing it. The old man had on a gray hat and had a patch over one eye. He looked a little surprised to see a stranger carrying his dry goods around. "Hi, Pa. This is Mr. Augustus McCrae of Tennessee," Clara said merrily. "He's a Texas Ranger, but he seems to have time to spare, so I put him right to work." "I see," Mr. Forsythe said. He shook Gus's hand and looked at Clara, his daughter, with great fondness. "She's brash, ain't she?" he said to Gus. "You don't need to wait for an opinion. If Clara's around, she'll get you an opinion before you can catch your breath." Clara was still unpacking goods, whistling as she worked. She had her sleeves rolled up, exposing her pretty wrists. "Well, I must go look at them horses," Gus said. "Many thanks for the visit." "Was it a visit?" Clara said, giving him one of her direct glances. "Seemed like one," Gus said. He felt the remark was inadequate, but couldn't think of another. "That door ain't locked. You can come back and pitch in with the unpacking, Mr. McCrae, if you have time," Clara said. Old man Forsythe chuckled. "If he doesn't have it, he'll make it," he said, putting his arm around his daughter's shoulder for a moment. Gus tipped his hat to both of them and walked out the front door, the scraps of wrapping paper still in his hand. Once out of Clara's sight, he carefully folded the brown paper and put it in his breast pocket. Although he had left the general store and was back amid the throng of peddlers and merchants, all hoping to profit from the coming expedition, in his mind, Gus still stood by the big box of dry goods, waiting for Clara Forsythe to hand him another swatch of cloth. Call, who was standing with Long Bill and Blackie Slidell not 20 yards away, had to yell at him 3 times to get his attention. "Here, I hope you're pleased with this musket," Call said when Gus finally strolled over. "It's new, and it's got a good heft. I don't know what we'll do about pistols. Mr. Bragnoli says they're costly." "I don't want to go," Gus said flatly. "I wonder if that girl's pa would hire me to work in that store." "What?" Call said, shocked. "You don't want to go on the expedition?" "No, I'd rather marry that girl," Gus said. Long Bill and Blackie Slidell thought it was the funniest joke of the year. They laughed so hard that the dentist, who was about to pull another tooth out of another customer, stopped his work for a moment in amazement. Call, however, was embarrassed for his friend. The expedition to Santa Fe was a serious matter. They were Rangers. They had to defend the Republic. Yet Gus had just walked into a store to select a musket, spotted a girl with a frank manner, and now wanted to quit rangering. "Marry her? You haven't got a cent," Call said. "Anyway, why would she have you? You ain't known her 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough," Gus said. "I want to marry her, and I aim to."
"He's a cutter, ain't he?" Long Bill commented. "Meets a girl, and the next thing you know, he's off to hunt a preacher."
"Well, you heard me," Gus said. "I aim to marry her, and that's that." "No, now you can't. That's desertion," Blackie pointed out. "You signed your mark this morning right in front of Caleb Cobb. I expect he'd hang you on the spot if you tried to quit." The remark had a sobering effect. Gus had totally forgotten signing his mark and putting himself under military command. He had forgotten most of his life prior to meeting Clara. The fact that he could be executed for changing his mind had never occurred to him. "Well, that marking don't amount to much," Gus said. He didn't want to be hanged, but he also didn't want to leave Austin now that he had found the woman he intended to marry.
"You need to visit the whorehouse. It will clear your head," Long Bill said. "My head's cloudy, too. I say we all go once we picked our horses."
"I don't want no whore," Call said. But in fact, once they picked their horses and bought a slicker apiece, they all went down by the river where several whores were working out of a shanty. There were 6 stalls with blankets hung between them. Gus chose a Mexican girl and did his business quickly. Once he was done, even as he was buckling his pants, he still thought of Clara Forsythe and her pretty wrists. Call chose a young white woman named Maggie, who took his coins and accepted him in silence. She had gray eyes. She seemed to be sad. The look in her eye as he was pulling his pants up made him a little uneasy. It was a sorrowful look. He felt he ought to say something, perhaps try to talk to the girl a little, but he didn't know how to talk to her, or even why he felt he should. "Thank you. Goodbye," he said finally. Maggie didn't smile. She stood at the back of the stall by the quilt she slept and worked on, waiting for the next stranger to come in. Johnny Carthage was waiting when Call came out. He had a policy of not buying Mexican women, the reason being that a Mexican whore had stabbed out his eye while trying to rob him.
"Well, what's your opinion? Is she lively?"
Johnny asked as Call came out. "I have no opinion," Call said, still troubled by the sorrow in Maggie's eyes. Gus McCrae moped all afternoon and would do no work. Call, who had become an expert farrier, took it upon himself to shoe the ranger's new horses. He didn't want one of them coming up lame, not on such a long, risky trip. Shadrach showed up while he was working. He was dusty and grizzled. When asked where he had been, Shadrach said he had been west, hunting cougars. "Dern, when I hunt, I want something that's better eating than a cougar," Bigfoot informed him. "I just take the liver," Shadrach said. "Cougar liver?" Bigfoot asked in amazement. "I've heard the Comanches eat the liver out of cougars, but Comanches eat polecats, too. I ain't yet had a polecat, and I hope I never have to eat the liver out of a mountain cat." "It's medicine," Shadrach said. "Good medicine. I'm likely to see some cougars going across the plains." "Oh, I guess you start thinking like an Indian, Shad," Bigfoot said. "The better to fight 'em," Shadrach said. He went over and dipped his head in a big water trough to get some of the dust out of his long, shaggy hair. Gus finally agreed to help a little with the horseshoeing, but his mind wasn't on his work. If Call asked for a rasp, Gus would likely hand him an awl or even a nail. Twice he wandered off to visit the general store, but Clara was off on errands. Mr. Forsythe was pleasant to him, but vague about when his daughter might return. "I can't predict her," he said. "She's like the wind. Sometimes she's quiet, sometimes she's not." Annoyed at the girl, why couldn't she stay where he could find her? Gus took the best alternative left to him, which was to get drunk. He bought a jug of liquor from a Mexican peddler and sat under a shed and drank it, while Call finished the horseshoeing. While he was working, a buggy drove by. An old man wearing a military coat was asleep in it. The old man had a red face and was snoring so loudly they could hear him even after the buggy had passed. "Well, that's Phil Lloyd, the damn sot," Bigfoot said. "He's a general, but he ain't a good one. I doubt we could get enough barrels of whiskey in a wagon to keep Phil Lloyd happy all the way to Santa Fe unless we lope along quick. Carl decided the military was peculiar. Why make a general out of an old man who couldn't even find his way around? He tried to interest Gus in the question, but Gus could not be bothered by such business. "She wasn't there," he said several times, referring to Clara. "I went back twice to visit. She said I might, but she wasn't there either time." "I expect she'll be there in the morning," Carl said. "You can trot by and say adios. They say we're leaving tomorrow." "You may be leaving. I ain't," Gus replied. "I ain't leaving tomorrow or any other time." Carl knew his friend was too drunk to make sense. He didn't press him. "Let's walk down by the river. I feel restless," Gus said a little later. "That store's closed now. There's no chance to visit until tomorrow." Carl was happy to walk with him. It was a starry night, and the Rangers had just made a good meal off some tamales Blackie Slidell had purchased from a Mexican woman. A little walk would be pleasant. He took his new musket in case they encountered trouble. The Comanches had been known to come right into Austin and take children or even young women. It wouldn't hurt to be armed. They walked a good distance on the bluffs over above the Colorado River. They could see a light out in the water. Somebody was out in a boat. "Fishing, I expect," Carl said. Gus was still fairly drunk. "What kind of fool would fish at night? The fish wouldn't be able to see the bait," Gus said. Then between one step and the next, he suddenly plunged into space. He was so drunk he wasn't frightened. Sometimes when very drunk he passed out. It felt a little like falling. He assumed for a moment that he must be in the process of passing out. The lantern light on the water was spinning, which went with being drunk too. He felt himself turn over, which is also a feeling he got when he was drunk. Then he saw the river again, but it seemed to him that it was above him. He began to realize that he was falling, through a night so dark that he couldn't see anything. He couldn't even remember what he had been doing before he fell. "A fish don't need to see, it can smell," Carl said, just before noting to his shock that he was talking to nobody. Gus McCrae, at his elbow only the moment before, had disappeared. Carl's first thought was that an Indian had snatched Gus, though he didn't see how, since he and Gus had only been a step apart. But Buffalo Hump had taken Josh Corn, and he hadn't been far away either. Carl whirled around, almost going off the bluff himself. He couldn't see the edge, but he could see the river in the starlight. The river was a good distance down. He realized then that Gus must have fallen. He didn't know what to do. Probably it was too late to do anything. Gus might already be dead, or dying. Carl knew he had to get down to him, but he didn't know how to go about it without falling himself. He had no rope, and it was so dark he feared to try and climb down. Then he remembered that during the day he'd seen an old man with a fishing pole making his way down a kind of trail. There was a way down, but he would need a light of some kind if he was going to find it. Carl began to run back toward town, staying well clear of the bluff. He was hoping to encounter someone with a light, but it was as if suddenly he were back on the long plain beyond the Pecos. He saw not a soul until he had run all the way back to where the Rangers were camped. When he got there, he discovered that the only Ranger who wasn't dead drunk was gimpy Johnny Carthage, the slowest man in camp. Blackie Slidell and Rip Green were so drunk they couldn't even remember who Gus McCrae was. Johnny Carthage was willing, at least. He and Carl found a lantern and made their way back to the river. In time, they found a place where they could scramble down the cliff. The problem then was that Carl could not tell how far down the bluff they'd walked before Gus fell. With the help of the lantern, though, he could see that the bluff wasn't high enough for a fall to be fatal, unless Gus had been unlucky and broken his neck or his back. Johnny Carthage was fairly stalwart while they were on the bluff, but once down by the river with help far away, his fear of Indians grew to such proportions that he flinched at every shadow. "Indians can swim," he announced, looking out at the dark water. "Who can?" Carl asked. He wanted to call out to Gus, but of course if there were Indians near, the calling would give them away. He was afraid Johnny might panic if the risks increased much. "Indians," Johnny said. "That big one with the hump could be right out there in the water." "Why would he be out there this time of night?" Carl asked. Mainly he was trying to distract Johnny from his fear by asking sensible questions. "Well, he might," Johnny said. He had a great urge to shoot his gun, although he couldn't see a thing to shoot at. He just had the feeling that if he shot his gun, he might feel a little less scared. To Carl's shock and surprise, Johnny suddenly shot his gun. Carl assumed it meant he had seen Indians, Perhaps Buffalo Hump was in the river. Johnny Carthage was 10 years older than he was and more experienced. He might have spotted an Indian in the water somehow. "Did you hit him?" Call asked. "Hit who?" Johnny said. "The Indian you shot at," Call said. Johnny was so scared he had already forgotten his own shot. He remembered wanting to shoot. He felt it would make him less nervous, but he had no memory of actually firing the gun. Gus McCrae couldn't get the stars above him to come into focus. He was lying on his back, a terrible pain in his left ankle, wondering if he was drunk or dead. Surely if he was dead, his ankle wouldn't hurt so badly. But then he wasn't sure. Perhaps the dead could still feel. He couldn't be sure of anything, except that his left ankle hurt. He could hear the lap of water against the shore, which probably meant that he was still alive. He wasn't wet either. That was good. One of the things he disliked most about rangering was that it very often left him unprotected from the elements. On the first march to the Pecos, he had been drenched several times. Once, crossing some insignificant little creek, his boots had filled with water. When he took them off to empty them, he noticed several of the older rangers laughing, but it wasn't until he tried to put his boots back on that he realized what they were laughing at. He couldn't get his boots back on. His feet, which had just come out of those very boots, wouldn't go back in. They didn't go back in for almost 2 days until the boots had thoroughly dried. Gus remembered the incident mainly because his ankle hurt so. He knew he could never force his foot into a boot, not with his ankle hurting so badly. He would just have to go bootless on that foot for a while until his ankle mended. While he was thinking about the difficulties that arose when you got wet, a gun went off nearby. Gus's thought was that it was an Indian. He tried to roll under a bush, but there were no bushes on the river shore. Even though he disliked being wet, he didn't dislike it as much as he disliked the thought of being taken by an Indian. He started to roll into the water, thinking that he could swim out far enough that the Indians couldn't find him, when he heard nearby the voices of Johnny Carthage and Woodrow Call, talking about the very subject he had just been thinking about, Indians. "Here, boys, it's me," he cried out. "Come fast, I'm right by the bluff." A moment later, Call and Johnny found him, to his great relief. "I was afraid it was that big one," he said when they came with the lantern. "He could poke that big lance right through me if he came upon me laying down." Though glad to have found Gus alive, Call was still not sure exactly what the situation was. Neither was Johnny. The fact that the latter had fired his gun confused them both. Though not quite dead drunk, Johnny was actually less sober than Call had supposed him to be back at the camp. He had seemed sober in comparison with Blackie and Rip, but now whatever he had drunk seemed to have suddenly caught up with him. He couldn't remember whether he had fired his gun because he had seen an Indian or whether he had just shot to be shooting. It could even be that the gun had gone off entirely by accident. Call was exasperated. He had never known a man to be so vague about his own behavior. "You shot the gun," he reminded Johnny for the third time. "What did you shoot it at? An Indian?" "Matilda ate that big turtle," Johnny said. He was growing rapidly less in command of his faculties. All he could remember of his earlier life was that Matilda Roberts had cooked a snapping turtle in a ranger camp on the Rio Grande. "That wasn't tonight, Johnny," Call insisted. "That was a long time back, and I don't know what it's got to do with tonight. You didn't shoot at a snapping turtle, did you?" Johnny Carthage was silent, perplexed. Call couldn't help but be annoyed. They were in a life-or-death situation. Why couldn't the man remember what he shot at? "What did you shoot at tonight?" he asked again. Gus was feeling more and more convinced that he was alive and well, except, of course, for a damaged ankle. "I hope my ankle ain't broke. It hurts," he said. "You might as well let up on Johnny, though. He ain't got no idea why he shot his gun." "I'll have to be hungry to eat a darn turtle," Johnny Carthage said. It was his final comment of the evening. To Call's intense annoyance, he lapsed into a stupor and was soon as prostrate as Gus. "Now I've got 2 of you down," Call said. "This is a damn nuisance." Gus was too relieved to be alive to worry very much about his friend's distemper. "I wonder if that girl will be in the store tomorrow," he asked out loud. "I sure would like to see that girl again, although my ankle's bad." "Go see her, then," Call said brusquely. "Maybe she'll sell you a crutch." When Call helped Gus hobble back to camp, Johnny Carthage was no help, having passed out drunk near where Gus had fallen. Bigfoot happened to be there, drinking with Long Bill and Rip Green. After a certain amount of poking and prodding, during which Gus let out a yelp or two, Bigfoot pronounced his ankle sprained but not broken. Gus's mood sank. He was afraid it meant that he would not be allowed to go on the expedition. "But you wasn't going anyway. You were aiming to stay and marry that girl," Call reminded him. "No, I aimed to go," Gus said. "If I could collect a little of that silver, we could live rich if I do marry her." In fact, he was torn. He had a powerful desire to marry Clara, but at the same time the thought of watching his companions ride off on their great adventure made him moody and sad. "You reckon Colonel Cobb would leave me because of this ankle?" he asked. "Well, I know there's plenty of wagons you could ride in. Sprain's usually better in a week," Bigfoot said. "I guess they could put you in that buggy with old Phil Lloyd unless they mean to transport him in a cart." "Ride with a general?" Gus asked. "I wouldn't know what to say to a general." "You won't have to say a word to Phil Lloyd. He'll be too drunk to talk," Bigfoot assured him. The next morning the sprained ankle was so swollen Gus couldn't put even a fraction of his weight on it. The matter chagrined him deeply. He had hoped to be at the general store at opening time in order to help Miss Forsythe with her unpacking. Yet even standing up was painful. Needles of pain shot through his ankle. "I expect they have liniment in that store," Call told him. "I guess I could walk up there and buy you some liniment." "Oh, you would," Gus said, agitated at the thought that Call would get to see Clara before he did. "I suppose you'll want to help her unpack dry goods, too." "What?" Call said, puzzled by Gus's annoyance. "Why would I want to help her unpack? I don't work in that store." "Bear grease is best for sprains," Long Bill informed him. "Well, do we have any?" Gus asked, eager to head off Call's trip to the general store. "Why, no, I don't keep any," Long Bill said. "Maybe we can scrape a little up next time we kill a bear." "I seen a bear once eating a horse," Gus remembered. "I didn't kill him, though." Call grew tired of the aimless conversation and walked on up to the store. The girl was there, quick as ever. She wasn't unpacking dry goods, though. She was stacking pennies on a counter, whistling while she did it. "Be quiet. Don't interrupt me," she said, throwing Call a merry glance. "I'll have to do this all over if I lose my count." Call waited patiently until she had finished tallying up the pennies. She wrote the total on a little slip of paper. "So it's you, and not Mr. McCrae," she said when she was finished. "I rather expected Mr. McCrae. I guess he ain't as smitten as I thought." "Oh, he's mighty smitten," Call assured her. "He meant to be here early, but he fell and hurt his ankle." "Just like a man." "Is it broke?" Clara asked. "I expect he done it dancing with a senorita. He looks to me like he's the kind of Texas Ranger who visits the senoritas." "No, he fell off a bluff," Call said. "I was with him at the time. He's got a bad sprain and thought some liniment might help." "It might if I rubbed it on myself," Clara said. Call was plain embarrassed. He'd never heard of a woman rubbing liniment on a man's foot. It seemed improper to him, although he recognized that standards might be different in Austin. "If I could buy some and take it to him, I expect he could just rub it on himself," Call said. "I see you know nothing of medicine, sir," Clara said, thinking she had never met such a pompous young fool as Mr. Woodrow Call. "Well, can I buy some?" Call asked. He found it tiring to do so much talking, particularly since the girl's manner was so brash and her attitude so confusing. "Yes, here. We have the best liniment of any establishment in town," Clara said. "My father uses this one. I believe it's made from roots." She handed Call a big jar of liniment, charging him 20 cents. Call was dismayed at the price. He hadn't supposed liniment would cost more than a dime. "Tell Mr. McCrae I consider it very careless of him to go falling off a bluff without my permission," Clara said as she was wrapping the jar of liniment in brown paper. "He might have been useful to me today if he hadn't been so careless." "He had no notion that he was so close to the edge, miss," Call said, thinking that he ought to try and defend his friend. "No excuses. Tell him I'm very put out," Clara demanded. "Once I smite a man, I expect more cautious behavior." When Call reported the conversation to Gus, Gus blamed it all on him. "I suppose you informed her that I was drunk. You aimed to marry her yourself, I expect," Gus said in a temper. Call was astonished by his friend's irrationality. "I don't even know the woman's name," he told his friend. "Pshaw, it don't take long to learn a name," Gus said. "You mean to marry her, don't you?" "You must have broke your brain when you took that fall," Call said. "I don't intend to marry nobody. I'm off to Santa Fe." "Well, I am, too. I wish I'd never let you go up to that store," Gus said. He was tormented by the thought that Clara Forsythe might have taken a liking to Call. She might have decided she preferred his friend, a thought so tormenting that he got up and tried to hobble to the store. But he could put no weight on the wounded ankle at all. It meant hopping on one leg, and he soon realized that he couldn't hop that far. Even if he had, what would Clara think of a man who came hopping in on one leg? He was forced to lie in camp all day sulking, while the other rangers went about their business. Long Bill Coleman grew careless with the jug of whiskey he had procured the night before. While he was trying to repair a cracked stirrup, Gus crawled over to Bill's little stack of bedding, uncorked the jug, and drank a good portion of it. Then he crawled back to his own spot, drunk. Bragnoli, the quartermaster, showed up about that time, looking for men to load the ammunition wagons. Call and Rip Green were recruited. Gus was fearful Bragnoli would remove him from the troop once he found out about the ankle, but Bragnoli scarcely gave him a glance. "You'll be running buffalo in a few days, Mr. McCrae," Bragnoli said. "I'll warn you, though, be careful of your parts once we're traveling. Colonel Cobb won't tolerate stragglers. If you can't make the pull, he'll leave you, and you'll have to come back as best you can." Gus managed to sneak several more pulls on Long Bill's jug and was deeply drunk when he woke from a light snooze to see a girl coming toward the camp. To his horror, he realized it was Clara Forsythe. It was a calamity. Not only was he drunk and too crippled to attend himself, he was also filthy from having rolled into a mud puddle during the night. He looked about to see if there was a wagon he could hide under, but there was no wagon. "There you are. I had hoped you would show up early and help me unpack those heavy dry goods," Clara said. "I see you're unreliable. I might have suspected it." She was smiling as she chided him, but Gus was so sensitive to the fact that he was drunk and filthy that he hardly knew what to do. "Let's see your foot," Clara said, kneeling down beside him. Gus was startled. Although Call had informed him that Clara intended to rub liniment on his foot herself, Gus had given the report no credit. It was some lie Call had thought up to make him feel worse than he felt. No fine girl of the class of Miss Forsythe would be likely to want to rub liniment on his filthy ankle. "What?" he asked. He was so drunk that he could hardly stammer. He wished now that he had not been such a fool as to drain Long Bill's jug. But how could he possibly have expected a visit from Miss Forsythe? Only whores prowled around in the rough ranger camps, and Clara was clearly not a whore. "I said, let's see your foot," Clara said. "Did the fall deafen you, too?" "No, I can hear," Gus said. "What would you want with my foot?" he asked. "I need to know if I think you're going to recover, Mr. McCrae," Clara said with a challenging smile. "If you do recover, I might have plans for you, but if you're a goner, then I won't waste my time." "What kind of plans?" Gus asked. "Well, there's a lot of unpacking that needs to get done round the store," Clara said. "You could be my assistant if you behave." Gus surrendered the wounded foot, which was bare and none too clean. Clara touched it gently, cupping Gus's heel in one hand. "The thing is, I'm a ranger," Gus reminded her. "I signed up for the expedition to Santa Fe. If I try to back out now, the colonel might call it desertion and have me hung." "Fiddle," Clara said, feeling the swollen ankle. She lowered his foot to the ground, noticed the jar of liniment sitting on a rock nearby, and removed the top. "Well, they can hang you for desertion if they take a notion to," Gus said. "I know that. Shut up," Clara said, scooping a bit of liniment into her hand. She began to massage it into the swollen ankle, a dab at a time. "My pa thinks this expedition is all foolery," Clara went on. "He says you'll all starve once you get out on the plains. He says you'll be back in a month. I guess I can wait a month." "I hope so," Gus said. "I wouldn't want no one else to get the job." Clara looked at him but said nothing. She continued to dab liniment on his ankle and gently rub it in. "That liniment stinks," Gus informed her. "It smells like sheep dip." "I thought I told you to shut up," Clara reminded him. "If you weren't crippled, we could have a picnic, couldn't we?" Gus decided to ignore the comment. He was crippled and wasn't quite sure what a picnic was anyway. He thought it was something that had to do with church-going, but he wasn't a church-goer and didn't want to embarrass himself by revealing his ignorance. "What if we're out 2 months?" he asked. "You wouldn't give that job to nobody else, would you?" Clara considered for a moment. She was smiling, but not at him exactly. She seemed to be smiling mostly to herself. "Well, there are other applicants," she admitted. "Yes, that damn Woodrow Call, I imagine," Gus said. "I never told him to go up there and buy this liniment. He just did it himself." "Oh, no, not Corporal Call," Clara said at once. I don't think I fancy Corporal Call as an unpacker. He's a little too solemn for my taste. I expect he would be too slow to make a fool of himself."
"That's right, he ain't foolish,"
Gus said. He thought it was rather a peculiar standard Clara was suggesting, but he was not about to argue with her. "I like men who are apt to make fools of themselves immediately," Clara said. "Like yourself, Mr. McCrae. Why, you don't hesitate a second when it comes to making a fool of yourself." Gus decided not to comment. He had never encountered anyone as puzzling as the young woman kneeling in front of him with his foot almost on her lap. She didn't seem to give a fig for the fact that his foot was dirty, and he himself none too clean. "Are you drunk, sir?" she asked bluntly. "I think I smell whiskey on your breath." "Well, Long Bill had a little whiskey," Gus admitted. "I took it for medicine." Clara didn't dignify that lie with a look or a retort. "What were you thinking of when you walked off that cliff, Mr. McCrae?" Clara asked. "Do you remember?" In fact, Gus didn't remember. The main thing he remembered about the whole previous day was standing near Clara in the general store watching her unpack dry goods. He remembered her graceful wrists and how dust motes stirred in a shaft of sunlight from the big front window. He remembered thinking that Clara was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered, and that he wanted to be with her. Beyond being with her, he could conceive of no plans. He had no memory of falling off the cliff at all, and no notion of what he and Woodrow Call might have been discussing. He remembered a gunshot and Call and Johnny finding him at the base of the bluff, but what had gone on before or been set up on the path he couldn't recall. "I guess I was worrying about Indians," he said, since Clara was still looking at him in a manner that suggested she wanted an answer. "Shucks, I thought you might have been thinking of me," Clara said. "I had the notion I'd smitten you, but I guess I was wrong. I haven't smitten Corporal Call, that's for sure." "He ain't a corporal, he's just a ranger," Gus said, annoyed that she was still talking about Call. He didn't trust the man, not where Clara was concerned at least. "Why, that's better. Perhaps I have smitten you." She closed the jar of liniment, eased his foot to the ground, and stood up. "It does smell a little like sheep dip, that's accurate," she said. "What do you gentlemen use to wash with around this camp?" "Nothing. Nobody washes," Gus admitted. "Sometimes we wash in a creek if we're traveling, but otherwise we just stay dirty." Clara picked up a shirt someone had thrown down and carefully wiped her fingers on it. "I hope the owner won't mind a little sheep dip on his shirt," she said. "That's Call's extra shirt. He won't mind," Gus assured her. "Oh, Corporal Call. Where is he, by the way?" Clara asked. "He ain't a corporal, I told you that," Gus said. He found her use of the term very irritating. That she felt the need to refer to Call at all was more than a little annoying. "Nonetheless, I intend to call him Corporal Call, and it's not one bit of your business what I call him," Clara said pertly. "I'm free to choose names for my admirers, I suppose." Gus was so annoyed that he didn't know what to say. He sulked a bit, thinking that if Call were there he'd give him a punching, sore ankle or no sore ankle. "Well, goodbye, Mr. McCrae," Clara said. "I hope your ankle improves. If you're still in camp tomorrow, I'll come by and give it another treatment. I don't want a crippled assistant, not with all the unpacking there is to do." To his surprise, she reached down and gave him a handshake. Her fingers smelled of the liniment she had just rubbed on him. "We're supposed to pull out tomorrow. I hope we don't, though," Gus said. "You know where the store is," Clara said. "I certainly expect a visit before you depart." She started to leave, and then turned and looked at him again. "Give my respects to Corporal Call," she said. "It's a pity he's not more of a fool." "If he's a corporal, I ought to be a corporal, too," Gus said, bitterly annoyed by the girl's manner. "Corporal McCrae. No, that don't sound right," Clara said. "Corporal Call, somehow that has a solid ring." Then with a wave she walked off. When Call came back to camp in the evening, sweaty from having loaded ammunition all day, he found Gus drunk and boiling. He was so mad his face turned red and a big vein popped out on his nose. "She calls you a corporal, you rascal," Gus said in a furious voice. "I told you to stay clear of that store. If you don't when I get well, I'll give you a whipping you'll never forget." Call was taken completely by surprise, and Long Bill, Rip Green, and a new recruit named Jimmy Tweed, a tall boy from Arkansas, were all startled by Gus's belligerence. Jimmy Tweed had not yet met Gus and was shocked to find him so quarrelsome. Carl didn't know what reply to make, and so said nothing. He had known that sometimes people took fevers and went out of their heads. He supposed that was what was the matter with Gus. He walked closer to see if his friend was delirious, and was rewarded for his concern with a hard kick in the shin. Gus, though in a prone position, had still managed to get off the kick.
"Why, he's unruly, ain't he?" Jimmy Tweed said. "I expect if he wasn't crippled, we'd have to chain him down."
"I don't know you. Stay out of it," Gus warned. "I'd do worse than kick him if I could." "I expect it's a fever," Carl said, at a loss to explain Gus's behavior any other way. Before the dispute could proceed any further, Bigfoot came loping up on a big gray horse he had just procured. "Buffalo Hump struck a farm off toward Bastrop," he said. "An old man got away and spread the news. We're getting up a troop to go after the Indians. You're all invited except Gus and Johnny. Hurry up. We need to ride while the trail's fresh."
"Why ain't I invited?"
Johnny Carthage asked. He had just limped into camp. "Because you got to do the packing," Bigfoot said. "The expedition's leaving early. I doubt we'll be back. You got to get all this gear together and pack Gus into a cart or wagon or something. We'll meet you on the trail, if we survive."
"This is a passel of stuff for one fellow to pack," Johnny observed bleakly. "Gus won't be no help either. He's poorly."
"Not poorly enough, he just kicked my leg half off," Carl said. The more he thought about the incident, the more aggrieved he felt. All he had done all day was load ammunition. Why did he have to be kicked because of some joke a girl made? Shadrach came trotting up, his long rifle across his saddle. He didn't say anything, but it was clear that he was impatient. "Let's go, boys. Buffalo Hump will be halfway to the Brazos by now," Bigfoot said. Carl had been assigned a new mount that day. As yet he had barely touched him, but in a minute he was in the saddle. The little horse, a bay, jumped straight up, nearly throwing him. After that one jump he didn't buck again. Carl only had time to grab his rifle and ammunition pouch. Shadrach had already left. Long Bill, Rip Green, and Jimmy Tweed were scrambling to get mounted. Bigfoot was the only calm man in camp. He reached down without dismounting and grabbed a piece of bacon someone had brought in, stuffing it quickly into his saddlebag.
"It's a passel of stuff to pack up," Johnny Carthage said again, looking at the litter of blankets, cook pots, and miscellaneous gear scattered around him.
"Oh, hush your yapping," Bigfoot said. Blackie Slidell came racing up. He had had his shirt off helping to load a wagon and was so fearful of being left that he had put it back on wrong side out as he rode. Carl looked down at Gus. He was still prone, but not so angry. "I have no idea what you're riled about," he said. "I guess I'll see you up the trail."
"Goodbye,"
Gus said, suddenly sorry for his angry behavior. Before he could say more, Bigfoot wheeled his horse and loped off after Shadrach. The Rangers, still assembling themselves, followed as closely as they could. Gus felt a sudden longing to be with them, though he knew it was impossible. Tears came to his eyes as he watched his companions lope away. It would be lonely, with no one but the cranky Johnny Carthage to talk to all night. In a minute or two, though, he felt better. His ankle still felt full of needles, but Clara Forsythe had said she would come and rub more liniment on his sore ankle if the expedition didn't depart too early. All he had to do was get through the night, and he would see her again. What made him feel even better was that this time he would have Clara all to himself. Carl was gone. The thought cheered him so that within 10 minutes he was pestering Johnny to go buy them a fresh jug of whiskey from the Mexican peddler.
"I can't be getting drunk. I got all this packing to do,"
Johnny protested, but Gus shrugged his protest off. "You just buy the whiskey," he instructed. "I'll do the getting drunk." A storm blew up during the night, with slashing rain and wind and thunder. Shadrach and Bigfoot paid the weather no attention. They set a fast pace and didn't stop. In the dark, Carl grew fearful of falling behind and being lost. They cut through several clumps of live oak and scrub. He was afraid he and his little bay would fight themselves out of a thicket only to find themselves alone. He stayed as close to the rump of the horse in front of him as he could. He didn't want to get lost on his first Indian chase. The party consisted of 15 men, many of whom he didn't know. Carl would have thought it would be easy to keep 15 riders in sight, but he hadn't counted on the difficulties posed by rain and darkness. At times he couldn't see his own horse's head. He had to proceed on scents, like a night-hunting animal. It was a relief, when the smoky, foggy dawn came, to see that he was still with the troop. All the men were soaked, streams of water running from their hats or their hair. There was no stopping for breakfast. Shadrach peeled off and ranged to the north of the troop. He was lost to sight for an hour or more, but when they came to the burned-out farm, he was there, examining tracks. At first, Carl saw no victims. He supposed the family had escaped. The cabin had been burned, though a few of the logs still smoldered. The area around the cabin was a litter, most of it muddy now. There were clothes and kitchen goods, broken chairs, a muddy Bible, a few bottles. The corn shuck mattresses had been ripped open and the corn shucks scattered in the mud. Bigfoot dismounted and stepped inside the shell of the cabin for a moment. Then he stepped out. "Where are they?" he asked Shadrach, who looked up briefly and pointed to the nearby cornfield. "Call, gather up them wet sheets," Bigfoot said. Several muddy sheets were amid the litter. "Why?" Call asked, puzzled. "To wrap them in, why else?" Bigfoot said, swinging back on his horse. The woman lay between two corn rows, 6 arrows in her chest, her belly ripped up. The man had been hacked down near a little rock fence. When they ripped his scalp off, a long tear of skin had come loose with the scalp running down the man's back. A boy of about 10 had 3 arrows in him and had had his head smashed in with a large rock. A younger boy, 6 or 7 maybe, had a big wound in his back. "Lanced him," Bigfoot said. "I thought there was a young girl here." "They took her," Shadrach informed him. "They took the mule, too. I expect that's what she's riding." Call felt trembly, but he didn't throw up. He noticed Bigfoot and Shadrach watching him from the edge of the cornfield. Though they had all expected carnage, most of them had not been prepared for the swollen, ripped-up bodies, the smashed head, the torn stomach. "Roll them in the sheets best you can," Bigfoot told him. "When you get to the woman, just break them arrows off. They're in too deep to pull out." Shadrach walked over and squatted by the dead woman for a moment. He seemed to be studying the arrows. Then he tugged gently at an arrow in the center of the woman's breastbone. "This one's gone clean through into the ground," he said. "This is Buffalo Hump's arrow." "How do you know that?" Call asked. Shadrach showed him the feathers at the end of the arrow. "Them's from a prairie chicken," he said. "He always feathers his arrows with prairie chicken. He stood over her and shot that arrow clean through her breastbone." Bigfoot came over and looked at the arrow, too. The woman's body didn't budge. It was as if it were nailed to the ground. It was a small, skinny arrow, the shaft a little bent. Call tried to imagine the force it would take to send a thin piece of wood through a woman's body and into the dirt. Several of the new men came over and stood in silence near the body of the woman. 1 or 2 of them glanced at the body briefly, then walked away. Several of them gripped their weapons so hard their knuckles were white. Call remembered that it had been that way beyond the Pecos, men squeezing their guns so hard their knuckles turned white. They were scared. They had ridden out of Austin into a world where the rules were not white rules, where torture and mutilation awaited the weak and unwary, the slow, the young. Bigfoot rode off with Shadrach to study the trail, leaving Call to wrap the 4 bodies in the muddy sheets. From the center of the cornfield, the little cabin, now just a shell, its logs still smoldering, seemed small and sad to Call. The little family had built it, with much labor, in the clearing, sheltered in it, worked and planted their crops. Then, in an hour or less, it was all destroyed. 4 of them dead, 1 girl captured, the cabin burnt. Even the milk cow was dead, shot full of arrows. The cow was bloated now, its legs sticking up in the air. Call did his best with the bodies, but when it came to the woman, he had to ask Blackie Slidell for help. Blackie had to take her feet and Call her arms before they could pull her free, so deep was Buffalo Hump's arrow in the ground. Call had butchered several goats and a sheep or 2 when he worked for Jesus. The woman he was trying to wrap in a wet, moldy sheet had been butchered, just like a sheep. "Lord, I hope we can whip 'em if we catch up to them," Blackie said in a shaky voice. "I don't want one of them devils catching me." Long Bill came over and helped Call with the graves. "I'll help. I'd rather be working than thinking," he said. They scooped out 4 shallow graves, rolled the bodies in them, and covered them with rocks from the little rock fence the family had been building.
"They won't need no fence now,"
Rip Green observed.
"All that work, and now they're dead."
Before they had quite finished the burying, Bigfoot and Shadrach came loping back. Bigfoot had the body of a dead girl across his horse. "Here's the last one. Bury her," Bigfoot said, easing the body down to Call. "The mule went lame a few miles from here. I guess they didn't have no horse to spare for this girl. They brained her and shot the mule." A little later, as the troop was riding north, they passed the dead mule. A big piece had been cut out of its haunch. "Shadrach done that," Bigfoot said. "He says the game's poorly this year, and it was a fat mule." They rode north all day into a broken country of limestone hills. It rained intermittently, the clouds low. In the distance, some of the clouds rested on the low hills like caps. Now and again, Shadrach or Bigfoot rode off in one direction or another, but never for long. In the afternoon, they stopped and cooked the mule meat. Shadrach cut the haunch into little strips and gave each man one to cook as preferred. Call stuck his on a stick and held it over the fire until it was black. He had never planned to eat mule and didn't expect to like the taste, but to his surprise, the meat was succulent. It tasted fine. "When will we catch him?" he asked Bigfoot at one point. They had not seen a trace of the Comanches, yet for all he knew they were close, in one of the rocky valleys between the hills. Several times as they rode north, he kept his eyes to the ground, trying to make out the track that the troop was following, but all he saw was the ground. He would have liked to know what clues the 2 scouts picked up to guide the chase, but no one offered to inform him. He was reluctant to ask. It made him seem too ignorant. But in fact he was ignorant, and not happy about it. At least Shadrach had taught him how to identify Buffalo Hump's arrow. He thought he could recognize the feathers again if he saw them. That was the only piece of instruction to come his way, though. When he asked Bigfoot when he thought they would catch up with the Comanches, Bigfoot looked thoughtful for a moment. "We won't catch them," he said. Call was puzzled. If the Rangers weren't going to catch the enemy, why were they pursuing them at all? Bigfoot's manner did not invite more questions. He had been eager back on the Rio Grande to talk about the finer points of suicide, but when it came to their pursuit of the Comanche raiding party, he was not forthcoming. Call rode on in silence for a few miles and then tried again. "If we ain't going to catch them, why are we chasing them?" he asked. "Oh, I just meant we can't outrun them," Bigfoot said. "They can travel faster than we can, but we might catch them anyway." "How?" Call asked, confused. "There's only one way to catch an Indian, which is to wait for him to stop," Bigfoot said. "Once they get to the Brazos, they'll feel a little safer. They might stop." "And then we'll kill them?" Call said. He thought he understood now. "Then we'll try," Bigfoot said. To Gus's dismay, the order to move out of Austin came at 3 in the morning. Captain Falconer rode through the camps on a snorting, prancing horse, telling the men to get their gear. "Colonel Cobb's ready," he informed them. "No lingering. We'll be leaving town at dawn."
"Darn, it's the middle of the night," Johnny Carthage said. Though he had been provided with 2 mules and a heavy cart, he had as yet totally neglected his instructions in regard to packing. Instead, he and Gus had got drunk. Nothing was packed, and it was raining and pitch dark. Gus's preparations for the grand expedition to Santa Fe consisted in dragging himself, his guns, and a blanket into the heavy cart. Then he huddled in the cart, so drunk that he was not much bothered by the fact that Johnny Carthage was pitching every object he could get his hands in on top of him. The cooking pots, the extra saddlery, blankets and guns, ropes and boxes of medicines were all heaped in the cart with little care taken as to placement. "Why do we have to leave in the middle of the night?" Gus asked several times, but Johnny Carthage was muttering and coughing. He made no reply. He had an old lantern and was searching all around the large area of the camp, well aware that he would be blamed if he left anything behind, but with only one eye and a gimpy leg, and with Gus too crippled and too drunk to help, gathering up the belongings of the whole troop on a dark, rainy night was chancy work. At some point well before dawn, Quartermaster Bragnoli made a tour of the area to see that the 15 or 20 different groups of free-ranging adventurers, many of them merchants or would-be merchants, were making adequate progress toward departure. Gus stuck his head out from under a dripping blanket long enough to talk to him a minute. "Why leave when it's dark?" he asked. "Why not wait for sunup?" Bragnoli had taken a liking to the tall boy from Tennessee. He was green but friendly, and he moved quick. Years of trying to get soldiers on the move had given Bragnoli a distaste for slow people. "Colonel Cobb don't care for light nor dark," he informed Gus. "He don't care for the time of day or the month or the year. When he decides to go, we go." "But 3 in the morning's an odd time to start an expedition," Gus pointed out. "No, it's regular enough," Bragnoli said. "If we start pushing out about 3, the stragglers will clear Austin by 6 or 7. Colonel Cobb left an hour ago. We're going to stop at Bushy Creek for breakfast, so we better get moving. If we ain't there when the colonel expects us, there won't be no breakfast." The mules were hitched, and the cart with all the ranger's possessions in it was moving through the center of Austin when Gus McCrae suddenly remembered Clara Forsythe. More than 30 wagons, small herds of sheep and beef cattle, and over 100 horsemen of all ages and degrees of ability were jostling for position in the crowded streets. Some of the mule skinners had lanterns, but most didn't. There were several collisions and much cursing. Once or twice guns were fired. Occasional lightning lit the western sky. The faint gray of a cloudy dawn was just visible to the east. The reason Gus remembered Clara was that the little cart, driven by a wet, tired, apprehensive Johnny Carthage, happened to pass right in front of the general store. Gus suddenly recalled that the pretty young woman he had such a desire to marry had been meaning to come and rub liniment on his wounded ankle sometime during the day that was just dawning. He had been drinking for quite a few hours, most of the hours since he fell off the bluff, in fact, and had reached such a depth of drunkenness that he had temporarily forgotten the most important fact of all: Clara, his future wife. "Stop! I got to see her," he told Johnny, who was urging the mules through a sizable patch of mud, while at the same time trying to avoid colliding with the wagon containing the comatose General Lloyd. He knew it was General Lloyd's wagon because a kind of small tent had been erected in it so the General could be protected from the elements while he drank and snoozed. "What?" Johnny Carthage asked. "Stop, goddamn you, stop," Gus demanded. "I've got business in the general store." "But it ain't open," Johnny protested. "If I stop now, we'll never get out of this mud." "Stop or I'll strangle you, damn you," Gus said. It was not a threat he had ever made before, but he was so desperate to see Clara that he felt he could carry it out. Johnny Carthage didn't hear it, though. One of the mules began to bray just at that moment, and a rooster that had managed to get in General Lloyd's wagon was crowing loudly, too. The mud was thick. The cart was barely inching forward anyway, so Gus decided to just flop out of it. In his eagerness to get to Clara, he forgot about his sore ankle, though only until the foot attached to it hit the ground. The pain that surged through him was so intense that he tried to flop forward, back into the cart. But the cart lurched ahead just as he did it, and he went face down into the slick mud. The patch of mud was deep, too. Gus was up to his elbows in it, trying to struggle up onto his one good foot, when he thought he heard a peal of girlish laughter somewhere above him. "Look, Pa, it's Mr. McCrae, come to propose to me, I expect," Clara said. Gus looked up to see a white figure standing at a window above the street. Although he knew he was muddy, his heart lifted at the thought that at least he had not missed Clara. It was her. She was laughing at him, but what did that matter? He looked up, wishing the sun would come out so he could see her better, but he knew it was her, from the sound of her voice and the fact that she was at a window above the store. The thought of her father seeing him in such a state was embarrassing, but in fact there was no sign of the old man. Perhaps she was just joshing him. She did seem to love to josh. "Ain't you coming down?" he asked. "I've still got this sore foot." "Shucks, what kind of Romeo would fall off a bluff and hurt his foot just when it's time to propose to Juliet?" Clara asked. "You're supposed to sing me a song or two, and then climb up here and beg me to marry you." "What?" Gus asked. He had no idea what the woman was talking about. Why would he try to climb up the side of the general store when all she would have to do was come down the stairs? He had seen the stairs himself when he was in the store helping her unpack.
"What, you ain't read Shakespeare? What was wrong with your schooling?" Clara asked.
Gus's head had cleared a little. He had been so drunk that his vision swam when he got to his feet, or foot. He still held his sore ankle just above the mud. Now that he was upright, he remembered that his sisters had been admirers of the writer Shakespeare, though exactly what had occurred between Romeo and Juliet he could not remember. "I can't climb. Won't you come down?" he said. Why would Clara think a man standing on one foot in a mud puddle could climb a wall, and why was she going on about Shakespeare when he was about to leave on a long expedition? He felt very nearly exasperated. Besides that, he couldn't stand on one foot forever.
"Well, I guess I might come down, though it is early," Clara said. "We generally don't welcome customers this early."
"I ain't a customer. I want to marry you. But I've got to leave," he said. "Won't you come? Johnny won't wait much longer." In fact, Johnny was having a hard time waiting at all. The expedition was flowing in full force through the streets of Austin. There was the creak of harness and the swish of wagon wheels. Johnny had tried to edge to the side, but there wasn't much space. A fat mule skinner cursed him for the delay he had caused already. "Won't you come? I have to go," Gus said. "We're hurrying to meet Colonel Cobb. He don't like to wait."
Clara didn't answer, but she disappeared from the window and a moment later opened the door of the general store. She had wrapped a robe around her and came down the steps of the store barefoot into the muck of the street.
"Goodness, you'll get muddy," Gus said. He had not supposed she would be so reckless as to walk barefoot into the mud. Clara ignored the remark. Young Mr. McCrae was muddy to the elbows and to the knees. She could tell that he was drunk, but he had not forgotten to call on her. Men were not perfect, she knew. Even her father, kindly as he was, flew into a temper at least once a month, usually while doing the accounts.
"I don't see Corporal Call. What's become of him?" she asked.
"Oh, now, you would ask," Gus complained. "He's off chasing Indians. He ain't no corporal either. I've told you that."
"Well, in my fancy he is," Clara retorted. "Don't you be brash with me."
"I don't want him anywhere in your damn fancy," Gus said. "For all we know, he's dead and scalped by now." Then he realized that he didn't want that either. Annoying as Call was, he was still a ranger and a friend. Clara's quick tongue had provoked him. She would mention Call even in the street at dawn with the expedition leaving.
"Now don't be uncharitable to your friend," Clara chided. "As I told you before, he would never do for me. Too solemn. You ain't solemn, at least. You might do, once you've acquired a little polish and can remember who Romeo is and what he's supposed to do."
"I ain't got the time. Will you marry me once I get back?" he asked.
"Why, I don't know," Clara said. "How should I know who'll walk into my store while you're out wandering on the plains? I might meet a gentleman who could recite Shakespeare to me for hours, or even Milton."
"That ain't the point. I love you," Gus said. "I won't be happy a minute unless I know you'll marry me once I get back."
"I'm afraid I can't say for sure. Not right this minute," Clara said. "But I will kiss you. Would that help?" Gus was so startled he couldn't answer. Before he could move, she came closer, put her hands on his muddy arms, reached up her face and kissed him. He wanted to hug her tight, but didn't. He felt he was all mud, but kissed back for all he was worth. It was only for a second. Then Clara, smiling, scampered back to the porch of the general store, her feet and ankles black with mud. "Goodbye, Mr. McCrae. Don't get scalped if you can help it," she said. "I'll struggle on with my unpacking as best I can while you travel the prairies." Gus was too choked with feeling to answer. He merely looked at her. Johnny Carthage was yelling at him, threatening to leave him. Gus began to hobble toward the cart, still looking at Clara. The sun had peeked through the clouds. Clara waved, smiling. In waving back, Gus almost slipped. He would have gone down again in the mud had not a strong hand caught his arm. Matilda Jane Roberts, the great Western, plodding by on Tom, her large gray, saw his plight just in time to catch his arm. "Here, hold the saddle strings. Just hold them and hop. I'll get you to Johnny," she said. Gus did as he was told. He looked back anxiously, wondering what the young woman who had just kissed him would think seeing a whore help him out so soon after their kiss. But the porch of the general store was empty. Clara Forsythe had gone inside.
When the troop of rangers reached the Brazos River, the wide brown stream was in flood. The churning water came streaming down from the north through the cut in the low hills where the rangers struck the river. The hills across the river were thick with post oak and elm. Call remembered how completely the Comanches had managed to hide themselves on the open plain. Finding them in thickets such as those across the river would be impossible. Long Bill looked apprehensive when he saw that the Brazos was in flood. "If half of us don't get drowned going over, we'll get drowned coming back," he observed. "I can't swim no long distance. About 10 yards is my limit." "Hang on to your horse, then," Bigfoot advised. "Slide off and grab his tail. Don't lose your holt of it, either. A horse will paw you down if he can see you in the water." Call's little bay was trembling at the sight of the water. Shadrach had ridden straight into the river and was already halfway across. He clung to his saddle strings with one hand and kept the long rifle above the flood with the other. Bigfoot took the water next. His big bay swam easily. The rest of the rangers lingered, apprehension in their eyes. "This is a mighty wide river," Blackie Slidell said. "Damn the Comanches! They would beat us across." Call thumped the little gray's sides with his rifle, trying to get him to jump in. It was time to go. He wanted to go. The horse made a great leap into the water and went under briefly, Call with him. But once in, the little horse swam strongly. Call managed to catch his tail. Holding the rifle up was tiring. When now and then he caught a glimpse of the far shore, it seemed so far away that he didn't know if a horse could swim that far. Curls of reddish water kept breaking over his head. In only a minute or two he lost sight of all the other rangers. He might have been in the river alone for all he could tell. But he was in it. There was nothing to do but cling to the horse's tail and try to keep from drowning. When Call was halfway across, he caught a glimpse of something coming toward him on the reddish, foaming flood. It seemed to be a horse, floating on its side. Just at that time he went under. When his head broke the surface again, he saw that it was actually a dead mule, all bloated up, floating right down at him. The little bay horse was swimming as hard as he could. It looked for a moment as if the dead mule was going to surge right into them. Call thought his best bet might be to poke the mule aside with his rifle barrel, and he twisted a little and brought the rifle into position, meaning to shove the mule away. Just as he twisted, he saw two eyes that weren't dead and weren't mule's eyes, staring at him from between the stiff legs of the dead mule. The mule and the Indian boy floating down with him were only 5 feet away when Call fired. The boy had just raised his hand with a knife in it when the bullet took him in the throat. Then the mule and the body of the dying boy crashed into Call, carrying him under and loosening his grip on the bay gelding's tail. Call went under and tangled with the corpse of the Comanche boy he had just killed. The red current rolled them over and over. All Call knew was that he mustn't lose his musket. He clung to the gun even though he knew he might be drowning. He was so confused for a moment that he didn't know the difference between up and down. It seemed to him he was getting deeper into the water. It was all just a red murk with sticks and bits of bushes floating in it, and then he felt himself being lifted and was able to draw his breath. The clouds had broken while Call was struggling underwater. The sunlight, when he broke the surface, bright sunlight on the foam-flecked water with the deep blue sky above, was the most welcome sight he had ever seen. "Don't try to swim, just let me drag you," a voice said. "I believe I can get you to the shallows if you just keep still, but if you struggle, we'll likely both go under." Call was able to determine that his rescuer was the tall boy from Arkansas, Jimmy Tweed. Unlike the rest of the rangers, Jimmy had declined to dismount and cross the river holding onto his horse's tail. He was still in the saddle, which was mostly submerged, but his horse was a stout black mare, and she kept swimming, even though not much more than her nose and her ears were above the stream. Jimmy Tweed had reached into the river and grabbed Call's shirt collar, which he gripped tightly. Call managed to get a hand into the black mare's mane, after which he felt a little more secure. "Watch out for dead mules. There's apt to be Comanches with them," Call informed him. Jimmy Tweed seemed as calm as if he were sitting in church. "I seen you shoot that one," Jimmy said. "Hit him in the neck. I'd say it was a fine shot, being as you was in the water and about to drown." Just then something hit the water, not far from Call's shoulder, with a sound like spitting. They were not far from the east bank then. Call looked and saw puffs of smoke from a stand of trees just above the river. "They're shooting,"
he said. Another bullet had sliced the water nearby. "You oughtn't to be sitting up so tall in the saddle. You make too good a target."
"I guess I'd rather be shot than drowned," Jimmy Tweed said. "There's one thing I've never liked, it's getting water up my nose."
In another moment, Call felt his feet touch bottom. The water was still up to his chin, but he felt a little more confident and told Jimmy that he could let go his grip. Just as Jimmy let go, Call saw a ranger fall. One of the new men had just made it to shore and was wading through the mud when a bullet knocked him backwards. "Why, that'd be Bert," Jimmy Tweed said in mild surprise. "He sure didn't pick much of a place to land." "We can't land here. They'll shoot us like squirrels," Call said. "Slide off now and turn the horse."
"I expect Bert is dead," Jimmy said calmly.
The fact was confirmed a moment later when two Comanches ran down the muddy riverbank and quickly took his scalp. Call managed to point the black horse downstream. He was able to feel his way behind him, clinging to saddle strings and then to the horse's tail until he had the black horse between him and the riverbank. With only a bit of his head showing, he didn't figure a Comanche marksman would be very likely to hit him. Jimmy Tweed, though, flatly refused to slide off into the water.
"Nope, I prefer to risk it in the saddle," he said, though he did consent to lean low over the black horse's neck. They heard fire from the near bank and saw that Shadrach, Bigfoot, and Blackie Slidell had made it across and taken cover behind a jumble of driftwood. Call looked up and saw what looked like a muskrat in the water, not far from where the Rangers were forting up. On closer inspection, the muskrat turned out to be the fur cap procured by Long Bill Coleman before he left San Antonio. Long Bill was underneath the cap. He was walking slowly out of the river, though the water was still up to his Adam's apple. There was no sign of the horse he'd tried to cross the Brazos River on. By the time Call and Jimmy Tweed struggled out of the water and took cover behind the driftwood, the firing had stopped. Bigfoot had walked downstream a few yards in order to pull a body out of the water. Call supposed a ranger had been shot, but was surprised to see that the body Bigfoot pulled out of the Brazos was the Comanche boy he himself had shot. Several more rangers began to struggle out of the flood, some of them clinging to the bridle reins or tails of their mounts. Others were without horses, having lost hold of their mounts during the swim. "Well, you got him," Bigfoot said, looking at Call. "I forgot to tell you to look out for dead animals. Comanches will use them for floats." Call was surprised at how young the boy looked. He could have been no more than 12. "You're lucky your gun fired," Shadrach said. "Them old muskets will usually just snap on you once they get wet." Call didn't say anything. He knew he had been lucky. Another second and the dead boy would have had a knife in him. He could remember the boy's eyes, staring at him from between the legs of the dead mule. He didn't want to look at the corpse, though. He turned to walk away and noticed that both Shadrach and Bigfoot were looking at him curiously. Call stopped, puzzled. Their look suggested that he had neglected something. "Ain't you going to scalp him?" Bigfoot asked. "You killed him. It's your scalp." Call was startled. It had never occurred to him to scalp the Comanche boy. He was a young boy. Although he was glad that he had escaped death himself, he felt no pride in the act he had just committed. The boy had been daring, in his view, to float down a swollen river armed only with a knife, clinging to a dead mule in hopes of surprising and killing an armed ranger. The reward for his bravery had been a bullet wound that nearly tore his head off. He would never ride the prairies again or raid farms. Although he had had to kill him, Call thought the boy's bravery deserved better than what it had got him. There would be no time to bury the boy anyway. The thought of cutting his hair off did not appeal. "No, I don't want to scalp him," Call said. "He would have scalped you if he could have," Bigfoot said. "I don't doubt it," Call said. "Scalping's the Indian way, it ain't my way." "It'll be your way when you're a year or two older, boy, if you survive," Shadrach said. Then he casually knelt by the Comanche boy and took his scalp. When he finished, he pulled the boy well back into the current and let him float away. "I should have buried him. I killed him," Call said. "No, you don't bury Indians," Bigfoot informed him. "They gather up their own dead when they can. I guess Shad wants to make them work at it this time." Shadrach had just turned and started back toward the shore when they heard a scream from far down the river. "Oh, Lord, it's Rip. He went downstream too far," Longbill said. "I believe he's bogged." "Puny horse," Bigfoot commented, raising his rifle. Rip's horse seemed to be bogged some 20 yards out into the stream. 5 Comanches, screaming their wild cries, raced out of the scrub oak toward the river. Bigfoot shot, and so did Shadrach, but the range was long and both missed. Just then a rain squall passed over them, making it hard to see well enough to shoot accurately at such distances. Rip screamed again and flailed at his horse, but his horse was too weak from his long swim to pull out of the thick river mud. The first Comanche had already splashed into the edge of the river. Call had just reloaded his musket. He took careful aim and thought he hit the first Comanche, but the hit was not solid enough to slow the man. They saw Rip raise his rifle and fire point blank at the first Comanche, but the gun misfired, and in a second the Indians swarmed over him. His final scream was cut short. Before Call could get off another shot, Rip Green was hacked to death and scalped. His body was soon floating down the same river as that of the Indian boy. Several rangers shot at the Indians who killed Rip, but none of the shots had any effect. Bigfoot and Shadrach, concluding that the range was hopeless, didn't shoot. "Don't pay to be a poor judge of horseflesh, not in this country," Bigfoot observed. "He ought never to have tried the river on that nag, not with the river running this high." "What could he do? He couldn't just sit over there and watch," Call said. Rip Green had gone into the water just as he did. It was just Rip's bad luck to float downstream out of the range of help. "Well, he could have let the horse go and swum out like me," Long Bill said. "I reckon I'm a better swimmer than I thought I was. My pony gave out when we was right in the middle, but here I am." "If you don't hunker down, you won't need to swim no more rivers. You'll be floating down this one dead," Bigfoot said. Bullets began to hit the water all around them. The rangers were forced to huddle together in the shelter of a small patch of driftwood. No men were hit, though. Probably the driving rain threw off the Comanche marksmen. Call watched the trees above them as closely as he could, but he was unable to glimpse a single Indian, just puffs of smoke from their guns. The shots were coming from a semicircle of woods above them. "There's too many of them, Shad," Bigfoot concluded. "They had a party waiting, I expect." Call tried to get a sense of how many Indians they faced by counting the shots, but he knew the method wasn't accurate. After all, the Indians were hidden. They could move around at will, shooting from one part of the woods and then another. When the rangers counted heads, they discovered that they were down to 11 men, 4 less than they had started across the river with. Rip was dead, and so was a man named Bert. The whereabouts of the other 2 could not be ascertained. "Probably drowned. I nearly did," Long Bill said. "No, probably deserted," Shadrach said. "One is that fella from Cincinnati. I don't think he had much stomach." All that could be remembered about the other missing man was that he had ridden a roan horse. No roan horses were visible among the horses, though Long Bill's horse and 2 others were also unaccounted for. Call supposed the Comanches would charge any minute. He kept his gun as dry as he could and got ready to shoot accurately when the charge came. Once again he found himself questioning the competence of the rangers. Here they were, huddled behind a few trees, 4 men and 3 horses short of what they had started out with, facing a Comanche force that had so far been invisible, commanding the woods above them. Behind them was the churning, flooding Brazos River. Their retreat would be watery if they had to make one. Only those whose horses were good swimmers would have much of a chance. But the day passed with no charge. From time to time the skies cleared and the sun shone. Then clouds would pour over the western hills and squalls would wet them once again, just when they had begun to hope of being dry. Shadrach and Bigfoot had long since decided that a retreat back across the river was their best chance. Shadrach thought there might be as many as 30 warriors opposing them, more than they could reasonably hope to whip. A retreat in daylight, though, would be suicidal. The minute the Comanches saw them turn into the river, they would swarm down the shore like hornets and pick them off. "We'll wait," Bigfoot said. "That's the hard part of Indian fighting. Waiting. You never know what those red boys are doing. They may be up there cooking a coon or a possum, or they may be sneaking up. Try not to let your eyes get tired. It's when your eyes get tired that your scalp's in the worst danger." Call didn't know how you were supposed to avoid the danger of tired eyes when the Comanches were so clever at hiding. Who would think to look for an Indian boy between the legs of a floating mule? The day passed very slowly. Though several rangers speculated that the river would soon begin to fall, it didn't. Clouds continued to roll through. Call thought the muddy flood looked higher, not lower. He was dreading the crossing. It had been bad in daylight and would be even worse in darkness. He was not the only one worrying either. Long Bill, despite his successful swim that morning, was once again doubtful that he could survive in the water if he had to navigate more than 10 yards. While the dusk gathered and the tops of the hills darkened, the rangers debated whether it was better to hold the horse's mane or the horse's tail, the saddle strings, a stirrup, or even a saddle horn. Call didn't enter the debate. His concern was to keep his musket and fire in order, but he thought that if he clung to a stirrup, he might be better able to keep his gun across the saddle, where it ought to stay fairly dry. In the midst of the talk, with Shadrach and Bigfoot squatting at the edge of the driftwood watching the woods, a man standing just beside Call, he was one of the new men, suddenly jerked, lurched forward, and fell face down in the water, an arrow right between his shoulders. Call brought his gun up and whirled to face the darkening water. He saw a floating log, and just above it, for a second, the curve of a great wet hump. It might have been a huge fish diving, but Call knew it was Buffalo Hump behind the log. Then several of the Rangers fired, but to no avail. The current swept the log downstream into the deep dusk, and there was no more sign of the Comanche chief. Longan, the man who had fallen, was not yet dead. He was jerking and flapping in the water like a fish that had been speared but not killed. Bigfoot, annoyed to have been slipped up on so easily, waded several steps into the river, as if he meant to swim after the log and engage the Comanche, but Shadrach yelled at him to come back. "Come back here," he said. "Don't be trying no ignorant fighting." Bigfoot hesitated a minute. He wanted to go, but the floating log was barely visible in the dusk. If he tried to swim for it, Buffalo Hump might slip into the shallows and fill him with arrows while he swam. He knew it was folly to try it, but his fighting blood was up. It was all he could do to check himself, but he did check himself. Crouching low, he waded back to the little group of rangers by the stand of driftwood. "Dern, I hate to let him come at us like that," he said. "The goddamn devil. He took Josh and took Zeke, and now he's taking this tall fella here." All the rangers stood around uneasily as the tall man named Longan continued to jerk and flop. They pulled him up on the muddy, darkening shore, but no one had any remedy for the fact that the man had an arrow lodged in his backbone. He flopped and jerked, but made no sound at all. Shadrach made one attempt to pull the arrow out, but couldn't budge it. "I guess we could tie him on a horse," Bigfoot speculated. "Maybe if we can get him across the river, he'll live till we can get him to a dock." "No, let him die," Shadrach said. "His lights are nearly out." A moment later, the man named Longan, no one could remember his first name, ceased to flop. Shadrach felt his neck and pronounced him dead. "Get his possibles, boys," Shadrach said, addressing Call. Call had no idea what the old mountain man was talking about. What were possibles? "He means empty his pockets, take his gun and his ammunition," Bigfoot informed him. "Don't leave a thing on him that might help the Red Boys. They don't need no help. They got 5 of us with no assistance, it looks like." The last light faded soon after that. Now and again the clouds would break, bringing a glimpse of faint stars or a thin moon. Call got every item of use off the dead man: his guns, his bullets, tobacco, a knife, a few coins. The knife was a good one. Call meant to keep it for Gus, who had no knife and had long envied him the one old Jesus had made him. "It's dark enough. I expect it's time to swim," Bigfoot said. "Darn it, I hope there ain't no Red Boys out there floating around on logs or dead mules," Long Bill said. "My eyesight's poorly in this kind of weather." Call wedged Longan's gun beneath his girth and led the little bay back into the river. The horse had more confidence crossing back. He took the water easily and swam well. Bigfoot and Shadrach were ahead. Jimmy Tweed, true to his convictions, refused to leave the saddle. Long Bill and Blackie Slidell were right behind Call. Blackie Slidell's horse proved to be a frantic swimmer. He swam past Call, so close that Call's bay was pushed off course and floundered for a moment. Call was irritated, but it was so dark he couldn't even see Blackie. When he opened his mouth to say something, he got water in it and nearly choked. He tried to keep an eye out for floating logs or floating mules, but it was so dark he couldn't see upriver at all. He concentrated on keeping his musket securely across his saddle. When his feet finally touched bottom and he and the little bay struggled out of the water, a lucky feeling came over him. The river hadn't killed him, and neither had the Comanches.
He was tired and supposed they would be stopping, but he was wrong. Shadrach and Bigfoot led them through the hills all night toward the big encampment on Bushy Creek. An hour after he arrived in the big camp, to his surprise and embarrassment, Woodrow Call was made a corporal in the Texas Rangers. The ranger troop rode in, 5 men short, and Bigfoot made a hasty report to Colonel Cobb, who sat outside his tent, smoking a big cigar and scratching the head of a big Irish dog who accompanied him everywhere. The dog was old. His long tongue lolled out, and he panted loudly. "Yep, this youngster killed his first Comanche," Bigfoot said. "The Comanche was floating down the Brazos holding on to a dead mule. Young Call shot him point blank." Caleb Cobb let his sleepy eyes shift to Call for a moment, then he looked back at the Irish dog. "That's alert behavior, Mr. Call," he said. "I'll make you a corporal on the spot. We ain't got many corporals in this troop, and I expect we'll need a few." "I say it's hasty. It could have been luck," Captain Falconer said, annoyed. He thought young Call far too green for such distinction. The captain was wearing a black coat, and his mood seemed as dark as his garment. He was sharpening a knife on a large whetstone. Caleb Cobb smiled. "Now, Billy," he said, "let me decide on the promotions. If a Comanche was to swim up on you in the middle of a big river underneath a dead mule, you might be scalped before you noticed the mule." "I have always been wary of dead animals when I cross rivers," Captain Falconer said stiffly. It was clear that he did not appreciate the colonel's remark. "Would you go grind that knife out of my hearing?" Caleb asked. "It's hard to think with you grinding that knife, and I need to think." Without a word, Falconer got up and walked away from the tent. "Billy's too educated," Caleb Cobb remarked. "He thinks he knows something. How many Comanches did the rest of you kill?" "None," Bigfoot admitted. "We might have winged 1 or 2, but I doubt it. They was in good cover." The colonel did not change expression, but the tone of his voice got lower. "You lost 5 men, and this cub's the only one of you who was able to kill an Indian?" "The weather was goddamn dim," Bigfoot reminded him. "It was just as dim for Buffalo Hump and his warriors," Caleb said. "I won't be sending out any more punishment squads if this is the best we can do. I can't afford to lose 5 men to get 1 Indian. From now on, we'll let them come to us. Maybe if we bunch up and look like an army, we can get across the plains and still have a few men left to fight the Mexicans with, if we have to fight them." "Colonel, we didn't have good horses," Bigfoot said. "A few of us did, but the rest were poorly mounted. It cost 3 men their lives." "What happened to the other 2? I thought you lost 5, Caleb asked. The big Irish dog had yellow eyes. Call had heard it said that the dog could run down deer, hamstring them, and rip out their throats. Certainly the dog was big enough. He was waist-high to Bigfoot, and Bigfoot was not short. "The other 2 weren't lucky," Bigfoot said. "I don't know for sure that one of them is dead, but there's no sign of him, so I suspect it." "If poor horseflesh is the reason you lost a third of your troop, go complain to the quartermaster," the colonel said. "I ain't the wrangler. I will admit there's a lot of puny horses in this part of Texas." "Thank you for the promotion," Call said, though he didn't know what it meant to be a corporal. Probably there were increased duties. He meant to ask Bragnoli when he saw him next, but curiosity got the better of him, and he asked Bigfoot first. "It just means you make $1 more a month," Bigfoot said. "Life's just as dangerous whether you're a corporal or a private." "With a whole extra $1 you can buy more liquor and more whores," Bigfoot added. "At least you can if you don't let Gus McCrae cheat you out of your money." The company, in all its muddle and variety, was unlimbering itself for the day's advance. Wagons and ox carts were snaking through the rocky hills and bumping through the little scrubby valleys. Several of the more indolent merchants were already showing the effects of prairie travel. The dentist, who had decided to immigrate to Santa Fe in hopes of doing a lucrative business with the Mexican grandees, had tripped over his own baggage and fallen headfirst into a prickly pear patch. A sandy-haired fellow with a pair of blacksmith's pincers was pulling prickly pear thorns out of the dentist's face and neck when Call strode by. The dentist groaned, but the groans on the whole were milder than the howls of his patients. When Call located Gus McCrae and Johnny Carthage, he was happy to see that Gus was his feisty self again, his ankle much improved.
He was just hobbling back from visiting a young whore named Jenny. Caleb Cobb had permitted a few inexpensive women to travel with the company as far as the Brazos, after which they had been informed they would have to return to Austin, the expectation being that enough of the merchants would have given up by that point that the whores would have ample transport. Whether the Great Western would be an exception to this rule was a subject of much debate among the men, many of whom were reluctant to commit themselves to long-distance journeying without the availability of at least one accomplished whore.
"I wouldn't call Matilda accomplished," Johnny Carthage argued. "Half the time she ain't even friendly. A woman that catches snapping turtles for breakfast is a woman to avoid, if you ask me."
He was uncomfortably aware that he had only been partially successful at avoiding Matilda himself. In general, though, he preferred younger and smaller women, Mexican if possible. Gus had picked up a spade somewhere and was using it intermittently as a crutch. His injured ankle would bear his weight for short distances, but occasionally he was forced to give it a rest. Gus had taken to wearing both his pistols in his belt as if he expected attack at any moment. "Howdy, did you get wet?" he asked, very glad to see Woodrow call. Although Woodrow was contrary, he was the best friend Gus had. The thought that he might be killed and not reappear at all had given Gus 2 uneasy nights. Buffalo Hump had risen in his dreams, holding bloody scalps. "I came near to drowning in the Brazos River, but I didn't lose my gun," Call said. He was especially proud of the fact that he hadn't lost his gun, though no one else seemed to consider it much of an accomplishment. "The river was up," he added. "Most of the Comanches got away." "Did you see the big one?" Gus asked. "I seen his hump," Call said. "He floated down behind a log and put an arrow in a man standing right by me. Split his backbone." The sun had broken through the last of the clouds. Bright sunlight gleamed on the wet grass in the valleys and on the hills. "I wish I could have gone. We would have killed several if we'd worked together," Gus said. Long Bill Coleman walked up about that time in a joshing mood. "Have you saluted him yet?" he asked Gus, to Call's deep embarrassment. "Why would I salute him? He's my pard," Gus said. "He may be your pard, but he's a corporal now. He killed a red boy, and the colonel promoted him," Long Bill said. Gus could not have been more taken aback if Call had come back scalpless. The very thing that Clara teased him about had actually happened. Woodrow was Corporal Call now. No doubt Clara would hurry to court him once they all got back. "So that's the news, is it?" Gus said, feeling slightly weak all of a sudden. He had not forgotten Clara and her kiss. Young Jenny had been pleasant, but Clara's kiss was of another realm. "Yes, he done it just now," Call admitted, well aware that his friend would be at least a little discommoded by the news. "You killed one. What was it like?" Gus asked, trying to act normal and not reveal his acute discomfort at the fact of his friend's sudden success. "He was almost on me. I shot just in time," Call said. "As soon as your ankle heals proper, I expect we'll have another engagement. Once you kill a Comanche, the colonel will promote you too, and we can be corporals together." He wanted to do what he could to lighten the blow to his friend. "If I don't, then one will kill me, and that will be the end of things," Gus said, still feeling weak. "I just hope I don't get scalped while I'm alive, like Ezekiel done." "Why, you won't get killed," Call said, alarmed at his friend's sudden despondency. Gus possessed plenty of fight, but somehow that willful girl in the general store had deprived him of it. All he could think about was that girl. It was not good. You couldn't be thinking about girls in general stores when you were out in Indian country and needed to be alert. With Carl's help, Gus at least managed to get saddled and mounted on the shorter of the 2 horses that had been assigned him. The 2 young rangers rode side by side all day, at a lazy pace, while the wagons and ox carts toiled up the low hills and across the valleys. Carl told the story of the chase and the fight by the river, but he couldn't tell that his friend was particularly interested. He held his tongue, though. At least Gus was in the saddle. Once they got across the Brazos, farther from the girl, he might eventually forget her and enjoy the rangering more. In the afternoon of the 3rd day, they glimpsed a fold of the Brazos curving between 2 hills to the west. The falling sun brightened the brown water. To the east they couldn't see the river at all, but gradually the rangers at the head of the expedition, who included Gus and Carl, heard a sound they couldn't identify.
It was akin to the sound a cow might make, splashing through a river, only multiplied thousands of times, as if someone were churning the river with a giant churn. Captain Falconer was at the very front of the troop on his pacing black. When he heard the sound like water churning, he drew rein. Just as he did, the colonel's big Irish dog shot past him, braying. His ears were laid back. In a second he was out of sight in the scrubby valley, but not out of earshot.
"It's Buff," Shadrach said, pulling his rifle from its long sheath.
Just then 2 riders came racing from the east. One of the riders' horses almost jumped the Irish dog, which was racing in sight again. Then it raced away, braying loudly.
"Bess Doss has seen him," Shadrach said.
Bess Doss was a Pawnee scout. He ranged so far ahead that many of the rangers had scarcely seen him. The other rider was Alchis, a Mexican who was thought to be half Apache. Both were highly excited by what they had seen behind the eastern hills. Colonel Cobb came galloping up to meet the 2 scouts. Soon the 3 wheeled their horses and went flying after the dog. The horses threw up their heads and snorted. The excitement that had taken the troop when they thought they were racing to kill mountain goats seized them again. Soon 40 riders were flying after the colonel, the Irish dog, and the 2 scouts. As the horses fled down the hill, Gus clung tightly to his saddle horn. He could put a little weight on his wounded ankle, but not enough to secure a stirrup when racing downhill over such rocky terrain at such a pace. He knew that if he fell and injured himself further, he would be sent home to Austin. All hope of securing promotion and matching his friend Call would be lost. The sight they saw when they topped the next hill and drew rein with the troop was one neither Call nor Gus would ever forget. Neither of them, until that moment, had ever seen a buffalo, though on the march to the Pecos they had seen the bones of several and the skulls of 1 or 2. There below them, where the Brazos cut a wide valley, was a column of buffalo that seemed to Gus and Call to be at least a mile wide. To the south, approaching the river, there seemed to be an endless herd of buffalo moving through the hills and valleys. Thousands had already crossed the river and were plodding on to the north through a little pass in the hills. So thick were the buffalo bunched as they crossed the river that it would have been possible to use them as a bridge. "Look at them," Gus said. "Look at them buffalo. How many are there, do you reckon?" "I could never reckon no number that high," Call admitted. "It's more than I could count if I counted for a year."
"This is the southern herd," Captain Falconer commented. Even he was too awed by the sight of the thousands of buffalo, browner than the brown water, to condescend to the young rangers. "I expect it's at least 1 million. They say it takes 2 days to ride past the herd, even if you trot." Bess Doss came trotting back to where Captain Falconer sat. He said something Call couldn't hear and pointed, not at the buffalo, but at a ridge across the valley some 2 miles away. "It's him," Gus said with a gasp, grasping his pistol. "It's Buffalo Hump. He's got 3 scalps on his lance." Call looked and saw a party of Indians on the far ridge, 8 in all. He could see Buffalo Hump's spotted pony and tell that the man was large, but he could not see scalps on his lance. He felt a little envious of his friend's eyesight, which was clearly keener than his.
"Are those the bucks that whipped you?"
Caleb Cobb asked, loping up to Bigfoot. Bess Doss, a short man with greasy hair and broken teeth, began to talk to the colonel in Pawnee. Cobb listened and shook his head.
"No, we'd have to ford this damn buffalo herd to go after them," he said. "I doubt many of these boys could resist shooting buffalo instead of Comanches. By the time we got to the Indians, we'd be out of ammunition and we'd probably get slaughtered. Anyway, I doubt they'd sit there and wait for us to arrive, slow as we are."
"Can't we shoot some buffalo, Colonel?" Falconer asked. "We'd have meat for a while."
"No. Wait till we cross this river," Caleb said. "Half these wagons will probably sink anyway. If we load them with buffalo roast, we'll just end up feeding buffalo roast to the turtles."
Call was surprised at the Indians. Why did they just sit there with a force more than 100 strong advancing toward them? The scalps on the lance were probably those of Rip Green, Longan, and the man called Bert. Did the red men think so little of the whites' fighting ability that they didn't feel they had to retreat even when outnumbered by a huge margin? Slowly, more and more of the riders and wagoneers came up to the ridge and sat watching the buffalo herd. A few of the young men wanted to charge down and start killing buffalo, but Colonel Cobb issued a sharp command and they all stayed where they were. Shadrach and Bigfoot stood apart, talking to the scouts Best Das and Alshis. They were watching the Comanches who sat on the opposite hill as the great brown herd surged across the Brazos. Below them the Irish dog was barking and leaping at the buffalo, but the buffalo paid him no attention. Now and then he could see the dog nip at the heels of a straggling cow, but the cow would merely kick at him or make a short feint before trotting on with the herd.
"It's way too many buffalo for old Jeb," Caleb said, smiling at the sight of his dog's frustration. "One at a time he can get their attention, but right now they don't think no more of him than a gnat."
Then he pulled a spyglass out of his saddlebag and put it to his eye. He studied the Comanches for a while, and something that he saw gave him a start.
"Kicking Wolf is there,"
he said, turning to Falconer as if he were delivering an important piece of news. Call remembered that he had heard the name before. Someone, Bigfoot maybe, had suspected that it was Kicking Wolf who had shot the Major's runaway horse on the first march west.
"Sorry, I ain't heard the name," Captain Falconer said.
Though watchful of the Indians, he was more interested in the buffalo, a species of game he had never killed, though hunting was his passion. Now as many as 1,000,000 animals were right in front of him, but the colonel had ordered him to hold off until they crossed the river. In his baggage he had a fine sporting rifle, made by Holland & Holland in London. It was all he could do to keep from racing back to his baggage wagon to get it.
"Buffalo Hump is the killer. Kicking Wolf is the thief," the colonel said. "He's the best horse thief on the plains. He'll have every horse and mule we've got before we cross the Red River unless we watch close."
He paused and extracted a cigar from his shirt pocket as he studied the situation.
"If I had to choose who I'd have to harass me, I might pick Buffalo Hump," the colonel said. "If I couldn't whip him, he'd just kill me. It might be bloody, but it would be final. If I went up against Kicking Wolf, the first time I took a nap, I'd be afoot. There's places off north of here where I'd rather be dead than be afoot," he added. "Ever drunk horse piss?"
He looked at Call and Gus when he asked the question.
"No, sir," Gus said. "I never have, and I don't plan to either."
"I drunk it once. I was traveling with Zeb Pike," the colonel said. "We kept a horse alive just so we could drink its piss. I was so goddamn thirsty it tasted like peach nectar. When we finally came to water, we ate the horse."
To Call's embarrassment, his horse stretched itself and began to piss just as the colonel spoke. The yellow stream that splashed on the ground didn't smell much like peach nectar, though.
"What will we do about our red neighbors, Billy?" Caleb asked. "Here we are, and there they are, with a lot of goddamn buffalo in between."
"Why, sir, I expect they'll leave," Falconer said. "I can pursue them if you prefer."
"No, I don't want you to pursue them," the colonel said. "My thinking was different. It's almost time to make camp and prepare the grub. Maybe we ought to trot over and invite them to dinner."
"Sir?" Captain Falconer said, not sure that he had heard the colonel correctly.
"Invite them to dinner. I'd enjoy it," the colonel said. "Little parley might not hurt."
"Well, but who would ask them?" Captain Falconer asked.
"How about Corporal Call and his compañero?" the colonel said. "It would give the corporal a chance to live up to his promotion. Just tear up a sheet and wrap it around a rifle barrel. Comanches respect the white flag, I guess. Send Best Das with them to make the introductions. I expect they know Best Das."
Gus felt his legs begin to quiver, as they had that day near the western mountains when he stood near the patch of ground soaked with Josh Corn's blood. The colonel had looked right at him when he gave the duty of Call and his compañero. Captain Falconer had gone back to the wagons to find a sheet. The Indians were still sitting on the opposite hill. The long ridge where the rangers sat soon filled up with men. The whole expedition arranged itself along the ridge to watch the great spectacle below. There was no end to the column of buffalo, either north or south. They moved toward the river and curled out of it like the body of a great snake whose head and tail were hidden. Among the crowd of rangers, merchants, blacksmiths, whores, and adventurers, Call suddenly noticed John Kirker,
the scalp hunter who had left them on the Rio Grande. His large colleague, Glanton, was not with him. Kirker had a rifle across the cantle of his saddle. While everyone else watched the buffalo, he watched the Indians. "You mean we're supposed to just ride over and talk to them?" Gus asked. It was a shock to him to realize that he had been ordered to approach the Comanches. He felt that he had been foolish to hop out of the sick wagon so soon. He should have nursed his sore ankle another week at least, but some of the rangers had been chiding him for malingering, and he had started traveling horseback sooner than he should have. "That's what Colonel Cobb said," Call answered. "I don't know how we're going to get through them buffalo, though. They're thick." "I don't want to go through them," Gus said. "I don't want to go. Buffalo Hump stuck a lance in me once. He might poke it clear through me this time." "No, we'll be under a flag of truce," Call reminded him. "He won't bother you." "He ain't holding up no white sheet," Gus said. "Why would a white sheet matter to a Comanche?" "If you're scared, you should just go on back and marry that girl," Call said. "Unpack dry goods all your life. I aim to stay with Rangering and be a captain myself someday." "I aim to be a captain, too, unless it means drinking horse piss," Gus said. "I don't intend to get caught in no place so dry that I need to drink horse piss." "Well, you might. The colonel did," Call said. "That damn Kirker is here, did you notice?" "He slipped in while you were off on the chase," Gus said. "I understand he's a friend of Colonel Cobb." "I deplore traveling with a man who hunts scalps," Call said. "I don't know why the colonel would be his pard." "Comanche Indians hunt scalps," Gus pointed out. "No, they take them in war," Call said. "Kirker hunts them for money." "I think Bess Doss is ready. Let's go." Watched by the whole expedition, Call and Gus followed Bess Doss down the ridge toward the buffalo herd. Bigfoot came behind. No one had ordered Bigfoot to come or not to come. He joined the parley because he wanted a closer look at the Comanches than he'd been able to get during the rainy day on the Brazos. Bess Doss held his rifle high, the white sheet fluttering in the wind. Across the valley, the 8 Comanches waited. They had become as still as statues. The only movement was the fluttering of the 3 scalps on Buffalo Hump's lance. As the 4 horses approached the great moving mass of buffalo, they began to show some anxiety. Their nostrils flared and they tried to turn back. It was with some difficulty that Call kept his little bay in check. Gus was having trouble, too, made worse by the fact of his sore ankle. Bess Doss, the broken-toothed Pawnee, whacked his mount with a rifle twice, and the horse settled down. Bigfoot kept a tight rein on his gray mount. The smell of thousands of animals affected men and horses alike. The dust they raised was as thick as any sandstorm. "We'll never get through them. They're too thick," Gus said. "They'll trample us for sure." "No, go quick," Bess Doss said, turning his horse parallel to the herd. "Go with the buffalo." As Call and Gus kept close, the Pawnee slipped into the buffalo herd, moving in only a few feet and letting the horse turn in the same direction as the herd was going. Moving steadily over, giving ground and turning toward the river if there was no room between animals, Bess Doss was soon halfway across the herd. "That's the way, just keep a strong rein and ease on through," Bigfoot said. Soon he was in the thick of the herd. Bess Doss was almost to the other side. "Go on, you're next," Call said to Gus. "I ain't next, you go," Gus said. "I'll be right behind you." "Nope," Call said. "I'm the corporal and I'm telling you to go. If I leave you behind, you might claim your ankle's hurt and get shot for desertion." "Why, hell, you don't trust your own partner," Gus said, so irritated that he immediately kicked his horse and slipped into the buffalo. In fact, he had thought of finding an excuse to wait. He didn't want to ride into the herd. And even more, he didn't want to ride up to Buffalo Hump's war party. But he was not going to let Woodrow Call slight his courage either. He had always supposed he had as much guts as the next man, but his nerve had been somewhat affected by the bloody events of the first march and were still not under perfect control. He felt sure, though, that he could match Woodrow Call ability for ability and beat him at most contests. He could see farther, for one thing, though being in the middle of a buffalo herd didn't give him much opportunity to test his vision. All he could see was the brown animals all around him. None of them seemed too interested in him or his horse, and he soon found that he could use the Bess Doss technique as well as Bigfoot or the Pawnee Scout.
Once he let his horse step too close to the horns of a young bull, but the horse turned just in time. In 10 minutes he was almost across the herd. Bess Doss and Bigfoot were there waiting. He didn't know where Woodrow Call was. Slipping through the buffalo required all his attention. He was only 20 yards from being free of the herd when suddenly buffalo all around him began to swerve and jump. Gus's horse jumped too, almost unseating him. All the buffalo on the far side of the herd were lowering their heads and acting as if they wanted to butt. Gus was thrown over the saddle horn onto the horse's neck, but just managed to hang on and regain his seat. He saw Bess Doss and Bigfoot laughing and felt rather annoyed. What was so funny about his nearly getting thrown and trampled? He spurred through the last few animals and turned to see what had caused the commotion. All he could see was a large badger snapping at a buffalo cow. The badger was so angry he had foam on his mouth. The buffalo were giving ground, too. Woodrow Call's horse was pitching with him, agitated by the snorting buffalo cow that was faced off with the badger. Woodrow hung on and made it through. "Why would anything as big as a buffalo shy at a badger?" Gus asked when he rode up to Bigfoot. "A buffalo could kick a badger halfway to China." "That badger bluffed him," Bigfoot said. "He's so mad he's got 'em convinced he's as big as they are and twice as mean." "I wonder if they're mad," Call said, looking at the Comanches who sat without moving on the hill above them. "If they are, we'd be easy pickings," Bigfoot said. "We'd never get back through them buffalo quick enough to get away, and the troop couldn't get through quick enough to save us either." Call looked up at the Indians and back across the valley at the body of the expedition. He wished Bigfoot had not made the last comment. The buffalo herd they had just slipped through was like a moving wall separating them from the safety of the troop. All the Comanches would have to do would be to trot down the hill and kill them with lances or arrows. The thought made him feel wavy and without strength. Neither Bigfoot nor Bess Doss seemed concerned, though. They walked their horses slowly toward the hill, Bess Doss holding up the rifle with the white sheet on it. Call and Gus fell in behind. "What if they don't pay no attention to the sheet?" Call asked. He wanted to know what the procedure would be if they had to fight. "If they come for us, put as many bullets into the big one as you can," Bigfoot said. "Always kill the biggest bull first, then kill the littlest." "Why the littlest?" Gus asked. "Because the littlest is apt to be the meanest, like the badger," Bigfoot said. "That one standing off to the right is Kicking Wolf. He's the littlest and the meanest. You don't want to let your horse graze off nowhere with Kicking Wolf around. He's so slick he can steal a horse with a man sitting on it." "He's stumpy, ain't he?" Gus said. "Kicking Wolf always rides to the outside," Bigfoot said. "Buffalo Hump is the hammer, but Kicking Wolf is the nail. He don't like to be in a crowd. He's the best shot with a rifle in the whole Comanche nation. If they go out and they've only got one rifle between them, they give it to him. Buffalo Hump's old-fashioned. He still prefers the bow." With the Pawnee scout, Bess Doss, slightly in the lead, the party moved slowly up the hill toward the waiting Indians. Call glanced at the short, stumpy Indian on the right edge of the group and saw that he was the only Indian armed with a rifle. All the rest carried bows or lances. When they were halfway up the hill, Buffalo Hump touched his mount with his heels and came down to meet them. When he was still some 50 yards away, Call looked at Gus to see if he was firm. To his surprise, Gus looked nonchalant, as if he were merely riding out for a little sport with his pals. "Here he comes. I hope he's friendly," Gus said. "I never expected to have to go and palaver with him, not after he stuck me with that lance." "Shut up. Bess Doss will do the palavering," Bigfoot instructed. "You young boys keep your damn traps shut. It don't take much to rub a Comanche the wrong way." As Buffalo Hump approached, holding his spotted pony to a slow walk, Call felt the air change. The Comanche's body shone with grease. A necklace made of claws hung on his bare chest. Call looked at Gus to see if he felt the change, and Gus nodded. They had entered the air of the wild men. Even the smell of the Indian horses was different. Bess Doss stopped, waiting. Buffalo Hump came on until the nose of his spotted pony was only a few feet from the nose of the Pawnee's black mare. Then Buffalo Hump lifted his lance and pointed first at Gus and then at Call. Though he sat erect on his horse, the great hump was visible, rising from between his shoulders behind his neck. When he spoke, his voice was so wild and angry that it was all Call could do to keep from grabbing his gun. Call met the man's eyes for a moment. The Comanche's eyes were like stone. Buffalo Hump lowered his lance, glanced at Bigfoot dismissively for a second, and then waited for Best Das to speak. Bigfoot seemed not to interest him. Bigfoot returned the favor by looking pointedly up the hill at Kicking Wolf. Best Das spoke briefly in Comanche. Buffalo Hump raised his arm, and the other Comanches trotted down the hill to join him. He turned and spoke to his warriors for several minutes. Kicking Wolf grunted something and rode away back to his position at the side. "I hope he ain't getting ready to shoot," Gus said. "I told you to keep your goddamn mouth shut," Bigfoot said. "We'll get out of this with our hair if you'll just keep quiet." Best Das listened to Buffalo Hump, who made a long speech in his thick, angry voice. Call decided then that he would do what he could to learn the Comanche language. It seemed foolish to parley with wild red men if you did not know what was being said in the discussion. He could be talking of ways to kill them for all he knew. When Buffalo Hump finished, Best Das said a few words and immediately turned his horse and began to walk him back toward the buffalo herd. Bigfoot waited a moment, as if absent-mindedly, and then turned his horse too. Call and Gus fell in behind. Call felt so much danger in the air that it took all his self-control not to look back. A lance like the one that had pierced Gus's hip could be singing toward them. He glanced at Gus and saw that his friend seemed perfectly firm. Something had happened to toughen his attitude since they left the camp and slipped through the buffalo herd. The recrossing of the herd went quickly. They had learned the edging technique on the first crossing and were soon almost through. Once the buffalo herd was between them and the Indians, Call felt free to look back. The air had changed again. They were in the air of safety, not the air where the quick death was. "I guess you grew your backbone again," Call said, noting that Gus looked so cheerful that he was almost whistling. "Yes, I ain't scared of him now," Gus said. "Clara wouldn't want no coward. I kept my mind on her. We'll be married once we get back to Austin." Indeed, he felt cheered by the encounter. He had looked Buffalo Hump in the eye and lived. It made him feel lucky again. He was curious, though, about one aspect of the parley. "I wonder why he pointed that lance at us when he first rode up," Gus asked. Best Das turned briefly and laughed his broken-toothed laugh. "He said you both belonged to him," he told them. "He says he will take you when he is ready, but not today. He is coming to eat supper with the colonel, and he will bring his wives." "Why do we belong to him and not you and Bigfoot?" Gus asked. "You cheated his lance," Best Das told him. "He says his lance is hungry for your liver." "It can just stay hungry," Gus said boldly, though the threat did make his stomach feel wavy for a moment. "Why me, then?" Call asked. "I didn't cheat his damn lance." Best Das laughed again. "No, with you it's different," he said, smiling at Call. "Why would it be different?" Call asked, wishing he could have understood the Indian's talk. "Different because you killed his son," the Pawnee said. Call was more worried than Gus by the news Best Das had delivered. He had killed the war chief's son. Buffalo Hump might forget that he had missed Gus with his lance, but he would not forget the loss of a son. As long as the humpback Comanche was alive, Call knew he would have an enemy. Any time he traveled in Comanche country, his life would depend on keeping alert. He was silent as they rode back to camp, thinking of all the years of vigilance ahead. Gus McCrae, though, was in high spirits. Now that he had survived, he was glad he had gone to the parley. Not only had he threaded his way through the great buffalo herd, he had faced the Comanche killer at close range and ridden away unharmed. Now he was safely back with the big troop. Buffalo Hump could threaten all he wanted to. His lance would have to go hungry. Once Clara Forsythe heard what he had done, she would know she had kissed a brave man, a ranger on whom her affections would not be wasted. It wouldn't be long before the news reached her either. Several of the merchants and most of the whores would soon be going back. In a town as small as Austin, the news that he had been selected for a dangerous mission would soon reach the young lady in the general store. There was a crowd around Caleb Cobb when they rode up to report. The big Irish dog was back. It sat panting at Caleb's feet, its long tongue hanging out. John Kirker was there, sitting on a stump, his big scalping knife at his belt. Shadrach stood to one side, looking disgruntled. He had not liked the order forbidding him to shoot buffalo until they were across the Brazos. When he looked at Caleb Cobb, he glowered his displeasure. Matilda Roberts stood with him. Lately, the old mountain man and the large whore seemed to have formed an attachment. Often, when Shadrach was out scouting, the two would be seen riding together. At night, they sometimes sat together around a little campfire of their own. No one had heard them exchange a word, and yet they were together, united in their silence. Some of the younger men had become afraid to approach Matilda. They didn't want to risk stirring the old mountain man's wrath. He was said to be terrible in his angers, though no one there could actually remember an occasion when Shadrach had lost his temper.
"Well, are we to have guests for supper?" Caleb Cobb asked. "Does the chief prefer to eat with a fork or with a scalping knife?"
"He will come in 1 hour," Bestas said. "He wants to eat quick. He will leave the camp at sundown. He will bring 3 wives with him, but no braves."
"Well, that's rare," Caleb said. "Does he have any other requests as chief?"
"Yes," Bestas said. "He wants you to give him a rifle." Caleb chuckled.
"A rifle to kill us with," he said. "I sure hope he likes the cooking when he tastes it. If he don't find it tasty, he might scalp Sam."
Black Sam had become Caleb Cobb's personal cook. The colonel was so partial to rabbit that Sam had stuffed a cage of fat rabbits into one of the supply wagons. The colonel didn't like large game. Sam trapped quail for him and kept him fed with small, succulent bunnies.
"Well, if he's coming so soon, the chef will have to hurry," Caleb said. "Falconer, you like to shoot. Lope down and kill a couple of buffalo calves. Take the liver and sweetmeats and leave the rest. Call and McCrae will escort you. Their horses are already used to the buffs."
Falconer started for the wagon to get his fine gun, but the colonel stopped him with an impatient wave.
"You don't need that damn English gun just to shoot 2 calves," he said. "Shoot 'em with your pistol or let Corporal Call do it."
Call was disconcerted, as they rode down to the herd, to see John Kirker following only a few yards to the rear. Call rode on for a bit and then decided he couldn't tolerate the man's presence. He nodded at Gus, and the two of them turned to face the scalp hunter. "You weren't told to come," Call informed Kirker. "I'd prefer it if you'd go back."
"I don't work for no army, and I won't be told what to do by no one," Kirker said. "Caleb Cobb can pretend he's the colonel if he wants to. He don't tell me what to do, and neither do you damn pups."
"You weren't told to come," Call repeated. He was trying to be calm, though he felt his anger rising.
"There's Indians round Buffalo," Kirker said. "They crawl in with them and shoot from under their bellies. I got business to tend to. I don't care if that murdering humpback is coming to eat. Get out of my way."
"Tell him, Captain," Call said, turning to Falconer, but Falconer ignored the request. "Last time you rode with us, you scalped some Mexicans," Gus remarked. Kirker brought the rifle up and looked at them coolly, his thin lip twisted in a kind of sneer.
"I despise young fools," he said. "If you don't like my trade, have at me, and do it now. I might get a scalp before sundown if I'm active."
Kirker spoke with the same insolence with which he had confronted Bigfoot and Shadrach back on the Rio Grande. Gus found the man's insolence intolerable. To Call's surprise, he yanked one of the big pistols out of his belt and whacked Kirker right across the forehead with it. The lick made a dull sound. A mule kicking a post made such a sound. Call leapt down and took Kirker's pistol as the man struggled to his feet. Kirker reached for his big knife, but before he could pull it, Call clubbed his arm with his musket. Then he clubbed him twice more. "Whoa, Woodrow," Gus said, alarmed by the look in Call's eye and the savage force of his clubbing. He himself had been angry enough to knock Kirker off his horse with a pistol, but the one hard lick satisfied him. The man's forehead was split open. He was streaming blood. It was enough at least to teach him respect. But Woodrow Call had no interest in respect. He was swinging to kill. "He's a friend of the Colonel's. We don't need to kill him," Gus said, leaping down, as did Black Sam, who had come along to select the cuts. Call swung a third time at the man's Adam's apple. Only the fact that Sam grabbed at the barrel and partially broke the force of the swing saved Kirker. Even so, the man went down again, rolling and clawing at his throat, trying to get air through his windpipe. Gus and Sam together managed to hold Call and keep him from smashing the man's head with the musket. Falconer, who didn't like the scalp hunter either, turned for a moment to look at the fallen man.
"Disarm him," he said. "He's got guns in his boots. If we leave him anything to shoot, he'll try to kill us all once he gets his wind."
Call was remembering the filthy, fly-bitten scalps hanging from the man's saddle. He also remembered Bigfoot's contention that some of them were the scalps of Mexican children. "Don't be beating nobody to death, not here," Sam said. "Colonel Cobb, he'll hang you. He hangs folks all the time." With difficulty, Call made himself mount and ride onto the herd. When they left, Kirker was on his knees, spitting blood.
"You yank that pistol quick," Falconer said to Gus. "I think I'll make you my corporal. You could make a fine pistolero." "Thank you. The fellow was rude," Gus said. "Do you think the colonel will let me be a corporal?"
Though he didn't much like Falconer, the man's words filled him with relief. He felt he had caught up with Call again in terms of rank. He also felt that he was staunch again and could fight when a fight was required. The weak feeling that had troubled him since his first glimpse of Buffalo Hump wasn't there anymore, or at least not there steadily. He might die, but at least he could fight first, and not simply pass his days shaking at the expectation of slaughter. They rode on to the herd, quickly shot 2 fat calves, and took their livers and sweetmeats as instructed. Sam was deft at the cutting. He had brought a sack to put the meat in and knotted it deftly once he was finished.
"I'll kill some big meat tomorrow," Falconer said as they rode back toward the camp. "Once we get across the river, the colonel won't mind."
"These buffalo be gone tomorrow," Sam said.
"Gone? What do you mean? There's thousands of them,"
Falconer said in surprise. "They be gone tomorrow," Sam said. He did not elaborate. When they passed the spot where the fight with Kirker had occurred, there was no trace of the man, though the grass was spotted with blood from his broken forehead. "I hope I broke his damn arm at least," Call said. Nobody said anything for a bit. They rode up to the troop in silence, Sam carefully holding his sack of meat.
"Sam knows where to cut into a buffalo calf," Gus remarked. "You might give us lessons next time we have an opportunity. I could slide around on one for an hour and not know when I'd come to the liver."
"Just watch me next time," Sam said. "Buffalo liver tastes mighty good."
General Phil Lloyd, in his youth one of the heroes of the Battle of New Orleans, was so impressed by the news that Buffalo Hump was coming to supper that he made his manservant, P.D., scratch around amid his gear until he found a clean coat. It was wrinkled, true, but it wasn't spotted and stained with tobacco juice or beef juice or any of the other substances General Lloyd was apt to dribble on himself in the course of a day's libations.
"I might be getting dressed up for nothing," he informed Caleb Cobb. "There's 100 men at least right here in this camp who would like to shoot that rascal's lights out. Why would he come?"
"Oh, he'll come, Phil," Caleb Cobb said. "He wants to show off his wives."
Looking around the camp, Call decided that he agreed with the general. Most of the rangers and not a few of the merchants and common travelers had lost friends or family members to the Comanches. Some of the lost ones had died by Buffalo Hump's own hand. There were mutterings and curses as the time for his arrival approached. Several of the more radical characters were for hanging Caleb Cobb. He ought never to have issued the invitation, many rangers felt. Sam had to hurry his cooking, but when the smell of the sizzling liver wafted through the camp, it added to the general discontent. Why should a killer get to dine on such delicacies, while most of them were making do with tough beef? "He'll come," Gus said. "It would take more than this crowd to scare him away." Like Call, he had begun to doubt the competence of the military leadership. General Lloyd, who had been drunk the whole trip and unconscious for most of it, had his servant pin more than a dozen medals on the front of his blue coat. "He must have won them medals for drinking. He don't do nothing else," Gus observed. While the liver was sizzling and the sweetbread simmering in a small pot with some onions and a little wild barley Sam had managed to locate, Caleb Cobb, noting the mood of surliness among the men, told Falconer to round up the malcontents and assemble them. Falconer liked nothing better than ordering men to do things they didn't want to do. He had a little black quirt that he popped against his leg. He circled the camp, popping the quirt against his leg and forcing the men to stroll over to Caleb Cobb's tent. Caleb was large. He enjoyed imposing himself. When the men were assembled, he stretched himself and pointed toward the hill to the east. 4 horses were moving across the ridge. Buffalo Hump was coming with his wives.
"Here he comes, right on time," Caleb said.
I'll make a short speech. He's a murdering devil, but I invited him to supper, and I won't have no guest of mine interfered with."
"Does that mean we ain't to spit while he's in camp?" Shadrach asked. He had no great respect for Caleb Cobb, who in his view was just a pirate who had decided to come ashore. Cobb had caught several Mexican ships, so it was said, and had made off with the gold and silver and the women. That was the rumor in the Galveston waters, anyway. Shadrach suspected that the main reason for the Texas Santa Fe expedition was that Cobb wanted to get the gold and silver at its source. None of that gave Cobb license to instruct him in behavior, and Shadrach wanted him to know it.
"You can spit, but not in his direction," Caleb said.
He was well aware that the mountain man didn't like him.
"Why are you having him, Colonel, if he's such a killer?"
the dentist, Elihu Carson, asked. He had heard that the Comanches sometimes removed the jawbones of their captives with the teeth intact. As a professional, he would have liked to question Buffalo Hump about the technique involved, but he knew that at such an important parley he was unlikely to get the chance.
"Curiosity," Caleb replied. "I've never met him, and I'd like to. If you want to know the mettle of your opponent, it don't hurt to look him in the eye. Besides, he knows the country. He might loan us a scout."
"He won't loan you no scout. He'll kill the ones we got," Bigfoot said.
"Mr. Wallace, it won't hurt to try," Caleb said. "I brought you all here to make a simple point. Buffalo Hump's my guest at dinner. I will promptly hang any ill-tempered son of a bitch who interferes with him."
The men stared back at him, unawed and unpersuaded.
"If we kill him, the Comanche and the Kiowa will rise up and wipe out every damn farm between the Brazos and the Nueces," Caleb said. "We have to cross his country to reach Santa Fe, and we don't know much about it. If it turns out that we have to fight him, we'll fight him, but right now I'd like to see some manners in this camp."
The men were silent, watching the horses approach. They gave ground a few steps so that the Comanches could ride up to Caleb's tent, but their mood was dark. While not eager to be hanged, they all knew that hanging was gentle compared to what would happen to them if Buffalo Hump caught them. Those who had lost sons in the Comanche wars or had daughters stolen thought that a hanging would be a cheap price to pay for the opportunity to put a bullet in the big war chief. Yet they held back, bound, if uneasily, by the rules their commander had laid down. Buffalo Hump still had the 3 scalps tied to his lance when he rode into camp. He had on leggings but no shirt. He had coated his face and body with red clay and had painted yellow lines across his cheeks and forehead. The 3 women riding behind him were all young and plump. If frightened at riding into the white man's camp, they didn't show it. They rode a short distance behind Buffalo Hump and kept their eyes on the ground. Call thought it remarkably bold of the war chief to ride into such a camp alone. Gus agreed. He tried to imagine himself riding into a Comanche camp with no one beside him but a whore or two, but remembering the tortures Bigfoot described, he thought he would decline the invitation if one ever came. "He ain't afraid of us, and every man in camp wants to kill him," Call said. "He don't think much of rangers, I guess." When Buffalo Hump dismounted, his wives did too. They quickly spread a robe for him outside the colonel's tent. Caleb Cobb offered tobacco. One of the wives took it and gave it to Buffalo Hump, who smelled it briefly and gave it back. Call knew the man had to be powerful just to carry his own hump, a mass of grizzle as broad as his back. It rose as high as his ears. Yet Buffalo Hump wasn't stooped. He didn't so much as glance at the masked rangers, but he did take note of Caleb Cobb's Irish dog, who was watching him alertly. The dog wasn't growling, but his hair bristled.
"Tell him he's welcome and put in some guff about what a great chief he is," Caleb instructed Bestas. Bestas turned to Buffalo Hump and spoke 5 or 6 words. Buffalo Hump was watching the dog. He didn't answer. "That was too short a compliment," Caleb said. "Tell him he's stronger than the buffalo and wiser than the bear. Tell him his name is enough to freeze the Mexican blood. We need some wind here. They expect it." Bestas tried again, but Buffalo Hump didn't appear to pay his words the slightest attention. He gestured toward the food which Sam had waiting, but he made no gesture at all toward Caleb Cobb. 2 of the plump young women took wooden bowls and went over to Sam, who ladled up his sweetbreads and filled the other bowl with large slices of liver. Gus thought the red clay and the yellow paint made the Comanche look even more terrible. Call watched closely, wondering why the air itself seemed to change when a wild Indian came around.
He decided it was because no one but the Indian knew the rules that determined actions, if there were rules. For a moment it seemed that Buffalo Hump was simply going to eat his food standing up, ignoring Caleb Cobb. Caleb himself was worried. With all his men watching, it would only do to let himself be insulted up to a point. But after he had sniffed the dishes, Buffalo Hump gestured again to the young women, who took 2 more bowls and filled them. These they brought to Caleb. Buffalo Hump looked at Caleb for the first time, lifting the bowls. Then he took a place on the robe and handed the bowls to his young wives, who then began to take turns feeding him with their fingers.
"If I could find a woman to hand-feed me sweetbreads, I expect I'd get married too," Caleb said. "Tell that to the rascal."
At the word rascal, Buffalo Hump lifted his head slightly. It occurred to Caleb too late that perhaps the Comanche had picked up a few words of English. After all, he had taken many captives who spoke it. Best Das spoke at length in Comanche, but if his words made any impression on the chief, Buffalo Hump didn't show it. His young wives continued to feed him buffalo liver and sweetbread stew. The camp had become completely silent. The men who had been cursing Buffalo Hump merely stood looking at him. Several who had proposed to risk hanging by attempting to kill him offered no threat. Call and Gus stood stock still, watching while Buffalo Hump ate. Caleb Cobb took a bite or two of liver himself, but seemed to have lost his usual vigorous appetite. Buffalo Hump paid little attention to the company, at least until he noticed Matilda Roberts standing with Shadrach. Once he noticed, he gave Matilda a long look. Then he turned to Best Das and spoke what seemed like a long speech. Best Das glanced at Matilda and shook his head, but Buffalo Hump repeated what he said.
"Taken a fancy to Mattie, has he?" Caleb asked.
"Yes, he wants her for a wife," Best Das said. "He has seen her before. He calls her turtle-catching woman."
"First he wants a rifle, and now he wants a wife," Caleb said. "What is it they call Shadrach in Comanche?"
"They call him Tail of the Bear," Best Das said.
"Tell the great chief that Matilda is the wife of Tail of the Bear," Caleb said. "She ain't available for marriage unless she gets divorced."
Best Das spoke to Buffalo Hump, who seemed amused by what was said. He replied at length in a tone of derision. The reply made Best Das rather uncomfortable, Call thought.
"Well, what's the report?"
Caleb asked impatiently. "He says Tail of the Bear is too old for such a large woman," Best Das said. "He says he will give him a young horse in exchange." Neither Matilda nor Shadrach moved or changed expression.
"Tell him we can't accept. It is not our custom to trade people for horses," Caleb said. "Falconer, go get your fancy rifle."
Captain Falconer was startled. "What for?" he asked. Ignoring this exchange, Buffalo Hump suddenly spoke again. This time he spoke at more length, looking at Shadrach as he talked. When he stopped, he reached for the pot that had the sweetbread stew in it and drained it.
"What was that last?" Caleb said. It had a hostile kind of sound.
"He says he will take the scalp of Tail of the Bear if he crosses the Canadian River," Best Das said. "Then he will take the woman and keep the horse."
"Go get the rifle, Billy. Supper's about over,"
said Caleb, though in a mild tone. "Why, it's my rifle," Captain Falconer said.
"Go get it, Billy. We need a good present, and it's the only gun in camp fine enough to offer the chief," Caleb said. "Hurry. I'll buy you one just as good as soon as we get to Santa Fe."
Captain Falconer balked. The Holland & Holland sporting rifle was the finest thing he owned. He had ordered it special from London and had waited 2 years for it to come. The case he kept it in was made of cherry wood. One of his reasons for signing on with the expedition was an eagerness to try his rifle on the game of the prairies, buffalo, elk, antelope, maybe even a grizzly bear. The rifle had cost him 6 months' wages. He intended to treasure it throughout his life. The thought of having to hand it over to a murdering savage with yellow paint on his face was more than he could tolerate, and he said so. "I won't give it up," he said bluntly. "Give the man a musket. It's more than he deserves."
"I'll decide what he deserves, Captain," Caleb Cobb said.
He had been sitting, but he rose. When he did, Buffalo Hump rose too. "I won't do it, Colonel. I'll resign first," Captain Falconer said. In a motion no one saw clearly, Caleb Cobb drew his pistol and fired point blank at Captain Falconer. The bullet took him in the forehead, directly above his nose.
"You're resigned, Captain,"
Caleb said. He walked over to the baggage wagon containing the officer's baggage and came back with the cherry wood case containing the dead man's Holland & Holland rifle. The body of Billy Falconer lay not 2 feet from the edge of Buffalo Hump's robe. Neither the war chief nor his women gave any sign that they had noticed the killing. Caleb Cobb opened the gun case and handed it to Buffalo Hump. The rifle was disassembled, its barrel in one velvet groove, the stock and trigger in another. Caleb set the case down, lifted the 2 parts out, and quickly fitted them together. Then he handed the gun to Buffalo Hump, who hefted it once, and then, without another word, took the rifle and walked over to his horse. He mounted and gestured to his wives to bring the blanket and the cherry wood case. He didn't thank Caleb, but he looked once more at Matilda and bent a moment to speak to Shadrach.
"If I don't take yours first," Shadrach said quietly.
Then Buffalo Hump rode off, followed by his wives. The sun was just setting. The strange silence that had seized the troop continued, even though the Comanches were soon well out of hearing. Captain Falconer's wound scarcely bled. Only a thin line of blood curled down his ear.
"Bury the skunk. I won't have mutiny," Caleb said.
He glanced at the troop to see if anyone was disposed to challenge his action. The men all stood around like statues, all except Sam. He was expected to do the burying as well as the cooking. He picked up a spade.
"You can have that pacing black. I intend to make you a scout," Caleb said to Call.
"Sir, Captain Falconer made me a corporal," Gus McCrae said. He knew it was bold to speak so soon after a captain of the Rangers had been executed for mutiny, but the fact was he had been awarded the rank and he meant to have it. He had been made a corporal legally, he believed, and he wanted Clara Forsythe to know that Woodrow Call was not the only one to earn a quick promotion. Caleb Cobb was a little surprised, but more amused. The young Tennessee boy had gumption, at least, to insist on his promotion at such a time.
"Well, let's have your report. What did you do to earn this honor?" Caleb asked.
"I whacked John Kirker on the head with my pistol," Gus said. "He followed us when he wasn't told to, and he wouldn't go back when we asked."
"You whacked Johnny?" Caleb asked in surprise. "How hard did you whack him?"
"He knocked him off his horse and split his forehead open," Bigfoot said. "I seen it. Kirker was mean-spoken. I had a notion to whack him myself."
"Scalp hunters are apt to be a little short on manners," Caleb said. "John Kirker is the sort of fellow who will kill you for picking your teeth if you happen to do it at a time when he ain't in the mood to see no teeth picked. If you laid him out, then Falconer was wrong just to make you a corporal. He ought to have made you a general."
He paused and smiled.
"However, since I didn't witness the action and don't know all the circumstances, I'll just let the rank of corporal stand. What became of Kirker after you whacked him?"
"We don't know," Call said. "He left." Caleb nodded.
"If I were you, I'd watch my flank for a few days, Corporal McCrae," he said. "John Kirker ain't one to forget a whacking."
Then he turned and went into his tent. Soon the company found its legs and drifted back to normal pursuits, cooking, drinking, standing guard, and making fires. Call and Gus, feeling a kinship with Sam because they were all from San Antonio, took shovels and picks and helped him dig Falconer's grave. General Phil Lloyd stood by Caleb Cobb's tent feeling forgotten. Falconer, too, was well on his way to being forgotten, though he'd only been dead 10 minutes. The difference was that Falconer was actually dead, whereas General Lloyd merely felt he might as well be. He had put on his cleanest blue coat in preparation for Buffalo Hump's visit. He had even had Petey, his man, hang all his 12 medals on it. Once he had had as many as 18 medals. He was pretty sure the correct figure was 18, but 6 of them had been lost in various drunken outings in various muddy towns. Still, 12 medals was no small number of medals. It was an even dozen. In fact, an even dozen medals was a solid number. Yet out on the Brazos, with the sky getting cloudy and a gloomy dusk coming on, a dozen medals seemed to count for nothing. Buffalo Hump hadn't even glanced at him, or his medals.
though in his experience Red Indians were usually attracted to military decorations. Not only that, Caleb Cobb had not even bothered to introduce him, nor had he asked him to sit. The buffalo liver had smelled mighty appetizing, but Caleb Cobb hadn't offered him any. The two young rangers, Corporal Call and Corporal McCrae, came over and rolled Captain Falconer's body onto a wagon sheet. General Lloyd walked over and watched them tie the body into its rough shroud. He had once been the hero of the Battle of New Orleans. Andrew Jackson had made a speech about him. It seemed to him that the two youngsters just getting started in military life might appreciate his history. They might want to hear how it had been fighting the British, far different certainly from fighting savages such as Buffalo Hump. They might want to look at his medals and ask him what this one was for, or what exploit that one celebrated.
It will be fine to be in Santa Fe. That high air is too good for your lungs, he said to put the young men at ease.
Yes, sir, Gus said. He was wondering whether a salute was necessary with darkness nearly on them. Before Call could speak, he'd only been planning to say something simple as Gus had. General Lloyd decided he didn't want to be around a corpse wrapped in a wagon sheet. He couldn't get a bad notion out of his head, the notion being that he was really the one who was dead and wrapped in a wagon sheet. The notion disturbed General Lloyd so much that he turned and stumbled away to look for his wagon, his servant Petey, and his bottle. He thought he might send Petey after a whore. In New Orleans in the old days, there had been winsome and willing Creole girls. His hope was that there might be something of the sort in Santa Fe. Santa Fe was high, he knew that much. High air was thought to be good for women's complexions. In Santa Fe he might find a young beauty to marry him, if he could. Then it wouldn't matter so much about lost medals or the fact that no one took much notice of him at parleys. At present, though, they had only advanced to the Brazos, and the only women around were rough camp whores. He thought he might send Petey to look for one, though. It might help him sleep. Gus and Call were trying to keep their minds off Falconer's abrupt execution. Neither of them had supposed that the military life involved such extreme risks. They were so disturbed by what they had seen that they were having an awkward time getting Falconer's body wrapped in its rough shroud. Neither of them had had much training at burials. When Gus saw General Lloyd stumble away, he grew apprehensive. If the penalty for failing to give a fine rifle to an Indian was instant death, what might the penalty be for failing to salute a general? "We didn't salute him. What if he has us hung?" Gus asked. He was troubled by the thought that he might have made a serious breach of military etiquette only a few minutes after having been promoted to corporal. Call was still trying to puzzle out the logic of Falconer's execution. Caleb Cobb had brooked almost no argument. Without warning, he had merely yanked out his pistol and shot the captain dead. Of course, Falconer had balked at an order, but he was a captain. He could hardly have suspected that his refusal to hand over his prized rifle would mean instant execution. If Caleb had put it to him that he viewed the matter as serious, that it meant life or death, no doubt Captain Falconer would have given up the gun. But Caleb hadn't given a chance to argue. Call would have thought there would have to be some kind of trial before a captain in the Rangers could be executed. He meant to ask Bigfoot about the matter the next time he saw him. "I think we could have saluted," Gus said again. With darkness coming and a dead man to bury, the omission of the salute loomed large in his mind. "Hush about it," Call said. "I don't even know how to salute. Help me tie this into the wagon sheet. He's going to slip out if you don't." Rain began at midnight and continued until dawn and then on through the day. Call and Gus crawled under one of the wagons hoping for a little sleep, but the water soon puddled around them and they slept little. Gus kept remembering the puzzled look on Falconer's face when Caleb Cobb raised his gun to kill him. He mentioned it to Call so often that Call finally told him to shut up about it. "I guess he was puzzled," he said. "We were all puzzled. You don't expect to see a man shot down like that just to please an Indian." "I doubt Bigfoot was puzzled," Gus said. "It takes a lot to puzzle Bigfoot." Call was glad when it became their turn to stand guard. Standing guard beat trying to sleep in a puddle. By mid-morning, the Brazos was impassable. The rains fell for 3 days, and then the river only fell enough for a general crossing to be feasible after 3 more days, by which time morale in the expeditionary party had sunk low. In the wake of Falconer's death, men began to remember other tales they had heard or thought they had heard about Caleb Cobb's violent behavior as a commander.
Long Bill Coleman recalled that someone had told him Caleb had once hanged 6 men at sea in his pirating days. The men's crime, as Long Bill remembered it, was to get into the grog and turn up drunk.
I heard it was 4, Blackie Slidell said.
Well, that's still a passel of men to hang because they were drunk,
Long Bill argued. During the day, hunting parties scoured the south bank of the Brazos, sure that some of the thousands of buffalo they had seen must still be on the south side of the river. Their hopes were disappointed. Not a single buffalo could be located, nor were deer or wild pigs easy to find. Caleb ordered the killing of 3 beeves, but the meat was stringy, and the men's discontent increased.
We could have been eating buffalo liver every night, Johnny Carthage complained. I've heard the hump is good, too.
No, the hump is fatty, Bigfoot said. I generally take the liver and the tongue. That was the first Gus McCrae had heard about people eating tongue.
Tongue, he said. I won't be eating no tongues. I don't care if they do come from a buffalo.
I'll take yours then, Bigfoot said. Buffalo tongue beats polecat by a long shot, although polecat ain't bad if you salt it heavy. What happens in an army if the colonel goes crazy? Call asked. It seemed to him that Caleb Cobb might be insane. His own promotion for doing nothing more than defending himself from sure death had been a whimsy on Caleb's part, as much a whimsy as Falconer's execution. During the long rainy nights huddled around campfires, their pants soaked, the men speculated and speculated about Caleb Cobb's surprise in action. He had to make a show for Buffalo Hump, Bigfoot contended. He wanted him to know he had sand. Once an Indian thinks you don't have sand, he don't show no mercy.
That one don't show no mercy, sand or not, Long Bill said. Zeke Moody had plenty of sand, and so did Josh.
Maybe Falconer tried to steal his girl or beat him at cards or something,
Blackie suggested.
Caleb might have had a grudge.
Call couldn't see that it mattered why, not now. In his view, the killing had not been done properly, but he was young and he didn't voice his opinion. Captain Falconer had been an officer. If there were charges against him, he should have been informed of them at least. But the only message he got was the bullet that killed him. Probably Caleb Cobb would have been just as quick to kill any man who happened to be standing there at that time. Probably Bigfoot was right. Caleb had just wanted to show Buffalo Hump that a colonel and the Rangers could be as cruel as any war chief, dealing out death as he chose. Call resolved to do his duties as best he could, but he meant to avoid Caleb Cobb whenever possible. He thought the man was insane, though Gus disagreed. Killing somebody don't mean you're insane, he argued. I think he's insane. You can think what you like, Call told him. It was Falconer made you a corporal, remember? The colonel might decide he don't like you for no better reason than that. Gus thought the matter over and decided there could be some truth in it. Yet unlike Call, he was drawn to Caleb Cobb. It interested him that a pirate had got to be commander of an army. Whenever he happened to be around the colonel, he listened carefully. On the 6th day, the colonel decided to cross the river, though it was still dangerously high. Every night his forces diminished. Men slipped off back toward Austin. They decided they had no stomach for prairie travel, and they left. Caleb didn't have them pursued. Half the troop had no idea why they were bound for Santa Fe anyway. Most of them would have been useless in a fight and a burden had supplies run low, as they were likely to do on the high plains. Yet by the 6th day, discontent was so rife that he decided to ford the river despite the risk. Another day or two of waiting and the whole Texas Santa Fe expedition might simply melt into the Brazos mud. In retrospect, he regretted not letting the men chase the buffalo. It would have given them some sporting exploits to talk about around the campfires. His reasoning in holding them back had been sound, but the weather confounded his reason, as it was apt to. Both Best Das and Alshis were against the crossing. The Brazos was still too high. Shadrach was against it, and Bigfoot too, although Bigfoot agreed with the colonel that if they didn't cross soon, the expedition would quietly disband. All scouts remembered the fate of Captain Falconer, though. They offered little advice, knowing that the wrong piece of advice might get them shot. Gus had not been along for the earlier river crossing, but he had crossed the Mississippi and had no fear of the Brazos.
"Why, this is just a creek," he said. "I could swim it on my back."
I couldn't, Call told him. I swum it twice, and it was all I could do, even with a horse pulling me. There was no agreement as to the swimming capacity of sheep, so the 20 sheep were tied and tossed in the sturdiest of the wagons. And for no reason that anyone could determine, The wagon with the sheep in it capsized in midstream, drowning the driver. He got a foot tangle in the harness, 2 of the horses, and all 20 sheep. 3 of the beeves wandered into quicksand on the south bank. They were mired so deep that Caleb ordered them shot. Sam waded in mud to his thighs with his butcher knife to take what meat he could from the 3 muddy carcasses. 6 merchants and 4 whores decided the Brazos was their limit and turned back for the settlements. Bragnoli was the only man to swim the river without a horse. It was rumored that Bragnoli could swim 5 miles or more, though there was no body of water large enough to allow the claim to be tested. Caleb Cobb crossed in a canoe he had brought along in one of the wagons for that purpose. The wagon they had been hauling the canoe in was hit by some heavy driftwood. It broke up just shy of the north bank. Only 4 wagons survived the crossing, but they were the ones containing the ammunition and supplies. The expeditionary force, though a little leaner, was still mostly intact. The 4 wagons had all they could haul as it was, but Caleb Cobb proceeded to hoist his canoe on top of the largest wagon despite his scout's insistence that he wouldn't need it. "Colonel, most of the rivers between here and the Arkansas is just creeks," Bigfoot said. "That canoe's wider than some of them. You could turn it upside down and use it as a bridge." "Fine. That's better than traveling wet," Caleb said. "I despise traveling wet." The 4th day north of the Brazos, the post oak and elm petered out, and the troop began to move across an open, rolling prairie. There were still plenty of trees along the many creeks, so the troop didn't lack for firewood. The traveling was easier, and the men's mood improved. Little seeping springs dotted the prairie, producing water that was clearer and more tasteful than that of the muddy Brazos. Deer were plentiful, though small, but the men could scarcely raise an interest in venison. They expected to come on the great buffalo herd any day. They had all smelled the buffalo liver Sam had cooked for the Comanches and were determined to try it for themselves. Carl and Gus had been made scouts, assigned to range ahead with Bestas and Alshis. Bigfoot the colonel kept close at hand. Though he valued Bigfoot's advice, he mainly wanted him handy because he was amused by his conversation. Shadrach had taken a cough and roamed little. He rode beside Matilda Roberts, his long rifle always across his saddle. They crossed the Trinity River on a sunny day with no loss of life other than 1 brown dog, a mongrel who had hung around the camp since the troop's departure. Sam liked the little dog and fed him scraps. The dog was swimming by a big bay gelding when the horse panicked and pawed the dog down. Sam was gloomy that night, so gloomy that he failed to salt the beans. The stars were very bright over the prairie, so bright that Carl had trouble sleeping. The only Indians they had seen were a small, destitute band of Kickapoos who seemed to be living off roots and prairie dogs. When asked if the buffalo herd were near, they shook their heads and looked blank. "No buffalo," one old man said. None of the men could figure out what had become of the buffalo. Hundreds of thousands of them had crossed the Brazos less than a week before, and yet they had not seen one buffalo or even a track. Carl asked Bigfoot about it, and Bigfoot shrugged. "When we got across the river, we turned west," he said. "I reckon them buffalo turned east." Even so, the men rode out every day, expecting to see the herd. At night they talked to buffalo, anticipating how good the meat would taste when they finally made their kills. In Austin they had talked of women, or of notable card games they had been in. On the prairie they talked of meat. Sam promised to instruct them all in buffalo anatomy, show them where the liver was and how best to extract the tongue. After weeks in the trees, the breadth and silence of the prairie unnerved some of the men.
"Darn, I can't get cozy out here," Johnny Carthage observed. "There's nothing to stop the damn wind."
"Why would you want to stop it? Just let it blow," Gus said. "It's just air that's on the move."
"It rings in my ears, though," Johnny said. "I'd rather bunk up behind a bush."
"I wonder how far it is across this prairie?" Jimmy Tweed asked.
"Well, it's far," Blackie Slidell said. "They say you can walk all the way to Canada on it."
"I have no interest in hearing about Canada," Jimmy Tweed said. "I'd rather locate Santa Fe and get me a shave." There was a whole group of men just come from Missouri, especially to join the expedition. They were a sour lot in Gus's view, seldom exchanging more than a word or two with the Texans, and not many among themselves. They camped a little apart and were led by a short, red-bearded man named DeCluskey. Gus tried to make friends with 1 or 2 of the Missourians, meaning to draw them into a card game, but they rebuffed him. The only one he developed a liking for was a boy named Tommy Spencer, no more than 14 years old. DeCluskey was his uncle and had brought him along to do camp chores. Tommy Spencer thought Texas Rangers were all fine fellows. When he could, he sneaked over to sit at the campfire with them, listening to them yarn. He had a martial spirit and carried an old pistol that was his pride. "I wish I was from Texas," he told Gus. "There ain't no fighting much left back in Missouri." The second day north of the Trinity, Gus and Carl had ridden out with Bestas to scout for easy fords across the many creeks when they came over a ridge and saw a running buffalo coming right toward them. The buffalo was a cow and had been running a while. Her tongue hung out and her gait was unsteady. Some 30 yards behind her, an Indian was in pursuit, with a second Indian still farther back. The buffalo and her two pursuers appeared so suddenly that no one thought to shoot either the beast or the Comanches. The first Indian had a lance in his hand, the second one a bow. They rode right by Carl, not 30 yards away, but seemed not to notice him at all, so focused were they on the buffalo they wanted to kill. Bestas looked amused. He flashed a crooked-toothed smile and turned his mount to lope back and watch the chase. Gus and Carl turned too. The encampment was only 1 or 2 miles back. The Comanches were chasing the exhausted buffalo right toward 100 Texans and a few Missourians. It was a warm, pretty morning. Most of the men were feeling lazy, hoping the colonel would content himself with a short march for the day. They were lying on their saddles or saddle blankets, playing cards, discoursing about this and that, when suddenly the buffalo and the two Comanches ran right into camp, with Bestas, Carl, and Gus loping along slightly to the rear. The spectacle was so strange and so unexpected that several of the men decided they must be dreaming. They lay or stood where they were, amazed. Caleb Cobb had just stepped out of his tent and stood dumbfounded as a buffalo and two Comanches ran right in front of him, scarcely 20 feet away. The Irish dog had gone hunting and missed the scene. Neither of the Comanches seemed to notice that they were right in the middle of a ranger encampment, so intent were they on not letting their tired prey escape. They had passed almost through camp from north to south when a shot rang out, and the buffalo cow fell dead, turning a somersault as she fell. Old Shadrach, shooting across his saddle, had fired the shot. When the buffalo fell, the two Comanches stopped and simply sat on their horses, both of which were quivering with fatigue. The skinny warriors had a glazed look. They were too exhausted to get down and cut up the meat they had wanted so badly. Around the encampment, rangers began to stand up and look to their guns. The Comanches came to with a start and flailed their horses before anyone could fire. "Hell, shoot 'em! Shoot 'em!" Shadrach yelled. His ammunition was over by Matilda's saddle. He could not get it in time to shoot the Comanches himself.
"Well, this is a record, I guess," Caleb said. "2 red Indians rode all the way through camp chasing a tired buffalo and nobody shot 'em."
"It's worse than that," Carl said. "We rode along with them for 2 miles and didn't shoot him." "They were after the buffalo," Gus said. "They didn't even notice us." "No, they were too hungry, I expect," Bigfoot said. He had witnessed the event with solemn amazement. It seemed to him the Indians must have been taking some kind of powders to miss the fact that they were riding through a ranger camp.
"Yes, I expect so," Caleb said. "They wanted that buffalo bad."
"Should we go get them, sir?" Longbill asked. "Their horses are about worn out."
"No, let them go. Maybe they'll starve," Caleb said. "If I send a troop after them, they'll just kill half of it and steal themselves fresh horses."
Shadrach was annoyed all day because no one had shot the Comanches.
"Bestas should have shot them. He seen them first," he said. "Bigfoot must have been drunk, else he would have shot him."
Shadrach had begun to repeat himself. It worried Matilda Roberts. "You say the same things over and over, Shad," she told him, but Shadrach went right on repeating himself. Over and over he told her the story of how he saved himself in a terrible blizzard on the Platte. He killed a large buffalo cow, cut her open, and crawled inside. The cow's body stayed warm long enough to keep him alive. Matilda didn't want to think of Shadrach inside a buffalo cow. Sam butchered the one the two Comanches had chased into camp. He made blood sausage of the buffalo blood, but Matilda didn't eat any. Shad's story was too much on her mind. That night, lying with the old man as he smoked his long pipe, Matilda held his rough hand. The plains scared her. She wanted to be close to Shadrach. Since crossing the Brazos, she had begun to realize that she was tired of being a whore. She was tired of having to walk off in the bushes with her quilt because some ranger had a momentary lust. Besides, there were no bushes anymore. Whoring on the prairies meant going over a hill or a ridge, and there could always be a Comanche over the hill or the ridge. Besides, she'd come to have such a fondness for Shadrach that she had no interest in going with other men, and in fact didn't like it. Shad's joints ached at times from too many blizzards on the Platte and too many nights sleeping wet. He groaned and moaned in his sleep. Matilda knew he needed her warmth to ease his joints. Shadrach had become so stiff that he could not reach down to pull his boots on and pull them off. Matilda faithfully pulled them off for him. No woman had been so kind before, and it touched him. He had begun to get surly when a ranger with an interest in being a customer approached Matilda now. "Would you ever get hitched, Shad?" Matilda asked the night after the buffalo ran through camp.
"It would depend on the gal," Shadrach said.
"What if I was a gal?" Matilda asked. It was a bold question, but she needed to know. Shadrach smiled. He knew of Matilda's fondness for him and was flattered by it. After all, he was old and woolly, and the camp was full of young scamps, some of them barely old enough to have hair on their balls.
What would you want with me?" he asked to tease her. "I'm an old berry. My pod's about dry."
"I'd get hitched with you anyway, Shad," Matilda said. Shadrach had been married once, to a Cree beauty on the Red River of the North. She'd been killed in a raid by the Sioux some 40 years back. All he remembered about her was that she made the tastiest pemmican on the northern plains.
"Why, Mattie, I thought you had the notion to go to California," Shadrach said. "I've not got that much traveling in me, I don't expect. I've done been west to the Gila, and that's far enough west for me."
"They'll have a train to California someday," Matilda said. "I'll wait and we'll take the train. Until then, I guess New Mexico will do if it ain't too sandy."
"I'd get hitched with you, sure," Shadrach said.
"Maybe we'll run into a preacher somewhere up the trail. If we don't, we could ask the colonel to hitch us," Matilda said. A little later, when the old man was sleeping, Matilda got up and sneaked 2 extra blankets out of the baggage wagon. The dews had been exceptionally heavy at night. She didn't want her husband-to-be getting wet on the dewy ground. Black Sam saw her take the blankets. He used a chunk of firewood for a pillow himself. Sometimes when the fire burned low, he would turn over and burn his pillow. "I need those blankets, Sam, don't tell," Matilda said. She was fond of Sam, too, though in a different way.
"I won't, Miss Mattie," Sam said.
In 2 weeks the beeves were gone and the troop was living on mush. The expedition had pointed to the northwest and came to a long stretch of rough, bald country that led upward to a long escarpment. Though the escarpment was still 50 miles away, they could see it. "What's up there?" Gus asked Bigfoot.
"Comanches," Bigfoot said. "Them and the Kiowa."
The tall boy, Jimmy Tweed, had begun to bunk with Call and Gus. Jimmy and Gus were soon joshing each other and trying to outdo each other in pranks or card tricks. They would have tried to beat each other at whoring, but all the whores except Matilda had turned back at the Brazos, and Matilda had retired. So desperate was the situation that a youth from Navasota named John Baca was caught having congress with his mare. The troop laughed about it for days. Johnny Baca blushed every time anyone looked at him, but many of the men in the privacy of their thoughts wondered if Johnny Baca had not made a sensible move. Bragnoli, the quartermaster, merely shrugged tolerantly at the notion of a boy having congress with a mare.
"Why not?" he asked. "The mare don't care."
"She may not care, but I'll be damned if I'll go with a horse," Gus said. "Besides, I don't own a mare," he added a little later. The complete disappearance of the great buffalo herd continued to puzzle everyone. Call, Gus, and Bestas scouted as much as 30 miles ahead, and yet not an animal could be found. "No wonder them Comanches run that cow right into camp," Gus said on the 3rd evening when they sat down to a supper of mush. "It was that or starve, I guess." "It's big prairie," Bigfoot reminded him. "Those buffalo could be 300 or 400 miles north by now." Not long before they spotted the escarpment, they came upon a stream that Bestas thought was the Red, the river they counted on to take them west to New Mexico. Bestas was the scout who was supposed to be most familiar with the Comanche country. Everyone felt relieved when they struck the river. It seemed they were practically to New Mexico. The water was bad, though,
Not as bad as the Pecos in Call's view, but bad enough that most of the troop was soon bothered with cramps and retchings. The area proved to be unusually snaky, too. The low, shaly hills were so flush with snakes that Call could sometimes hear 3 or 4 rattling at the same time. Before they had been on the river half a day, Elihu Carson, the dentist, walked off to squat a while in the grip of a series of cramps and had the bad luck to get bitten in the ass by a rattlesnake. Several men testified that they had heard the snake rattle, but Elihu Carson was a little deaf. He didn't hear the warning.
"I think you're cursed, Carson," the colonel said when informed of the accident. "First you trip on your suitcase and get stickers in your face, and now you have fangs in your ass."
"Sir, everything is sharp in this part of the country," the dentist said. Most of the men expected Carson to die of snake bite, and those he had extracted teeth from hoped that he would. But Elihu Carson confounded them. He showed only brief ill effects. 4 hours after the bite, he was pulling one of young Tommy Spencer's teeth. The boy from Missouri had let a horse kick him right in the face and had 2 broken front teeth to show for his carelessness. Later that day, the mules pulling the main supply wagon spooked at a cougar that bounded out of a little clump of bushes right in front of them. Gus and several others blazed away at the cougar, but the cat got clean away. The mules fled down a gully, pulling the heavy wagon. It struck a rock, turned completely over in the air, and burst apart. One of the wheels came off its axle and rolled on down the gully out of sight. Caleb Cobb's canoe, which had been on top of the load, smashed to bits. One mule broke its leg and had to be shot. While Bragnoli and several other rangers were standing around the wreck, debating whether there was any hope of repairing the big wagon, Alchis, the half-breed scout, pointed to the north. All Call saw was an advancing cloud of dust. The troop took cover and prepared for battle, but the source of the dust turned out to be a herd of horses, about 20 in number, being driven by 2 white men and a Negro. One of the white men, a bulky fellow with a thick brown beard, was leading another horse with 2 little girls on it. The little girls were about 5 or 6. Both were blonde. They were a good deal scratched up and looked scared. Neither of them spoke at all, though Sam and Bragnoli tried to coax them down and offered them biscuits. The 3 men looked as if they had been dipped in dust. They had clearly ridden fast and hard.
"Howdy, I'm Charlie Goodnight," the large man said. "This is Bill and this is Bose." "Get down and take some coffee," Caleb offered. "We've just had a wreck. My canoe is ruined, and I don't know what else." "No, we can't pause," Charles Goodnight said. "These girls were stolen 2 weeks ago from down by Weatherford. Their parents will have no peace of mind until I return them. They also ran off these horses," the man said. "We had to race to catch up with the rascals." "At least you succeeded," Caleb said. "Comanches took them?" "Yes, Kicking Wolf. He's a clever thief," Goodnight said. "What are you doing taking wagons across the Baldies?" "Why, ain't you heard of us, Mr. Goodnight?" Caleb asked. By this time the troop had gathered around the travelers. "I'm Colonel Cobb. We're the Texas Santa Fe expedition heading out towards New Mexico." "Why?" Goodnight asked bluntly.
Call thought the man's manner short to the point of rudeness. He wasn't insolent, though, just blunt.
"Well, we mean to annex it," Caleb said. "We may have to hang a few Mexicans in the process, but I expect we'll soon whip 'em back." "No, they'll hang you if you get there," Goodnight said. "Why wouldn't we get there, sir?" Caleb asked, a little stung by the man's brusque attitude. "I doubt you know the way, that's one reason," Goodnight said. "There ain't water enough between here and Santa Fe to keep this many horses alive. That's 2 reasons." He rose in his saddle and pointed toward the escarpment, a thin line in the distance with white clouds floating over it. "That's Cap Rock," he said. "Once you're on top of it, there's nothing." "Well, there has to be something," Caleb said. "There's grass, at least." "Yes, sir, lots of grass," Goodnight said. "I've rarely seen the man who can live on grass, though, and I've rarely seen the horse that could travel 500 miles without water." Caleb Cobb was stunned by the comment. 500 miles? Are you sure?" he asked. "We thought it would be another 100 miles at most." "That's what I said to begin with," Goodnight said. "You don't know where you're going." He turned and glanced at the 3 remaining wagons. The mules were exhausted from pulling the heavy wagons in and out of gullies, and Call could see that there seemed to be no end of gullies stretching west. Goodnight shook his head and glanced back at the little girls to see that they were all right. "We would appreciate some biscuits," he said. "These children ain't eaten nothing but a few bites of rabbit in the last day." "Give them what they need," Caleb said. "Give them the biscuits and some bacon, too."
He looked back at the escarpment, clearly disturbed by Goodnight's news.
"I guess you don't think much of our wagons, do you?" he asked.
"Them wagons would do fine to go to market in," Goodnight said. "But you ain't going to market. You'll never get 'em up the hill. You'll have to take what you can carry and hope you find game."
"Why, damn it, I was told there was a passage along the Red River," Caleb said. "I was hoping we'd come to it tomorrow."
Goodnight looked at him oddly, as if he were listening to a child.
"If you suppose you're on the Red, then you're worse lost than I thought," Goodnight said. "This ain't the Red. It's the Big Wichita. The Red is a far piece ahead yet. I took back these horses just shy of the Red. You might make the Prairie Dog Fork of the Brazos if you don't jump no more cougars and lose no more mules."
"You're a wonder, sir. How did you know about the cougar?" Caleb asked.
"Tracks," Goodnight said. "I ain't blind. I've never met the mule yet that could tolerate cougars."
Then he noticed Shadrach standing by Matilda. Bigfoot was nearby.
"Why, Shad, are you 100 yet?" he asked. "Hello, Miss Roberts."
He tipped his hat, as did the cowboy named Bill and the Negro named Bose.
"I'm crowding it, Charlie," Shadrach said. "Hello, Wallace. Why would you want to walk all the way to New Mexico to get hung?" Goodnight asked Bigfoot. "Ain't there enough hang ropes in Texas for you?"
"I ain't planning on no hanging, Charlie," Bigfoot said. "I expect to fill my pockets with gold and silver and go back to Texas and buy a ranch." Goodnight nodded.
"Oh, that's it, is it?" he said. "You're all out for booty, I guess. You've heard there are big chunks of gold and silver lying in the streets, I expect."
"Well, we've heard minerals were plentiful," Caleb said. Less and less did he like this blunt fella, Charlie Goodnight. Yet the man's news, unwelcome as it was valuable considering their situation. It was mortifying to be the leader of an expedition and discover that you were not even on the right river.
"There are minerals aplenty in the governor's vault," Goodnight said. "He might open it for you and ask you to help yourselves, but I doubt it. That ain't the way of governors, not the ones I've met."
There was silence throughout the troop. Goodnight was not particularly likable, but few of the men could doubt that he knew what he was talking about. If he said they were putting themselves in danger of starvation only to run the risk of being hanged upon arrival, it well might be true.
"It's a marvel that you rode off and got your horses back, Mr. Goodnight," Caleb said. "We've not had much luck pursuing the Red Boys. If there's a special method you use, I'd appreciate if you'd tell us what it is. It could be that we'll lose stock and we can't afford to." "No, you can't. You'll have to eat most of these horses, I expect," Goodnight said.
He looked at the solemn group of men, some of them with hopes still high for adventure and booty in New Mexico. Not for the first time, he was impressed by the folly of men.
"How'd you get 'em back, sir?" Caleb asked again.
"Well, they were my horses," Goodnight said. "I'll be damned if I'll give up 20 horses to Kicking Wolf, not without a chase. Pardon me for cussing, Miss Roberts," he said again, tipping his hat.
"The only way to get horses back from Indians is to outrun them. That's why I try to stay well mounted," he went on. "We caught them near the Red. There were 4 warriors and these children. We killed 2 warriors, but Kicking Wolf and his brother got away."
Sam handed him a little packet of biscuits and some meat.
"Thank you," Goodnight said. "These young ladies have been too scared to eat, but they ain't hurt. I expect they'll get hungry one of these days."
"They're pretty girls. I hope they eat," Sam said. "I have a little jelly saved, plum jelly. Maybe it will tempt them." He handed Goodnight a small jar of jelly. Goodnight looked at it and put it in his saddlebag.
"If it don't tempt the young ladies, it will sure tempt me," he said.
Then he looked again at Caleb Cobb.
"If you make the Red and any of them wagons still have the wheels on them, stick to the river and follow it west. There's a place called the Narrows where you might get through."
"Angostura," Alshish said, nodding.
"Yes, that's what the Mexicans call it," Goodnight said. "I call it the Narrows."
Then he tipped his hat to Matilda a 3rd time.
"Let's go, Bose," he said.
Soon the cloud of dust from the 20 horses was floating over the gullies to the south.
"Charlie Goodnight's salty," Bigfoot observed.
"I agree," Caleb said. Caleb Cobb rode alone most of that day, accompanied only by his Irish dog. If he was disturbed to discover that he was not on the river he thought he was on, he didn't express it. Nonetheless, the troop was uneasy. There was little talk. Each man rode along, alone with his thoughts. Gus tried once or twice to discuss the situation with Call, but Call didn't answer. He was trying to push down the feeling that the whole expedition was foolish. They didn't even know which river they were on, and their commander's estimation of the distance they had to travel was off by hundreds of miles. They had lost several men and most of their wagons. They had killed and eaten the last of their beeves. If there was any game in the area, no one could spot it. "I despise poor planning," he said. Gus, though, was feeling frisky. He could not stay in low spirits long, not when the day was fine and the country glorious. "Why, you can see 100 miles if you stand up in your stirrups," he said. "I prefer it to the trees myself. For one thing, Indians can hide in the trees," he added. "They hid pretty well out beyond the Pecos, and there was no trees out there," Call reminded him. "There could be 100 of them watching us right now, and you'll never see them." "Oh, shut up. You always think the worst," Gus said, annoyed by his friend's pessimistic nature. All he wanted to do was enjoy a fine afternoon on the prairies. He did not want to have to consider that there might be 100 Indians hiding in the next gully or any gully. All he wanted was to enjoy the gallop out to New Mexico. It took the pleasure out of adventure to always be worrying, as his friend did. Call was not the only one in the company who was worried, though. That night, Bestas and Alshis disappeared, taking 6 horses. "I guess they didn't want to be shot down like Falconer was," Bigfoot said. "Caleb's too quick to flare. It ain't good leading to be shooting down people we might need." "I don't guess we're any worse off than we were," Long Bill pointed out. "Those 2 were lost anyway. That fella Goodnight is about the only man who knows his way around out in these parts." 2 more wagons were lost between the Prairie Dog Fork of the Brazos and the wide pans of the Red River. Caleb put all the ammunition in the one wagon and told the men to keep only such gear as they could carry on their horses. That night they ate catfish. The river was low and some of the fish were trapped in shallow ponds. The men sharpened willow sticks into crude spears. More than 50 sizable fish were taken, cooked, and devoured, and yet the men went to bed unsatisfied. "Eating fish is like eating air," Jimmy Tweed observed. "It goes in, but it don't fill you up." Once they passed through the Narrows, the great plain spread west before them. Though they had been on the prairie for weeks, none of them were prepared for the way the sky and the earth seemed to widen once they rose onto the Llano Estacado. After a day or 2 on the Llano, the meaning of distance seemed changed. The great plain, silent and endless, became the world. In relation to the plain, they felt like ants. The smaller world of towns and creeks and clumps of forest seemed difficult to remember. At night, on the Llano, with the sky a star-strewn plain of darkness overhead, Gus tried to keep Clara in mind, but the thought that he'd fallen in love with a girl in a dusty little general store in Austin had come to seem far away and insubstantial, like the dust motes that had floated down the sunbeams in the store. The girl in the store had been for the day. The plain was forever. The whole troop was dismayed by the stretch of empty land ahead. If the Indians fell upon them when they were on the Llano, what chance could they have? Bigfoot had been made chief of scouts. He took Gus and Call with him when he rode out every day. Gus he took mainly for his eyesight. It was generally acknowledged that Gus could see farther and more accurately than anyone else in the troop. Call he took for his steadiness. Call didn't flinch from trouble. On their 3rd day on the plain, they saw that there was a difference in the horizon ahead. None of them, though, could puzzle the difference out. The clouds seemed closer to the surface of the ground. Gus was the first to note something strange. Not far ahead, a hawk had dived at a rabbit or a quail, and yet the hawk didn't swoop on its prey and lift it. The hawk kept going as if it had dived into a hole. 10 minutes later, they came to the lip of the Palo Duro Canyon, and the mystery was explained. The hawk hadn't dived into a hole. It had dived into the canyon, which looked to be several miles across, and so many miles long that they couldn't see the western end of it. Hundreds of feet below them, buffalo were feeding in long grass. "Hurrah, we found the buffs," Gus said. "Let's climb down and shoot some. Maybe the colonel will promote us." "He won't, because you'll break your neck going down, and even if you don't, you'll never get back up not carrying no buffalo meat," Bigfoot said. "I've heard about this canyon," he said a little later. "I just had no idea we were close by." He sent Call racing back to inform the company. He and Gus stayed to explore the canyon wall and see if there was a way down. The sight of the grazing buffalo reminded him that he was hungry for meat.
Mush and Red River catfish didn't fill you like buffalo ribs. While loping southeast toward the camp they had just left not long before, Call's horse suddenly jumped sideways, so violently that Call lost his seat and was thrown high and hard. He managed to hang on to his bridle rein, but he landed on his head and shoulders so hard that his vision blurred for a moment. As it cleared, he saw something white nearby. In a moment, he realized that the white thing that had spooked his horse was the body of a man. At first, he thought it might be one of the rangers out for a ride or a hunt. The man had been shot, scalped, stripped, and mutilated. Someone had hacked into his chest cavity and taken out his vitals. Call looked closely at the face, which was the face of a stranger. He didn't think it belonged to anyone in the troop. The man had not a stitch of clothes on. There was no way to identify him. Call felt his neck, which was cold. Even so, his killer or killers might be close by. Call drew his pistol just in case and mounted cautiously. Just as he did, he saw a movement out of the corner of his eye. 3 Comanches and their horses seemed to rise up out of the bare earth only 100 yards away. Call spurred his horse and bent low as she raced. He knew his only chance was to run. To his relief, Buffalo Hump was not one of his pursuers. The troop was probably not more than 5 miles back, and he was on Betsy, a fleet sorrel mare. Betsy was one of the fastest horses in camp, and her wind was excellent. Yet before he had been running a minute, Call realized that the Comanches were gaining. Their horses were no faster than Betsy, but they knew the land better. It was the same thing he had felt west of the Pecos. They took advantage of every roll and dip. The lead warrior had a bow and arrow, and he was closing. To his left, Call spotted something that he had seen on the way up, a large prairie dog town. Without hesitation, he pointed Betsy toward it. It was a risk. The mare might step in one of the holes, in which case it would all be over, but it was a risk for the Comanches, too. Maybe they would slow down. He himself had no intention of slowing. If luck was with him, he might race through the town and gain a few yards. He had to try it. At the approach of the racing mare, prairie dogs throughout the town whistled and darted into their holes. Betsy kicked up dust from the edge of more than one hole, but she wove through the town without slowing. Even so, Call didn't gain much. The Comanches, too, avoided the holes. Just as he cleared the prairie dog town, Call felt something nudge his arm and looked down to see an arrow sticking in his left arm just above the elbow. He had not felt the arrow go in and had no time to pay attention to it. He spurred Betsy, urging her to even more speed, and seemed for the space of a mile to gain a little on the Indians. No more arrows flew. Yet when he dared glance back, he saw that he wasn't gaining. The Comanches were racing abreast, and they were still almost within arrow range. Call turned and fired his pistol at them once, but the shot had no effect. Now he was racing along the edge of a little bluff some 15 feet high. Ahead, the bluff gradually sloped off, but Call couldn't wait for the slope. He put Betsy over the edge. She just managed to keep her feet when she hit, and he just managed to keep his seat. At once he heard a buzzing. Betsy began to jump and dance. Call looked around and saw rattlesnakes everywhere. He had jumped to the edge of a den. It seemed to him that at least 100 snakes surrounded him. They had been sunning themselves on a rocky slope. The abrupt arrival of a horse and rider startled them. Now they were buzzing in chorus. A shot came from above, but it zinged off a rock. Call put spurs to Betsy again. He couldn't worry about the snakes. He would be dead anyway if he didn't run. Seeing the snakes, the Comanches chose to lose ground and not risk the jump, but they were racing along a short decline and would soon be trying to overtake him. When he ran over the next ridge, Call saw the troop. There they were, but they still seemed miles away, and the Comanches had returned to the pursuit. They were 100 yards back, but he knew they would close with him before he could make the troop unless he was very lucky. They had fanned out now. 2 were trying to flank him on his right, while the 3rd was directly behind him. Betsy was running flat out. So far, her wind had held. Call debated the wisdom of shooting off his pistol in the hope that someone in the troop would hear it and rush to his aid. It was a point of tactics he had not thought out in advance. If he fired, he would soon have an empty pistol. He kept the pistol ready, but didn't fire. He thought he could kill one Indian anyway if there was a close fight. Perhaps he would wound another. If the 3rd man got him, at least he would have made a strong struggle. Then he heard rifle shots from just ahead of him, where 2 or 3 trees bordered a little stream. A doe came bounding through the trees so close that Betsy almost collided with it. Call skirted the spring and saw Long Bill Coleman ahead. He had been chasing the doe. He had shot once and was just reloading. He was startled to see Call, but even more startled to see the Comanches. Although the odds had altered, the Comanches were still coming. "Oh, boy, where's that damn Blackie when we need him?" Long Bill said, wheeling his horse. "He rode out with me, but he thought the doe was too puny to bother about." An arrow dropped between them, and then 2 gunshots came from behind, one of which nicked Call's hat brim. They raced on, hoping someone in the troop would hear the shooting and respond. It was a while before they realized the Comanches were no longer chasing them. When they pulled up and looked back, they saw that the 3 Comanches, having missed the scalps, had taken the small doe instead. One of them had just slung the carcass onto his horse. "Oh, boy, I'm winded," Long Bill said. "I was just trying to kill a little meat. I sure wasn't looking for no Indian fight." Call remembered that Gus and Bigfoot were alone at the lip of the great canyon. The 3 men who chased them might have been part of a larger party. With so many buffalo grazing in the canyon, it was likely more Indians were about. Caleb Cobb was enjoying a long cigar when Call raced up. He seemed more interested in Betsy than in the news.
"I came close to choosing that little mare for myself," he said. "I expect it's lucky for you that I didn't." "I think Mr. Bigfoot Wallace made a good point when he said it's horse flesh that usually makes the difference in Indian fighting."
"Colonel, there's hundreds of buffalo down in that canyon," Call said. "There might be more Indians, too."
"All right, we're off to the rescue," Caleb said. "We'll take about 10 men. Me and Jeb will come too. It's a fine morning for a fracas."
Call had forgotten to mention the dead man. He had had only a moment to look at him before the Comanches attacked. When he told the colonel about it, the colonel shrugged.
"Likely just a traveler who took the long route," he said. "Traveling alone in this part of the country is generally foolhardy."
"I wouldn't do it for $70, Long Bill observed. Shadrach had been napping when Call arrived. The change in the old mountain man surprised everyone. From being independent, stern, and a little frightening even when he was in a good temper, he had become aged. Though Call had always known that Shadrach was old, he had not thought of him that way until they crossed the Brazos. Now, though, it was impossible to think of him any other way. He had once wandered off alone for days. Now, when he left camp to hunt, he was always back in a few hours. He sometimes dozed, even when on horseback. Unless directly addressed, he spoke only to Matilda. The news that they were near the Palo Duro Canyon seemed to take years off Shadrach, though. At once he was mounted, his long rifle out of its scabbard. "I've heard of it all my life. Now I aim to see it," Shadrach said. Then he turned to Matilda. "If it's safe, then I'll come and get you, Mattie," he said before loping off. Sam took a hasty look at Call's arrow wound, broke off the arrow shaft, and cut the arrow free. Call was impatient. He didn't regard the wound as serious. He wanted to be off. But Sam made him wait while he dressed the wound correctly, and the colonel, though mounted, waited with no show of impatience.
"I want Corporal Call to be well doctored," he said. "We can't afford to have him sick."
Call led them to the dead man, whom Shadrach recognized.
"It's Roy Shar. He was a mining man," Shadrach said. "I don't know what there could be to mine out in this country," Caleb said. "Roy was after that old gold," Shadrach said. "What old gold?" Caleb asked. "If there's a bunch of old gold around here, we ought to find it and forget about New Mexico." "Some big Spaniard came marching through here in the old times," Shadrach said. "They say he found a town that was made of gold. I guess Roy figured some of it might still be around here somewhere." "Oh, Senor Coronado, you mean," Caleb said. "He didn't find no city of gold. All he found was a lot of poor Indians. Your friend Mr. Shar lost his life for nothing. The gold ain't here."
The canyon was there, though. They buried Roy Shar hastily and rode along the rim of the canyon until they found Gus and Bigfoot hiding in a small declivity behind some thorny bushes. Both had their rifles at the ready. "What took you all day?" Gus asked. He was badly annoyed by the fact that he had had to cower behind a bush for an hour while he waited for Call to bring up the troop. I got an arrow in my arm, but it wasn't as bad as what happened to a man we just buried, Call said.
You could be burying us, and you would have if we hadn't been quick to hide, Bigfoot told them. There's 50 or 60 Indians down below us. I wish you'd brought the whole troop.
Well, we can fetch the troop, Caleb said. I doubt those Indians can ride up this cliff and scalp us all.
No, but it's their canyon, Bigfoot reminded him. They might know a trail.
Caleb walked down a little promontory and looked down. He saw a good number of Indians butchering buffalo. 6 buffalo were down at least.
If they know a trail, I hope they show it to us, Caleb said, coming back. We'd ride down and harvest a few of them buffalo ourselves.
There could be 1,000 Indians round here, Bigfoot said. I ain't putting myself in no place where I have to climb to get away from Indians. They might be better climbers than I am.
You're right, but I hate to pass up the meat, Caleb said.
Nonetheless, they did pass it up. The troop was brought forward and proceeded west along the edge of the canyon. They were never out of sight of buffalo or Indians. Quartermaster Bragnoli, who believed in numbers, so many boots, so many rifles, so many sacks of flour, counted over 300 tribesmen in the canyon, most of them engaged in cutting up buffalo. Call and Gus both kept looking into the canyon. The distance was so vast that it drew the eye. Both strained their eyes to see if they could spot Buffalo Hump, but they didn't see him.
He's there, though, Gus said. I feel him.
You can't feel an Indian who's miles away, Call said.
I can,
Gus affirmed without explanation. He could be 500 miles from here. There are thousands of Indians, Call reminded him.
I can feel him,
Gus insisted. I get hot under the ribs when he's around. Don't you get hot under the ribs? Not unless I've had putrid beef, Call said. Twice on the trip he had eaten putrid beef and his system had revolted. The night was moonless, which worried Caleb Cobb somewhat and worried Bigfoot more. The horses were kept within a corral of ropes, and guard was changed every hour. Caleb called the men together in the evening and made a little speech.
"We've come too far to go back," he said. "We're bound for Santa Fe, but the Indians know we're here, and they're clever horse thieves. We have to watch close. We won't get across this long prairie if we lose our horses. The Red Boys will tag after us and pick us off like chickens."
Despite the speech and the intensified guard, the remuda was 20 horses short when dawn came. None of the guards had nodded or closed an eye either. Caleb Cobb was fit to be tied.
"How could they get off with 20 horses and not one of us hear them?" he asked.
Bragnoli kept walking around the horse herd, counting and recounting. For a while he was sure the count was wrong. It wasn't easy to count horses when they were bunched together. He counted and recounted until Caleb lost his temper and ordered him to stop.
"The damn horses are gone," he said. "They're 40 miles away by now, most likely. You can't count them because they're gone."
"I expect it was Kicking Wolf," Bigfoot said. "He could steal horses out of a store."
"If I could catch the rascal, I'd tie him to a horse's tail and let the horse kick him to death," Caleb said. "Since his name is Kicking Wolf, it would be appropriate if the son of a bitch got kicked to death."
With the night's theft, the horse situation became critical. 3 men were totally without mounts, and no man had more than 1 horse. To make matters worse, Tom, Matilda's big gray, was one of the horses that had been stolen. She was now afoot. Matilda cried all morning. She had a fondness for Tom. The sight of Matilda crying unnerved the whole camp. Since taking up with Shadrach, Matilda had raged less. Everyone noted her mildness. But watching such a large woman cry was a trial to the spirit. It fretted Shadrach so that he grew restless and rode out of camp over Matilda's protests. "Now he'll go off and get killed," Matilda said.
"Well, if you hush up that crying, maybe he'll come back,"
Long Bill said. He was one of the men who was afoot and as a result was in a sour mood. The prospect of walking to Santa Fe across such a huge plain did not appeal to him, but the thought of walking back to Austin didn't appeal to him either. He had seen what had just happened to the mining man, Roy Sharr. He was determined to stay with the troop, even if it meant blisters on his feet. Call and Gus had both been on guard in the darkest part of the night. Call felt shamed by the thought that he had not been keen enough to prevent the theft. "Well, I wasn't sleepy a bit," Gus said. "It couldn't have happened on our watch. I can hear a rat move when I'm that wide awake." "You might could hear a rat, but you didn't hear the Indians, and you didn't hear the horses leaving either," Call told him.
That night, Call, Bigfoot, and a number of other guards periodically put their ears to the ground to listen. All they heard was the tramp of their own horses in the rope corral. In addition to the rope, most of the horses had been hobbled so they couldn't bolt. Call and Gus had the watch just before sunrise. They moved in circles around the herd, meeting every 5 minutes. Call was certain no Indians were there. It was only when dawn came that he had a moment of uncertainty. He saw the beginnings of the sunrise. The light was as yellow as flame, but the yellow light was in the west, and dawn didn't come from the west. A second later, Bigfoot saw it too, and yelled loud enough to wake the whole camp. "That ain't the sunrise, boys!" he yelled. Just as he said it, Call saw movement to the north. 2 Indians had sneaked in and slipped the hobbles on several horses. Call threw off a shot, but it was still very dark. He could no longer see anything to the north. "Damn it all, they got away again," he said. "I don't know how many horses they got away with this time." "Don't matter now, we've got to head back to that last creek," Bigfoot said. "Why?" Call asked, startled. Bigfoot merely pointed west where the whole horizon was yellow. "That ain't sunrise," he said in a jerky voice. "That's fire." The troop had no sooner turned to head back south toward the little creek Bigfoot mentioned when they saw the same yellow glow on the prairie south of them. The flames to the west were already noticeably closer. Bigfoot wheeled his mount and rode up to Caleb. "They said it," he said. "The Comanches. They waited till the wind was right. Now we have the canyon at our backs and prairie fires on 2 sides. 3, Caleb said, pointing west where there was another fierce glow. The whole troop immediately discerned the nature of their peril. Call looked at Gus, who tried to appear nonchalant. "We'll have to burn or we'll have to jump," Call said. "I hate the thought of burning most, I guess." Gus looked into the depths of the canyon. He was only 20 feet from its edge. The prairie now was a great ring of burning grass. Though he sat calmly on his horse, waiting for Bigfoot and the colonel to decide what to do, inside he felt the same deep churning that he had felt beyond the Pecos. The Indians were superior to them in their planning. They would always lay some clever trap. "Ride, boys," Bigfoot said. "Let's try the west. It's our best chance." Soon the whole troop was fleeing. More than 20 of the men mounted double for lack of horses. Shadrach took Matilda on behind him. He rode right along the canyon edge, looking for a way down. "I believe we could climb down afoot," he told Caleb. "If we can get a little ways down, we won't burn. There's nothing to burn on those cliffs." Caleb stopped a minute to appraise the fire. The ring had now been closed. With every surge of wind, the fire seemed to leap toward them 50 yards at a leap. The prairie grass was tall. Flames shot 20 and 30 feet in the air. "The damn fiends," Caleb said. "Maybe we can start a backfire and get it stopped. I've heard that can be done." "No time, and the wind's wrong," Bigfoot said. "I think Shad's right. We're going to have to climb a ways down." Caleb hesitated. It might be the only good strategy, but it meant abandoning their mounts. There was no trail a horse could go down. They might survive the fire, but then what? They would be on the bald prairie. No horses, no supplies, no water. How long would it take for the Comanches to pick them off? The troop huddled around Bigfoot and their commander. All eyes were turned toward the fire, and all eyes were anxious. The flames were advancing almost at loping speed. They were only 300 yards away, and men could hear the dry grass crackle as it took flame. When the wind surged, there was a roar as the flames were sucked into the sky. Call felt bitter that their commander had had no more forethought than to bring them to such an exposed place. Nothing about the expedition had been well planned. Of course, no one could have imagined that the Indians could steal horses at will from such a tight guard, but now they were caught. He imagined Buffalo Hump somewhere on the other side of the flames, his lance in his hand, waiting to come in and take some scalps. Caleb Cobb waited until the flames were 100 yards away to make his decision. He waited, hoping to spot a break in the flames, something they might race through, but there was no break in the flames. The Indians who set the fire had done an expert job. The ring of flames grew tighter every minute. General Lloyd, drunk as usual, was shivering and shaking, although the heat from the great fire was already close enough to be felt. "We're done for now. We'll cook," he said. "No, but we will have to climb down this damn cliff," Caleb said, turning his horse toward the canyon's edge. No sooner had he turned than he heard a gunshot. General Phil Lloyd had taken out his revolver and shot himself in the head.
His body hung halfway off his horse, one foot caught in a stirrup. The horses were beginning to be hard to restrain, jumping and pitching, their nostrils flaring. 2 or 3 men were thrown. One horse raced straight into the flames.
"Let's go, boys. Keep your guns and get over the edge as best you can," Caleb yelled.
To Gus's relief, the canyon walls were not as sheer as they had first looked. There were drop-offs of 100 feet and more, but there were also humps and ledges and inclines not too steep to negotiate. The Irish dog went down at a run, his tail straight in the air. Before the men had scrambled 30 feet down, there was another tragedy. The horses were in a panic now. Some raced into the flames, but others raced straight off into the canyon. Some hit ledges, but most rolled once or twice and fell into the void. One of the leaping horses fell straight down on DeCluskey, the leader of the Missourians. Several of the Rangers saw the horse falling, but DeCluskey didn't. He was crushed before he could look up. The horse kept rolling, taking DeCluskey with it. General Lloyd's horse made the longest leap of all. He flew over the group and fell out of sight, General Lloyd's body still dangling from the stirrup. "Oh, God, look there," Gus said, pointing across the canyon. "Look at them. Where are they going?" Not all of the men could afford to look. Some of them clung to small bushes or balanced on narrow ledges in terror. Over them the fire roared right to the edge of the canyon. The heat made all of them sweat, although they were cold with fear. Call looked, though, and so did Caleb Cobb. At first Call thought it was goats creeping along the face of the cliff across the canyon. Just as he looked, a ledge crumpled under Black Sam. Call saw a startled look on Sam's face as he fell. He did not cry out. "My God, look at them," Caleb said. Across the canyon, on a trail so narrow that they had to proceed single file, a party of 50 Comanches were moving west. It seemed from across the great distance that the Comanches were walking on air. In the lead was Buffalo Hump, with the lance Gus had imagined in his fear. "Look at them," Bigfoot said. "Are they flying?" "No, it's a trail," Shadrach told him. He was on a tiny ledge of rock with Matilda. He shushed her like a child, hoping to keep her from making a foolish movement. "What if the fire don't stop?" Matilda asked, looking upward. She'd always been scared of fire. Now she could not stop trembling. She expected flames to curl over the edge of the canyon and come down and burn her shirt. She had such a horror of her clothes being on fire that she began to take her shirt off. "What? Stop that!" Shadrach said, one eye on Matilda and the other eye on the Comanches. "No, I have to get this shirt off. I don't want to burn up in it," Matilda said, and she half undressed on the small ledge. Call could look up and see flames at the canyon's edge, but he knew Matilda's fear was unfounded. Ash from the burning prairie floated down on them, but the fire was not going to curl over. He kept watching the Indians across the Palo Duro. It did seem that their horses were walking delicately on the air itself. "Can you see a trail? You've got those keen eyes," Call asked Gus. Gus himself had to squint. Smoke was floating over the canyon now from the fire, but when he looked close he could see that the Indians weren't flying. Buffalo Hump was picking his way slowly, a step at a time, along a small trail. "He ain't flying, there's a small trail," he said. "But if any man could fly, I expect it would be that rascal. It felt like he was flying that night he chased me." "I don't care if they're flying or walking," Caleb said. He was clinging to a small bush. "I'd be happier if they were going in the other direction. It looks like they're flanking us." Just then the dentist, Elihu Carson, lost his balance and began to roll downward. "Grab his foot," Call yelled to Long Bill, who was nearest the falling man. Long Bill grabbed but missed by an inch or less. His own situation was so precarious that he did not dare lean farther. The dentist bounced off a boulder and flew out of sight, screeching loudly as he vanished. "We'll have to take care now and not get no toothaches," Bigfoot said, his eyes still on the file of Indians across the canyon, who seemed to be walking on air. When the Rangers crawled back out of the canyon, the prairie was black and smoldering as far as anyone could see. Here and there a little bush, a cactus, or a pack rat's den still showed a trace of flame. Several dead horses were in sight. The gear the men had dumped smoldered like the rats' dens. Young Tommy Spencer was sobbing loudly. DeCluskey had been his only relative. Black Sam was gone, and the dentist. Bragnoli had been kicked in the neck by a falling horse and sat glassy-eyed. His head was set at an odd angle. From time to time his head seemed to jerk, backward and forward quickly. He couldn't speak, though whether from fear or injury no one yet knew. Much of the extra ammunition had exploded. This surprised everyone because no one could remember having heard an explosion. By hasty count, more than 20 men were missing, fallen unobserved. In view of the fact that at least 50 Indians were to the west of them, not to mention the armies of Santa Fe, the loss of the ammunition was a grave problem. Various of the men commented apprehensively on this fact, but Bigfoot Wallace merely smiled. "I ain't worried about bullets yet," he said. "We're afoot, and there ain't many water holes. We'll probably starve before we can find anybody to shoot." Caleb Cobb's Irish dog Jeb had gone so far down the cliff that he could not get back up. He was crouched more than 100 feet below on a small ledge, in danger of falling off down a sheer cliff at any moment.
"I've either got to shoot him or rescue him," Caleb said. "Any volunteers for a dog rescue?"
The troop was silent. The thought of going over the edge again just to rescue a dog that no one but Caleb liked did not appeal.
"I'll make the man a sergeant who'll rescue my damn dog," Caleb said.
"I'll do it," Gus said at once. He was thinking of Clara Forsythe when he said it. The dog's dilemma had presented him with a golden opportunity to get ahead of Call. Once ahead in the race for rank, he meant to stay ahead. Clara would probably hurry to kiss him if he came back from the trip a sergeant. Corporal Call wouldn't loom so large, not then. Call was startled by his friend's foolish offer. There was no footing around the dog at all, just a tiny ledge. There was not a bush or tree within 20 feet of the dog. There was nothing to hold on to. Besides that, the dog was big. "Gus, don't do it," Call said. "You'll go on over like the dentist." But Gus was in a reckless mood, emboldened by the thought of how proud Clara would be of him when he returned a sergeant. It was a steep stretch between him and the dog, but he had been over the edge of the canyon once and had survived. No doubt he could survive again. "Somebody tie a rope to me," he said. "That'll be safe enough, unless all the ropes burn up." Call and Long Bill quickly poked through the smoldering baggage, using their rifle barrels to turn the hot rags and smoking blankets. They found 3 horsehide ropes that, though charred, were not burnt through. Call inspected them carefully, inch by inch, to see if there were any weak spots in the rawhide. He found none. "I still think it's foolish," he said, as he carefully tied the ropes together. Even with all 3 ropes knotted into one, it still looked short to him. Every time he looked over the edge of the canyon, the dog seemed farther away. The dog had brayed himself out. He lay flat on the ledge now, his head on his paws, his tail stuck over the chasm. 6 rangers, Call at the front, held the end of the rope and lowered Gus slowly over the canyon rim. In places there were bushes he could hold on to. Caleb Cobb stood at the edge of the canyon supervising the operation.
"The point about heights is that you don't want to look down, Corporal," he said. "Just look at the dirt in front of you."
Gus took the advice. He studiously kept his eyes on the cliff wall, reaching down carefully a foot at a time. Though he didn't look down, he did look up, and immediately felt a serious flutter in his stomach. The rim above him seemed halfway to the sky. He could not even see the men who were holding the rope. He knew they were trustworthy men, but it would have reassured him to see them. Suddenly he remembered the Comanches, the ones who seemed to walk on air. What if they crossed the canyon and attacked? The men would drop him for sure. They'd have to. "Lower me faster," he said. "I'm anxious to get back." When Gus was within 15 yards of the dog began to whine and scratch. He knew Gus was coming to rescue him, but the rope didn't quite reach, and the stretch between the dog and Gus was stony and steep. Gus began to feel fear rising. If the men lost their hold, or if he slipped trying to grab the dog, he would fall hundreds of feet and be dead. He wanted the promotion, and he wanted Clara's love, yet his fear arose and swallowed the feelings that had caused him to volunteer. A moment later, he came to the last foothold and saw that he was beaten. The rope was just too short. "Colonel, can't you call him?" Gus yelled. "I can't go no lower. Maybe he can come up a ways." Caleb Cobb gave a holler, and the dog began to scramble up.
"Ho, Jeb! Ho, Jeb!" Caleb yelled.
The dog made a frantic effort to scramble back up the cliff. He lunged upward just enough that Gus could grab its thick collar, but the weight of the dog was an immediate shock. The dog weighed as much as a small man. When Gus tried to lift the dog by its collar, Call was almost dragged over the edge. Bigfoot caught his belt, or he might have slipped off. The weight of the dog cost Gus his narrow foothold. He swung free into space, holding the dog's collar with one hand. Then, to his horror, he began to swivel. The rope was tied to his belt. The weight of the dog caused him to turn in the air. In a moment, his head was pointed down and his legs were waving above him. "Pull! Pull!" he yelled. When he opened his eyes, the world swirled. One moment he would be facing the cliff, the next he would be looking into space. Once when he twisted, 2 buzzards flew right by him so close he felt the beat of their wings in the air. Then in a moment, the dog dropped, gone so quickly that he didn't even bark. Gus still had the collar in his hand. The dog's skinny head had slipped out. Gus twisted and twisted as the men pulled him back up. He lost consciousness. When he came to, he was flat on his back looking up at the great sky. Carl and Bigfoot and Long Bill stood over him. The dog's collar was still tightly gripped in his hand. He reached up and handed it to Caleb Cobb, who took it scowling.
"No promotion, Corporal," Caleb said. "I wanted the dog, not the collar."
Then he walked away.
"Just be glad you're back on solid earth," Bigfoot said.
"I'm glad, all right. Real glad," Gus said. The burned prairie ringed the canyon for 5 miles. The rangers had to huddle where they were all day, lest the burnt grass damaged their boots. "Some of our horses might have made it out," Gus said. "I doubt they all burned."
"Buffalo Hump will have taken the ones that lived," Bigfoot said. "We've got to depend on our own feet now. I'm lucky I got big ones."
"I ain't got big ones," Johnny Carthage said apprehensively. "I ain't even got but one leg that's like it ought to be. How far is it we got to walk before we find the Mexicans?"
No one answered his question because no one knew.
"I expect it's a far piece yet," Long Bill said. "Long enough that we'll get dern thirsty unless we find a creek."
Most of the men squatted or sat looking at the blackened plain. In the space of a morning they had been put in serious peril. The thought of water was on every man's mind. Even with horses it had sometimes been hard to find water holes. On foot they might stumble for days, until they dropped looking for water. Caleb Cobb was still very angry over the loss of his dog. He sat on the edge of the canyon, his legs dangling, saying nothing to nobody. The men were afraid to approach him, and yet they all knew that a decision had to be made soon. They couldn't just sit where they were, with no food and almost no water. Some of the men had canteens, but many didn't. Many had relied on leather pouches which had burnt or burst in the fire. Finally, after 3 hours, Caleb stood up.
"Well, we're no worse off than old Coronado," he said,
and started walking west. The men followed slowly, afraid of scorching themselves. The plain was dotted with wands of smoke drifting upward from smoldering plants. Carl was not far behind Caleb. He saw Caleb reach down and pick up a charred jackrabbit that had been crisped coming out of its hole. Caleb pulled a patch of burned skin off the rabbit and ate a few bites of rabbit meat as he walked. Looking back, he noticed that Carl was startled.
"We're going to have to eat anything we can scratch up now, Corporal," he said. "You better be looking for a rabbit yourself."
Not 10 minutes later, Carl saw another dead rabbit. He picked it up by its leg and carried it with him. He did not feel hungry enough to eat a scorched rabbit, not yet. Gus, still weak from his scare, saw him pick it up. "What's the jackrabbit for?" he asked. "It's to eat," Carl said. "The colonel ate one. He says we have to eat anything we can find now. It's a long way to where we can get grub."
"I mean to find something better than a damn rabbit," Gus said. "I might find a deer or an antelope if I look hard."
"You better take what you can get," Bigfoot advised. "I'm looking for a burnt polecat myself. Polecat meat is tastier than rabbit." A little later he came upon 5 dead horses. Evidently they had run into a wall of fire and died together. Carl's little bay was one of them. Remembering how the horse had towed him across the Brazos made him sad. Even sadder was the fact that the charred ground ended only 100 yards from where the horses lay. A little more speed or a shift in the wind and they might have made it through.
"Why are we walking off from this meet?"
Shadrach asked. He wore moccasins. The passage through the hot plains had been an ordeal for him. Matilda Roberts half carried him as it was, but Shadrach had kept his head. Most of the men were so shocked by the loss of the horses and the terrible peril of the fire that they merely trudged along, heads down, unable to think ahead. Caleb Cobb wheeled and pulled out his big knife.
"You're right," he said. "We got horse meat and it's already cooked. That's good since we lost our cook."
He looked at the weary troop and smiled.
"It's every man for himself now, boys," he said. "Carve off what you can carry and let's proceed."
Carl carved off a sizable chunk of haunch, not from his bay, but from another horse. Gus whittled a little on a gelding's rump, but it was clear his heart was not in the enterprise. "You better do what the colonel said," Carl said. "You'll be begging for mine in a day or two." "I don't expect I will," Gus said. "I've still got my mind on a deer." "What makes you think you could hit a deer if you saw one?" Carl asked. "It's open out here. A deer could see you before you got anywhere near gunshot range." "You worry too much," Gus said. At the moment, meat was not what was on his mind. Caleb Cobb's treachery in denying him the promotion was what was on his mind. He had gone over the edge of the canyon and taken the risk. Suppose his belt had slipped off, like the dog's collar. He would be dead, and all for a dog's sake. It was poor commanding in Gus's view. He had been the only man who volunteered. He ought to have been promoted on that score alone. He had been proud to be a corporal for a while, but now it seemed a petty title considering the hardship that was involved. While he was thinking of the hardship, an awful thought occurred to him. They were now on the open plain, walking through waist-high grass. The canyon was already several miles behind them. But where the Comanches were, no one knew. The Indians could be drawing a circle around them, even as they walked. If they fired the grass again, there would be no canyon to hide them. They had no horses, and even horses had not been able to outrun the fire. "What if they set another fire, Woodrow?" Gus asked. "We'd be fried like that jackrabbit you're carrying." Carl walked on. What Gus had just said was obviously true. If the Indians fired the grass again, they would all be killed. That was such a plain fact that he didn't see any need to talk about it. Gus would do better to be thinking about grub or water holes, it seemed to him. "Don't it even worry you?" Gus asked. "You think too much," Carl said. "You think about the wrong things, too. I thought you wanted to be a ranger until you met that girl. Now I guess you'd rather be in the dry goods business." Gus was irritated by his friend's curious way of thinking. "I wasn't thinking about no girl," he informed Carl. "I was thinking about being burned up." "Rangering means you can die any day," Carl pointed out. "If you don't want to risk it, you ought to quit." Just as he said it, an antelope bounded up out of the tall grass right in front of him. Gus had been carrying his rifle over one shoulder, barrel forward, stock back. By the time he got his gun to his shoulder, the antelope was an astonishing distance away. Gus shot, but the antelope kept running. Carl raised his gun only to find that Gus was right between him and the fleeing animal. By the time he stepped to the side and took aim, the antelope was so far away that he didn't shoot. Shadrach, who had seen the whole thing, was annoyed. "You didn't need to shoot it. You could have hit it over the head with your gun," he said. "Well, it moved quick," Gus said lamely. Who would expect an antelope to move slow? The whole troop was looking at him, as if it was entirely his fault that a tasty beast had escaped. The incident brought Bigfoot to life, though, and Shadrach, too. The old man had entrusted his rifle to Matilda, but he got it back. "That little buck was just half grown," Bigfoot said. "I doubt it will run more than a mile. Maybe if we ease along, we can kill it yet." "Maybe," Shadrach said. "Let's go." The two scouts left together. Caleb Cobb had been walking so far ahead that he was unaware of the incident until he decided it was time to make a dry camp for the night. He had heard the shot and supposed someone had surprised some game. When he got back and discovered that both his scouts were gone in pursuit of an antelope, he was not pleased.
"Both of them went after one little buck?" he asked. "Now that was foolish, particularly when we got all this good horse meat to nibble on."
Night fell and deepened, the sunset dying slowly along the wide western horizon. Matilda Roberts was pacing nervously. She blamed herself for not having tried harder to discourage Shadrach from going after the antelope. Bigfoot was younger. He could have tracked the antelope alone. By midnight, the whole camp had given up on the scouts. Matilda could not stop sobbing. Memory of Indians was on everybody's mind. The two men could be enduring fierce tortures even then. Gus thought of the missed shot time after time. If he only hadn't had his rifle over his shoulder, he could have hit the antelope. But all his remembering didn't help. The antelope was gone, and so were the scouts.
"Maybe they just camped and went to sleep," Long Bill suggested. "It's hard enough to find your way on this darned plain in the daylight. How could anyone do it at night?"
"Shadrach ain't never been lost, night or day,"
Matilda said. "He can find his way anywhere. He'd be here if he wasn't dead." Then she broke down again. "He's dead. He's dead. I know it," she said. "That goddamn hump man got him."
"If he wasn't dead, I'd shoot him, or Wallace won," Caleb said. "I lost my dog and both my scouts in the same day. Why it would take 2 scouts to track one antelope buck is a conundrum."
"Say that again? A what?"
Long Bill asked. Bragnoli sat beside him, his head still jerking, his look still glassy-eyed. In the moments when his head stopped jerking, it was twisted at an odd angle on his neck.
"A conundrum," Caleb repeated. "I visited Harvard College once and happened to learn the word."
"What does it mean, sir?" Call asked.
"I believe it's Latin,"
Gus said. One of his sisters had given him a Latin lesson in the afternoon once, and he was anxious to impress Caleb Cobb with his mental powers. Perhaps he'd make sergeant yet.
"Oh, are you a scholar, Mr. McCrae?" Caleb asked.
"No, but I still believe it's Latin. I've had lessons,"
Gus said. The lessons part was a lie. After one lesson of 30 minutes' duration, he had given up the Latin language forever.
"Well, I heard it in Boston, and Boston ain't very Latin," Caleb said. "Conundrum is a thing you can't figure out. What I can't figure out is why 2 scouts would go after 1 antelope."
"2's better than 1 out here," Long Bill said. "I wouldn't want to go walking off without somebody with me who knew the way back."
"If Shad ain't dead, he's left," Matilda said. "He was talking about leaving anyway."
"Left to do what?" Caleb asked. "We're on the Staked Plains. All there is to do is wander."
"Left. Just left," Matilda said. "I guess he didn't want to take me with him." Then Matilda broke down. She sobbed deeply for a while, and then her sobs turned to howls. Her whole body shook, and she howled and howled, as if she were trying to howl up her guts. In the emptiness of the prairies, the howls seemed to hover in the air. They made the men uneasy. It was as if a great she-wolf were howling, only the she-wolf was in their midst. No one could understand it. Shadrach had gone off to kill an antelope buck, and Matilda was howling, a woman abandoned. Many of the men shifted a little, wishing the woman would just be quiet. She was a whore. No one had asked her to form an attachment to old Shadrach anyway. He was a mountain man. Mountain men were born to wander. Several men had been hoping Matilda would become a whore again. They had a long walk ahead. A little coupling would at least be a diversion. But hearing her howl, the same men, Long Bill among them, began to have second thoughts. The woman was howling like a beast, and a frightening beast at that. Coupling with her would be risky. Besides, old Shadrach might not be gone. He might return at an inconvenient time and take offense. Caleb Cobb was unaffected by Matilda's howling. He was eating a piece of horse meat. He glanced at Matilda from time to time. It amused him that the troop had become so uneasy just because a woman was crying. Love, with all its mystery, had arrived in their midst, and they didn't like it. A whore had fallen in love with an old man of the mountains. It wasn't supposed to happen, but it had. The men were unnerved by it. Such thing was unnecessary, even unnatural. Even the Comanches, in a way, worried them less. Comanches did what they were expected to, which was kill whites. It might mean war to the death, but at least there was no uncertainty about what to expect. But here was a woman howling like a she-wolf. What sense did that make? "Love's a terrible price to pay for company, ain't it, Matty?" Caleb said. "I won't pay it myself. I'd rather do without the company." One by one, the exhausted men fell asleep. Gus wanted to play cards. There was rarely a night when the urge for card playing didn't come over him. But the men ignored him. They didn't want to play cards when they had nothing to play for, and were thirsty anyway. It was pointless to play cards when Buffalo Hump and his warriors might be about to hurl down on them, and Johnny Carthage said as much. "Well, they ain't here now. Why can't we play a few hands?" Gus asked, annoyed that his friends were such sleepyheads. The men didn't even answer. They just ignored him. For a while, once Matty's howls subsided, the only sound in camp was the sound of shuffling cards. Gus shuffled and shuffled the deck to keep his hands busy. Carl took the guard. He went away from camp a little ways to stand it. He preferred to be apart at night to think over the day's action, if there was action. It might be that he would command a troop someday. He wanted to learn, and yet he had no teachers. He was on his second expedition as a ranger, and nothing on either expedition had been well planned. In all their encounters with the Indians had outplanned them and outfought them by such a margin that it was partly luck that any of them survived. Call couldn't understand it. Caleb Cobb had spoken of Harvard College, and Major Chevalier had been at West Point. Call knew little about Harvard College, but he did know that West Point was where generals and colonels were trained. If these men had such good schooling, why didn't they plan better? It was worrisome. Now they were out in the middle of a big plain, and no one seemed to know much about where they were going or how to survive until they got there. No one knew how to find water reliably or what plants they could eat if they had to eat plants. It was fine to rely on game if there was game, but what if there wasn't? Even old Jesus, the Mexican blacksmith in San Antonio, knew more about plants than any one of the rangers, though maybe not more than Sam had known. It was obviously wrong to allow only 1 or 2 men in a troop to be keepers of all the knowledge that the troop needed for survival. Sam had known how to doctor, but he'd fallen over a cliff and no one had bothered to get instructions from him about how to treat various wounds. Call had been made a little uneasy by Matilda's howling, but he was not as affected by it as most of the other men. Probably she would stop crying when she wore out. Probably she would get up and be herself again the next day. Call liked Matilda. She'd been helpful to him on more than one occasion. The fact that she had fastened on Shadrach to love was a matter beyond his scope. People could love whom they pleased, he supposed. That was excusable. What wasn't excusable in his view was setting off on a long, dangerous expedition without adequate preparation. He resolved that if he ever got to lead rangers, he would see that each man under his command received clear training and sound instruction so they would have a chance to survive if the commander was lost. Call enjoyed his guard time. Now that there were no horses to steal, the Indians would not need to come around, unless it was to murder them. He could see no reason for them to risk a direct attack. The Rangers had no water and little food. It was hundreds of miles to where they were going, and no one knew the way. The Comanches didn't need to put themselves at risk just to destroy the Rangers. The country would do the job for them. He liked sitting apart from the camp, listening to the night sounds from the prairie. Coyotes howled, and other coyotes answered them. Occasionally he would hear the scratchings of small animals. Hunting birds, hawks, or owls passed overhead. Sometimes Call wished that he could be an Indian for a few days, or at least find a friendly Indian who could train him in their skills. The Comanches on 2 nights had stolen 30 horses from a well-guarded place. He would have liked to go along with the horse thieves on such a raid to see how they did it. He wanted to know how they could creep into a horse herd without disturbing it. He wanted to know how they could take the horses out without being seen or heard. He knew, though, that no Indian was likely to come along and offer to instruct him. He would just have to watch and learn. It annoyed him that Gus McCrae had so little interest in the skills needed for rangering. All Gus thought of was whores, cards, and the girl in the general store in Austin. If Gus had been carrying his rifle correctly, he could have killed the buck antelope and the troop would not have lost its scouts. Just before dawn, with the night peaceful, Call relaxed and dozed for a minute. Though it seemed only minutes that he dozed, his awakening was rude. Someone yanked his head back by the hair and drew a finger across his throat.
"They say you don't feel a knife that cuts your throat," Bigfoot said. "If I'd been a Comanche, you'd be dead."
Call was badly embarrassed. He had been caught asleep. It was only just beginning to be light. He saw Shadrach a little distance behind Bigfoot. The old man was leading 3 horses.
"Yep, we found 3 nags," Bigfoot said. "I guess they were lucky and found a thin patch of fire."
"We thought you were dead," Call told them. "Matty was upset about Shad."
"Shad's fine. He wants to go look for more horses," Bigfoot said. 3 nags won't carry this troop to New Mexico."
Caleb Cobb gave the returning scouts a stony welcome. A rattlesnake had crawled across him during the night and disturbed his sleep. His temper was foul, and he didn't bother to conceal the fact.
Nobody told you to go chasing antelope, he said. But since you went, where's the meat? If I still had chains, I'd put them on you.
The carcass of the little antelope was slung across one of the recaptured horses. Shadrach pulled it off and pitched it at Caleb's feet. He was angry, but Bigfoot Wallace was angrier. Few of the men had seen Bigfoot's temper rise, but those who had knew to lean far back from it. His face had grown red and his eyes menacing as he stood before Caleb Cobb. "You wouldn't put no damn chains on me, I guess," he said. "I won't be chained, not by you and not by any man. You ain't no colonel," he added. "You're nothing but a land pirate. They run you off the seas, so now you're out here trying to pirate Santa Fe. I've took my last orders from you, Mr. Cobb, and Shadrach feels the same." Caleb calmly stood up and drew his big knife. "Let's fight," he said. "We'll see how hard you are to chain once I cut your goddamn throat." In an instant, Bigfoot's knife was out. He was ready to start slashing at Caleb Cobb, but before the fight started, old Shadrach slipped between them. He grabbed 2 pistols from Gus and pointed one at each combatant. "No cutting," he said. The pistols were pointed at each man's chest. Shadrach's action was so unexpected that it chilled the fury in Caleb and Bigfoot. "You goddamn fools," Shadrach said. "We need every man we can get. I'll do the killing if there's killing to be done." Caleb and Bigfoot lowered their knives. Both looked a little sheepish, but the menace was not entirely gone. "We best save up to fight the Comanches," Shadrach said, handing Gus back his guns. "All right," Caleb said. "But I don't tolerate mutiny. I still give the orders, Wallace." "Give better ones, then," Bigfoot said. "I wouldn't waste a fart on your damn orders." Most of the Rangers were black to the waist from tramping through 5 miles of sooty grass. They had used up all the water in their canteens and were already feeling thirst, although it was early morning and still cool. Bigfoot and Shadrach had seen no water while tracking the antelope. Old Shadrach's beard had red smudges on it. He had cut the little antelope's throat and drunk some of its blood. "I wonder who gets to ride the horses," Gus asked. "I guess we ought to let Johnny ride one. He's so gimpy he can't keep up." Indeed, the walk across the hot grass had been an ordeal for Johnny Carthage. In the course of the march, he had fallen almost an hour behind the troop. He knew that he would have been easy prey for a Comanche. He struggled so to keep up that he exhausted himself and simply lay down and went sound asleep once he finally struggled to the outskirts of camp. Call had heard his wheezy snores as he stood guard. "There's probably more horses that didn't get scorched," Gus said. Call didn't answer. 1 or 2 more horses would not solve their problems. The sun had come up, lighting the plain far to the west and north. On the farthest edge, little white clouds lined the horizon. The plain was absolutely empty. Call saw no animals, no birds, no trees, no river courses, no Indians, nothing. "Who do you think would have won if Caleb and Bigfoot had fought?" Gus asked. "Shadrach would have won," Call said. "He would have killed them both." "That wasn't what I meant," Gus said, but Call had turned away. Long Bill was cooking the antelope and the meat smelled good. He wanted a slice before the meat was all gone. One little antelope wouldn't go far, not with so many hungry men. "Carry your gun right today," Call told Gus when the march started. "We might see another antelope and we can't afford another miss." "I won't miss next time," Gus said. The next day they found 4 more horses. 2 had serious burns, but 2 were healthy. Caleb killed the 2 burned horses and dried their meat. In the afternoon they found a tiny muddy depression on the plain with a little scummy water in it. The depression was full of frogs and tadpoles. Though the water was greenish, the Rangers drank it anyway. Some of the men immediately vomited it back up. They were thirsty and yet could not keep the water down. The next morning, Caleb decided to divide the troop.
"Corporal Call and Corporal McCrae can go with you, Wallace," Caleb said. "Take 3 horses and try to reach the settlements. Ride night and day, but rest your mounts every 3 hours. Look for a village called Anton Chico. You ought to strike it first."
"Who gets the other horses?" Long Bill asked.
"I'll take one and Shadrach can take the other," Caleb said. "We'll travel parallel to one another as best we can. Some of us ought to strike water."
"What if we don't?" Johnny asked.
"I guess we can pray," Caleb replied. God might send a rainstorm. Neither Carl nor Gus had expected to be separated from the troop. Both had become good friends with Jimmy Tweed, who had managed to keep a lively attitude despite all that had happened. When Long Bill and Blackie Slidell sang at night, Jimmy would always join in. Tommy Spencer, the youngster from Missouri, sat and listened. Johnny Carthage bemoaned the fact that he had no way to get drunk. He suffered from fearsome nightmares and liked to dull himself with liquor before they began. The boys were a group within the larger group, and it was hard to leave them. Gus was wishing Matilda would come with their party. Sometimes she mothered him when he was feeling sorry for himself. He didn't see why old Shadrach should get all the mothering. "If you're captured by the Mexicans, keep quiet," Caleb said as they were leaving. "Keep quiet about what?" Bigfoot asked. "Don't tell them our numbers," Caleb said. "Let them think there's 1,000 of us out here." Bigfoot looked around at the blackened, exhausted men, many of them already so thirsty that their tongues were thick in their mouths. "I ain't going to be bragging about no mighty army," Bigfoot said. "Half of you may be dead before we find anybody to report to." He rode a few steps west and then turned his horse. "Getting captured may be the only way any of you will stay alive," he said. "If I could get you captured, I'd do it right now." Then he turned and loped off to the northwest. Gus and Carl waved at Long Bill and the others and loped after him. As they rode, the space ahead of them seemed to get wider and emptier. Gus looked back after a few minutes of riding for one last look at the troop and found that it had vanished. The big plain had engulfed them. Though it looked level, there were many shallow dips and gentle rolls. Gus made sure he kept up. He didn't want to lag and get lost. The sky was so deep and so vast that it took away his sense of direction. Even when he was looking directly at the sun, he had no confidence that he really knew which way he was going. They rode 6 hours without seeing a moving object other than the waving grass and 1 or 2 jackrabbits. Carl had a sense of trespass as he rode. He felt that he was in a country that wasn't his. He didn't know where Texas stopped and New Mexico began, but it wasn't the Texans or the New Mexicans whose country he was riding through. It was the Comanches he trespassed on. Watching them move across the face of the canyon on a trail so narrow that he couldn't see it had shown him again that the Comanches were the masters of their country to a degree no ranger could ever be. Not one horse or one Comanche had fallen or even stumbled as they walked across the cliff face. The rangers had been on foot and had plenty of handholds when they went over the edge, and yet several had fallen to their deaths. The Indians could do things white men couldn't do. He mentioned as much to Bigfoot, who shrugged. "We'll be beyond them pretty soon," he said. "We'll be moving into the Apache country. We may be in it already. They ain't no better, but they don't have so many horses, so they're slower. Most Apaches are foot Indians." "Oh, well, I expect I could outrun them then," Gus said. "I could if I see them before they stab me or something. I've always been fleet." "You won't see them before they stab you, though," Bigfoot said. "The Apaches hide better than the Comanches, and that's saying something. An Apache could hide under a cow turd if that's all there was." A minute or two later they saw a dot on the horizon. The dot didn't seem to be moving. Bigfoot thought it might be a wagon. Carl couldn't see it at all and grew annoyed with his own eyes. Why wouldn't they look as far as other men's eyes? Gus, whose eyesight was the pride of the troop, ruled out the possibility that the dot was a wagon. When he looked hard, the dot seemed to dance in his vision. At times it became 2 or 3 dots, but it never became a wagon. "No, if it was a wagon, there'd be mules or horses," Gus said. "Or there'd be people. But there ain't no mules or horses, and I don't see the people." "It could just be a lump of dirt," Bigfoot said. "I've heard that out in New Mexico you'll find piles of dirt sticking up. I expect that's one of them." But when they were a mile or 2 closer, Gus saw the dot move. A lump of dirt might stick up, but shouldn't move. He galloped ahead, anxious to be the one to identify whatever they were seeing, and he did identify it. It was a solitary buffalo bull. "Well, there's meat. Let's kill it," Bigfoot said, pulling his rifle. Almost as he said it, the buffalo saw them coming and began a lumbering retreat. It seemed to be moving so slowly that Carl was confident they would come up on it in a minute or 2, but again appearances deceived him. The buffalo looked slow, but the horses they were riding were no faster.
They had had thin grazing and were gaunt and tired. Even at a dead run, they scarcely gained on the buffalo. They had to run the animal almost 3 miles to close within rifle range, and then it was a long rifle range. At 30 yards, they all began to fire, and to reload and fire again, and yet again. But the buffalo didn't fall, stop, or even stagger. It just kept running at the same lumbering pace on and on over the empty plain. 3 times the ranges closed with the buffalo, whipping their tired horses to within 20 feet of it. They emptied their rifles at almost point-blank range several times, and they didn't miss. Gus could see the tufts of brown hair fly off when the heavy bullets hit. Yet the buffalo didn't fall or even flinch. It just kept running at the same steady pace. "Boys, we better stop," Bigfoot said after the 3rd charge. "We're running our horses to death for nothing. That buffalo's got 15 bullets in him, and he ain't even slowed down." "Why won't the goddamn animal fall?" Gus said, highly upset. He was angered by the perversity of the lone buffalo. By every law of the hunt, it should have fallen. 15 bullets ought to be enough to kill anything, even an elephant, even a whale. The buffalo wasn't even very large. It ought to fall, and yet perversely it wouldn't. It seemed to him that everything in Texas was that way. Indians popped out of bare ground or from the sides of hills disguised as mountain goats. Snakes crawled in people's bedrolls, and thorns in the brush country were as poisonous as snake bites once they got in you. It was all an aggravation in his view. Back in Tennessee, beast and man were much better behaved. But they weren't in Tennessee. They were on an empty plain chasing a slow brown animal that should long since have been dead. Determined to kill it once and for all, Gus spurred his tired horse into a frantic burst of speed and ran right up beside the buffalo. He fired, with his rifle barrel no more than a foot from the buffalo's heaving ribs, and yet the animal ran on. Gus drew rein. His horse was staggering and fired again. The buffalo kept running. "Whoa now, whoa," Bigfoot cautioned. "We better give up, else we'll kill all our horses." Call tried a long shot and thought he hit the buffalo right where its heart should be, but the buffalo merely lost a step or two and then resumed its heavy run. "I expect it's a witch buff," Bigfoot said, dismounting to rest his tired horse. "A what?" Gus asked. He had never heard of a witch buff. "I expect the hump man put a spell on it," Bigfoot said. "It's got 25 bullets in it now, maybe 30. If it wasn't a witch buff, we'd be eating its liver already. Indians can make spells," he added. "They're a lot better at it than white folks. Buffalo Hump is a war chief, but he's got some powerful medicine men in the tribe. I expect he sent this buffalo out here to make us use up all our ammunition." "Why, how would he do that?" Gus asked, startled by the concept. "Praying and dancing," Bigfoot said. "That's how they do it." "I don't believe it," Call said. "We just ain't hit it good." "Hit it good? We shot it 30 times, Gus said. "That don't mean we hit it good," Call said. Just as he said it, Gus's horse collapsed. He sank to the ground and rolled his eyes, his limbs trembling. "Get him up! Get him up!" Bigfoot instructed. "Get him up! If we don't, he'll die." Gus began to jerk on the bridle rein, but the horse merely let him pull its head up. Call grabbed its tail, and Bigfoot began to kick it and yell at it, but it did no good. The horse made no effort to regain its feet, and the 3 of them together could not lift it. When they tried, expending all their strength, the horse's legs splayed out beneath it. The moment they loosened their hold, the horse fell heavily. "Let it go. It ain't going to live," Bigfoot said. "We should have reined up sooner. We'll be lucky if we all 3 don't die." The buffalo had run on for another 500 yards or so and stopped. It had not fallen, but at least it had stopped. Gus felt a fury building. Now, thanks to the aggravating buffalo, his horse was dying. He would have to walk to Santa Fe. "I'll kill it if I have to beat it to death," he said, grabbing his rifle and his bullet pouch. "If it's a witch buff, you won't kill it. It will kill you," Bigfoot said. "Best thing to do with a witch buffalo is to leave it alone." "He don't listen when he's mad," Call said. He unstrapped Gus's bedroll from the dying horse and brought it with him. Gus was striding on ahead, determined to walk straight up to the wounded buffalo and blow its brains out. He didn't believe an Indian could pray and dance and keep a buffalo from dying. Bigfoot could believe such foolery if he wanted to. Yet when he approached the buffalo, the animal turned and snorted. It lowered its head and pawed the ground. There was a bloody froth running out of its nose. but otherwise there was no evidence that the 30 bullets had weakened it seriously. It not only wasn't dead, it was showing fight. Gus knelt and carefully put a bullet right where he thought the buffalo's heart would be. He was only 20 yards away. He couldn't miss from such a distance. He fired again, a little higher, but with the same lack of result.
"Leave it be. We've wasted enough ammunition," Bigfoot said. "We need to save some of it for the Mexicans."
"At this rate, we'll never see a Mexican," Call said. He was losing his belief in their ability to find their way across the plain. It was too vast, and they had no map. Bigfoot admitted that he really didn't know where the New Mexican settlements were or how far ahead they might be. Before Call could say more, Gus threw his rifle down and pulled his knife.
"It's a weak gun. The bullets must not be going in far enough," Gus said. "I'll kill the goddamn thing with this knife if that's all that will do it."
When he rushed the buffalo and began to stab it in the side, the beast made no attempt to run or fight. It merely stood there, its head down, blowing the bloody froth out of its nostrils. "By God, he's going to finish it. Let's help him," Bigfoot said, drawing his own knife. Soon he had joined Gus and was stabbing at the buffalo's throat. Call thought their behavior was crazy. There were only 3 of them. They couldn't eat that much of the buffalo even if they killed it. But for Bigfoot and Gus, the animal had become a kind of test. The 2 men could think of nothing but killing the animal. Unless they could kill it, they wouldn't be able to go on. The settlements would never be reached unless they could kill the buffalo. Call drew his knife and approached the animal from the other side. It had a short, thick neck, but he knew the big vein had to be somewhere in it. If he could cut the big vein, the buffalo would eventually die, no matter how much praying and dancing the Comanches had done over it. He stabbed and drew blood, and so did Gus and Bigfoot. They stabbed until their arms were tired of lifting their knives, until they were all 3 covered with blood. Finally, red and panting from their efforts, they all 3 gave up. They stood a foot from the buffalo, completely exhausted, unable to kill it. As a last effort, Call drew his pistol, stuck it against the buffalo's head just below the ear, and fired. The buffalo took 1 step forward and sank to its knees. All 3 men stepped back, thinking the animal would roll over, but it didn't. Its head sank, and it died, still on its knees. "If only there was a creek, I'd like to wash," Gus said. He had never liked the smell of blood and was shocked to find himself covered with it in a place where there was no possibility of washing. They sank down on the prairie grass and rested, too tired to cut up their trophy. "How do Indians ever kill them?" Call asked, looking at the buffalo. It seemed to be merely resting, its head on its knees. "Why, with arrows, how else?" Bigfoot asked. Call said nothing, but once again he felt a sense of trespass. It had taken 3 men, with rifles, pistols, and knives, an hour to kill 1 beast. Yet Indians did it with arrows alone. He had watched them kill several on the floor of the Palo Duro Canyon. "All buffalo ain't this hard," Bigfoot assured them. "I've never seen one this hard." "Darn, I wish I could wash," Gus said. Bigfoot Wallace took only the buffalo's tongue and liver. The tongue he put in his saddlebag after sprinkling it with salt, first dripping a drop or 2 of fluid from the buffalo's gallbladder on the slices of meat. "A little gall makes it tasty," he said, offering the meat to Call and Gus. Call ate 3 or 4 bites, Gus only 1, which he soon quickly spat out. "Can't we cook it?" he asked. "I'm hungry, but not hungry enough to digest raw meat." "You'll be that hungry tomorrow unless we're lucky," Bigfoot said. "I'd just rather cook it," Gus said again. It was clear from Bigfoot's manner that he regarded the request as absurdly fastidious. "I guess if you want to burn your clothes, you might get fire enough to singe a slice or 2, Bigfoot said. He gestured toward the empty plain around them. Nowhere within the reach of their eyes was there a plant, a bush, a tree that would yield even a stick of firewood. The plain was not entirely level, but it was entirely bare. "What a goddamn place this is," Gus said. "A man has to tote his own firewood or else make do with raw meat." "No, there's buffalo chips if you want to hunt for them," Bigfoot said. "I've cooked many a liver over buffalo chips, but there ain't many buffalo out this way. I don't feel like walking 10 miles to gather enough chips to keep you happy." As they rode away from the dead buffalo, they saw 2 wolves trotting toward it. The wolves were a long way away, but the fact that there were 2 living creatures in sight on the plain was reassuring, particularly to Gus. He had been more comfortable in a troop of rangers than he was with only Call and Bigfoot for company. They were just 3 human dots on the encircling plain. Bigfoot watched the wolves with interest. Wolves had to have water just as did men and women. The wolves didn't look lank either. There must be water within a few miles if only they knew which way to ride.
Wolves and coyotes ain't far from being dogs, he observed. You'll always get coyotes hanging around a camp. They like people, or at least they like to eat our leavings. The colonel ought to catch him a coyote pup or two and raise them to hunt for him. It'd take the place of that big dog you dropped.
Carl thought they were all likely to die of starvation. It was gallant of Bigfoot to speculate about the colonel and his pets when they were in such a desperate situation. The colonel was in the same situation, only worse. He had the whole troop to think of. He ought to be worrying about keeping the men from starving, not on replacing his big Irish dog. They rode all night. They had no water at all. They didn't ride fast, but they rode steadily. When dawn flamed up along the great horizon to the east, they stopped to rest. Bigfoot offered the 2 of them slices of buffalo tongue. Carl ate several bites, but Gus declined in favor of horse meat. "I can't reconcile myself to eating a tongue," he said. "My ma would not approve. She raised me to be careful about what foods I stuff in my mouth." Carl wondered briefly what his own mother had been like. He had only one cloudy memory of her, sitting on the seat of a wagon. In fact, he was not even sure that the woman he remembered had been his mother. The woman might have been his aunt. In any case, his mother had given him no instructions in the matter of food. During the day's long, slow ride, the pangs of hunger were soon rendered insignificant beside the pangs of thirst. They had had no water for a day and a half. Bigfoot told them that if they found no water by the next morning, they would have to kill a horse and drink what was in its bladder. He instructed them to cut small strips of leather from their saddle strings and chew on them to produce a saliva flow. It was a stratagem that worked for a while. As they chewed the leather, they felt less thirsty, but the trick had a limit. By evening, their saliva had long since dried up. Their tongues were so swollen it had become hard to close their lips. One of the worst elements of the agony of thirst was the thought of all the water they had wasted during the days of rain and times of plenty. "I'd give 3 months' wages to be crossing the Brazos right now," Gus said. "I expect I could drink about half of it."
"Would you give up the gal in the general store for a drink?" Bigfoot asked. "Now that's the test." He winked at Carl when he said it.
"I could drink half a river," Gus repeated. He thought the question about Clara impertinent under the circumstances and did not intend to answer it. If he starved to death, he intended at least to spend his last thoughts on Clara. The next morning, the sorrel horse that Gus and Carl had both been riding refused to move. The sorrel's eyes were wide and strange, and he did not respond either to blows or commands.
"No use to kick him or yell at him, he's done for," Bigfoot said, walking up to the horse.
Before Gus or Carl could so much as blink, he drew his pistol and shot the horse. The sorrel dropped, and before he had stopped twitching, Bigfoot had his knife out, working to remove the bladder. He worked carefully so as not to nick it, and soon lifted it out, a pale sack with a little liquid in it. "I won't drink that," Gus said at once. The mere sight of the pale, slimy bladder caused his stomach to feel queasy.
"It's the only liquid we got,"
Bigfoot reminded him.
"We'll all die if we don't drink it."
He lifted up the bladder carefully and drank from it as he would from a wineskin. Carl took it next, hesitating a moment before putting it to his mouth. He knew he wouldn't survive another waterless day. His swollen tongue was raw from scraping against his teeth. Quickly he shut his eyes and swallowed a few mouthfuls. The urine had more smell than taste. Once he judged he had had his share, he handed the bladder to Gus. Gus took it, but after a moment shook his head. "You have to drink it," Carl told him. "Just drink 3 swallows. That might be enough to save you. If you die, I can't bury you. I'm too weak." Gus shook his head again. Then abruptly, his need for moisture overcame his revulsion, and he drank 3 swallows. He did not want to be left unburied on such a prairie. The coyotes and buzzards would be along, not to mention badgers and other varmints. Thinking about it proved worse than doing it. Soon they went on, Bigfoot astride the one remaining horse. That afternoon they came to a tiny waterhole, so small that Bigfoot could have stepped across, or could have had there not been a dead mule in the puddle. They all recognized the mule, too. Black Sam had an affection for it. In the early days of the expedition, he had sometimes fed it carrots. It had been stolen by the Comanches the night of the first raid. "Why, that's John," Gus said. "Wasn't that what Black Sam called him?"
John had 2 arrows in him. Both were feathered with prairie chicken feathers, the arrows of buffalo hump. "He led it here and killed it," Bigfoot said. "He didn't want us to drink this muddy water."
"He didn't want us to drink it all," Call said, looking at the arrows.
"I'll drink this water anyway," Gus said, but Bigfoot held him back. "Don't," he said. "That horse piss was clean compared to this water. Let's go."
That night they had no appetite. Even a bite was more than any of them could choke down. Gus pulled out some rancid horse meat, looked at it, and threw it away, an action Bigfoot was quick to criticize.
"Go pick it up," he said. "It might rain tonight. I've been smelling moisture, and my smeller don't often fail me. If we could get a little liquid in us, that horse meat might taste mighty good."
About midnight they heard thunder and began to see flashes of lightning far to the west. Gus was immediately joyful. He saw the drought had broken. Call was more careful. It wasn't raining, and the thunder was miles away. It might rain somewhere on the plain, but would it rain where they were? And would any water pool up so they could drink it?
"Boys, we're saved," Bigfoot said, watching the distant lightning.
"I may be saved, but I'm still thirsty," Gus said. "I can't drink rain that's raining miles away."
"It's coming our direction, boys," Bigfoot said. He was wildly excited. Privately, he'd given the 3 of them up for lost, though he hadn't said as much to the young rangers.
"If the rain don't come to us, I'll go to the rain," Call said. Soon they could smell the rain. It began to cool the hot air. They were so thirsty it was all they could do to keep from racing to meet the storm, although they had nothing to race on except one tired horse and their feet. Bigfoot had been right. The rain came. The only thing they had to catch it in was their hats. The hats weren't fully watertight, but they caught enough rainwater to allow the starving men to quench their thirst.
"Just wet your lips, don't gulp it. You'll get sick if you do," Bigfoot said.
The lightning began to come closer. Soon it was striking within 100 yards of where they were huddled, then 50 yards. Call had never been much afraid of lightning, but as bolt after bolt split the sky, he began to wonder if he was too exposed. "Let's get under the saddle," Gus said. Lightning spooked him. He had heard that a lightning bolt had split a man in two and cooked both parts before the body even fell to the ground. He did not want to get split in two or cooked either, but he was not sure how to avoid it out on the bare plain. He sat very still, hoping the lightning would move on and not scorch anybody. Then a bolt seemed to hit almost right on Bigfoot. He wasn't hit, but he screamed anyway, screamed and clasped his hands over his eyes. "Oh, Lord!" he yelled into the darkness. "I looked at it from too close. It burnt my eyes, and now I'm blind." "Oh, Lord, blind, my eyes are scorched!" Bigfoot screamed. Carl and Gus waited for another lightning bolt to show them Bigfoot. When it came, they just glimpsed it. He was wandering on the prairie, holding both hands over his eyes. Again, as darkness came back, he screamed like an animal. "Keep your eyes shut. Don't look at the lightning," Carl said. "Bigfoot's blind. That's trouble enough." "Maybe he won't be blind too long," Gus said. With their scout blinded, what chance did they have of finding their way to some place in New Mexico where there were people? He thoroughly regretted his impulsive decision to leave with the expedition. Why hadn't he just stayed with Clara Forsythe and worked in the general store? Bigfoot screamed again. He was getting farther and farther away. Dark as it was, once the storm passed, they would have no way to follow him except by his screams. Call thought of yelling at him to tell him to sit down and wait for them, but if the man's eyes were scorched, he wouldn't listen. "At least it's washing this darned blood off me," Gus said. Having to wear clothes encrusted with buffalo blood had been a heavy ordeal. For a few minutes, the lightning seemed to grow even more intense. Call and Gus sat still with their eyes tight shut, waiting for the storm to diminish. Some flashes were so strong and so close that the brightness shone through their clamped eyelids like a lantern through a thin cloth. Even after the storm moved east and the lightning and thunder diminished, Call and Gus didn't move for a while. The sound had been as heavy as the lightning had been bright. Call felt stunned. He knew he ought to be looking for Bigfoot, but he wasn't quick to move. "I wonder where the horse went," Gus asked. "He was right here when all this started, but now I don't see him." "Of course you don't see him. It's dark," Call reminded him. "I expect we can locate him in the morning. We'll need him for Bigfoot if he's still blind." Call yelled 3 or 4 times, hoping to get a sense of Bigfoot's position, but the scout didn't answer. "You try. You've got a louder voice," Call said. Gus's ability to make himself heard over any din was well known among the Rangers. But Gus's loudest yell brought the same result: silence. "Can you die from getting your eyes scorched?" Gus asked. The same thought had occurred to Call. The lightning storm had been beyond anything in his experience. The shocks of thunder and lightning had seemed to shake the earth. Once or twice he thought his heart might stop just from the shock of the storm. What if it had happened to Bigfoot? He might be lying dead somewhere on the plain. "I hope he ain't dead," Gus said. "If he's dead, we're in a pickle." "He could have just kept walking," Call said. "We know the settlements are north and west. If we keep going, we're bound to find the Mexicans sometime." "They'll probably just shoot us," Gus said. "Why would they if it's just the two of us?" Call asked. "We ain't an army. We're nearly out of bullets anyway." "They shot a bunch of Texans during the war," Gus recalled. "Just lined them up and shot them. I heard they made them dig their own graves." "I wish we could just go back to Austin," he added. "Why can't we? The colonel don't even know where we are. He's probably given up and gone back himself by now." "We've only got one horse and a few bullets," Call reminded him. "We'd never make it back across this plain." Gus realized that what Call said was true. He wished Bigfoot was there. Not much fazed Bigfoot. He missed the big scout. "Maybe Bigfoot ain't dead," he said. "I hope he ain't," Call said. Bigfoot wasn't dead. As the storm was playing out, he lay down and pressed his face into the grass to protect his eyes. The grass was wet. Its coolness on his eyelids was some relief. While cooling his eyelids, he went to sleep. In the night, he rolled over. The first sunlight on his eyelids brought a searing pain. Gus and Call were sleeping when they heard loud moans.